Weather University, my friends. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen Agents Plus. Always want to shout out those that are watching us on YouTube. And if you're connecting with me on IG or on X at WXBrandon9, I appreciate you tapping in followers from this show in general. You probably see me post a lot of NASCAR stuff on there. I also do a lot of NASCAR stuff on the side. So you'll see me post weather, climate, and a little bit of horsepower in there too. Just talking about NASCAR, the rest of the sport. I do enjoy talking about it as well. So if you happen to catch some of that stuff you enjoy, let me know. And again, continue to send me ideas for our show here on Pinpoint Weather University. The drought's obviously a big story here in the Carolinas. I want to go ahead and pull up the current drought for you as of Wednesday, April 29th. Now, again, we're actually going to get a new drought monitor on Thursday, April 30th. I don't think it's going to change much. We did see a little bit of rain over the course of the last week. It's not necessarily enough to end the drought, and it's not necessarily enough to really put a dent to the drought, but it could keep the drought from getting worse this week. I do expect extreme conditions and drought conditions to remain on the map, something we'll be watching again on that Thursday, April 30th outlook. But again, this is a drought that has been growing for quite some time now, and Duke Energy's been monitoring stages, the low inflow protocol stages, and it's a part of a big group. It's a group called the Catawba Watery Drought Management Advisory Group. It essentially includes Duke, but it has several other organizations, a bunch of water companies along the Catawba River, including Charlotte Water. We have also federal and state officials that are part of that group, and they come together on the 1st and 16th of each month to decide what stage we should be in when it comes down to drought weather. Let's talk about it here. We've got 5 stages. Stage 0 is the watch stage of the low inflow protocol, and it goes all the way up to stage 4, which is the emergency stage. That has never been used. No one knows what that looks like. Now, again, this was a stage, a low inflow protocol stage that was used to get us through the historic 2007-2008 drought. Let me show you where we were then. You see it here. This is the historical drought of 2007-2008. This is actually December 2007. Pretty much the entire Queen City News viewing area and much of the Carolinas were under exceptional drought, which is level 5 out of 5, extremely dangerous drought conditions. I remember when I was a kid, I was very young. I was only about 10, 11 years old, but I just remember a lot of folks buying water from grocery stores and different things like that around this region. I lived up in Concourse, growing up there. And I want to point out with these stages, we got to stage 3, the mandatory severe water restriction stage during that drought. Right now, as of Wednesday, April 29th, we are in stage 1, the voluntary stage, which includes much of the Charlotte area. Stage 2 is the mandatory restrictions. That is when you are, you legally have to conserve water. Now, stage 3, that's when it starts impacting more of like the businesses like golf courses and different things like that. Now, again, I want to mention these stages because I actually went out in the field for this episode. This is a little funky. This episode is going to be a little different than it usually is. I went out to Cohen's Ford Hydro Station, which is the largest conventional hydroelectric power plant that Duke Energy has. It actually powers, it generates about 300 plus megawatts of power. It's a big time station. Hydropower, it's a very efficient way to produce power. It's also a kind of a cheaper way to produce power as well, but you need water to do so. And operations have been reduced in that area due to the drought conditions. So operations have been reduced when it comes to hydroelectric. Now, luckily, Duke Energy has produced power, nuclear power plants, even solar power plants have been doing really well. You've got battery storage at those plants that can allow that energy to get onto the grid and help power our homes, our businesses, things like that. So let's head out to Cohen's Ford Hydro Station and let's listen to this interview that I had with Duke Energy that talks about the low inflow protocol and just where we're headed when it comes down to these stages. So talk to me about where we are today, Brett.
Yeah, we're at Cohen's Ford Hydro right now, and Cohen's Ford is the youngest of our hydro stations. We provide clean, reliable power, probably the most efficient power source that we have. But it does take a lot of water, which I think is why we're here to talk today a little bit about drought and some of the impacts on generation and broader uses.
Now, you're mentioning like the floodgates itself, they aren't like always coming out.
Right, yeah.
The things have changed here at the hydro station.
Yeah, so very, very common misconception is that these floodgates are something that we kind of open and close on a regular basis. But the primary way that we pass water through is through the hydro station itself as we generate. So the majority of water that passes from one reservoir to the next actually goes through the powerhouse, not through the floodgates. It's when we get in excess that we have to use floodgates in certain situations.
Let's talk about the drought program. How does the drought program work with you guys at Duke Energy?
So a little bit of background, Duke Energy is part of a broader collaborative group known as the Catawba Wateree Drought Management Advisory Group. It includes not only Duke, but a lot of the municipal water users, some of the larger water users in the area, industrial water users, and of course some of the state and federal agencies. And what that group does is they're essentially the group that will communicate out when we end up in a drought situation. What they're communicating out is basically our drought playbook, known as the low inflow protocol. And it helps us when we get in these drought scenarios to reduce water loss, essentially to extend our runway until we get measurable rain or a shift in the forecast that can help bring our revenue target.
And there's different stages in this program.
That's right. That's right. So there's 5 stages of the low inflow protocol. The first stage is a watch stage, stage 0. We spent a good portion of the last 2 years in stage 0. We've had the driest October to March timeframes that we've had since we started recording that data in the early 70s. So the previous October to March 24 to 25 was the driest, and now we have gone past that in 25 going into 26. But yeah, the low inflow protocol from stage 0 to stage 1, we here at Duke Energy, we're already making water reductions, release reductions to how much we're passing from one reservoir to the next. But we're also asking the other members of the Drought Management Advisory Group to ask their customers to make voluntary reductions, to start thinking about what impact that they're having and making small changes in their day-to-day lives that can help conserve water.
How do you determine how to go from one stage to the next?
Yeah, so we have some pretty specific triggers in the LIP. The first is our reservoir levels or our reservoir storage compared to what it should be this time of year. Right now, we're a little below 75%, which still sounds like a lot, but we lose a lot of water over time from a lot of different uses. The other triggers are the U.S. Drought Monitor, and stream flows or flow into the system is really what replenishes our reservoirs after long, large rain events.
And then you mentioned there's a lot of organizations. What are some of those organizations that are a part of this group itself?
Really, most of your municipal water intake or water users. Charlotte Water's a member. City of Rock Hill, there's various members all up and down the chain. What you may not know, this Catawba Wateree system is an 11 reservoir system that stretches from all the way in western North Carolina down into South Carolina. So this system alone provides drinking water for over 2 million users. Very important, although small river basin, probably the hardest working river basin, arguably in the Southeast.
And do you guys meet every once in a while?
Yeah, so we meet on a monthly basis, but once we move into the further stages of the LIP, we'll start to meet every 14 days, which is when we make determinations on what stage we're in or what stage we're going into based on those metrics I gave you.
And with the drought continuing, what is your level of concern when it comes down to going to maybe some more of those upper stages?
Yeah, so one of the things with drought, it's a long game. It took a while to get us here, and it'll take us a while to get out. So we don't want folks to panic. We do want folks, though, to take action. You may think it's small to make small changes like not leaving the water on while you brush your teeth or shave, or maybe taking showers instead of baths. This time of year, irrigation is a big thing. Folks want to water their lawns and water their gardens. There's very small changes that cumulatively can have a very large impact on slowing down that water loss in the system.
And this is a drought that started really in the winter. So what's the difference in water usage versus the winter versus now the hotter months of the summer?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that I think gets taken for granted, especially during the summer months, is just simple evaporation. We can lose over 200 million gallons per day just to evaporation. Of course, water uses for things like swimming pools. I mentioned irrigation. Water demand's definitely way higher in the summertime. So it's also much more visual to folks that we're in a drought in the summertime, as things that are traditionally green during that time period maybe aren't so green in drought stress.
Hey, Brett, what are your long-term thoughts when it comes down to this drought? Do you feel like we'll be okay through the summer, or is it something we'll continue to have to monitor?
So this is something we're going to have to continue to monitor, keep our eye on in the long term. Again, it takes a long time to get out of drought. I know folks are seeing rainfall over the past couple of days. That really doesn't have much of an impact to get us out of drought. So it's going to be a long-term thing. This isn't like storm preparedness where it's here and it's gone in just a couple of days. We're really going to have to put focus on conserving for the long term to bring us back out of this drought stage.
And then how long has the Drought Advisory Management Group been around?
Oh gosh, the DMAG or Drought Management Advisory Group has been around since the relicensing time frame in the early 2000s. That's a really important piece of this. That LIP, or the low inflow protocol, is a proven playbook. It's been used before. The drought of record back in 2007 to 2009. The LIP was successfully implemented to basically keep water resources available for all of those different users, but also to help us scale things back as needed to slow this drought down.
Definitely brings that it has worked in the past.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're not pulling things out of the air. We do have a proven playbook. We just need folks to do their part to help conserve water and slow this thing down.
And lastly, what would you say your message would be to the public?
My message to the public would definitely be that you play more of a role than you think, and just some very, very small changes can have a huge impact on how long we're able to outlast this drought. Rain will come at some point, but we're asking everybody to do their part. It's a shared resource, and everybody has a shared responsibility to help us slow that down.
And then is there any world where water can be depleted completely?
I think that's an unknown, but certainly something that we have a playbook for and can help reduce the impact on folks within the region long term.
All right, thanks, Brett. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The episode does not stop there. I've got more to chat about here on Pinpoint Weather University, including just what stage we could be in soon when it comes down to the low inflow protocol. We'll also be discussing just how long we've been in this drought and what could get us out of it. Details coming up next on Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. I was mentioning the drought that's been here for a while now, and it's something that a lot of folks haven't really started to talk about until like the last couple of weeks, and that's because the water restrictions have been put into place. And the water restrictions obviously impact everybody. When it comes down to wildfire, it doesn't really apply to everyone when it comes down to burn bans, because not everybody burns. I know a lot of people that do burn brush or have their fireplace, but I also know a lot of people that don't mess with fire at all. So water is something everybody uses. Everybody has to use water. And that is why I feel like the drought is getting more attention, because it's now impacting everyone. We are being asked to voluntarily conserve water. But I do think there is a really strong opportunity with lack of rain here lately that on May 1st, Friday, May 1st, those could be mandatory water restrictions. Now, how do we get here? Again, this is a drought that's been here for a very long time now. We actually started our rainfall deficits in September when you look at the streak. September, October, November, December, January, February, March, and April so far, we've had rainfall deficits. When you look at this chart here, and including January too, you're looking at months like November, January, March, and April, where the rainfall deficit's like around 2 inches. It's a significant rainfall deficit, and it is causing major issues for us here in the Charlotte area and across the Carolinas. Now, the drought wasn't as noticeable during the winter, and we actually talked about that a little bit with Brett Hardis with Duke Energy, as you just heard from the interview. It wasn't as noticeable during winter because everything is dormant. Everything's dead. You're not going outside and you're cutting your grass in January. You're not doing that. Matter of fact, we did a lot of shoveling snow and ice in January, more than we did anything with our lawns. But now that things are growing, and we're in the growing season, and we're also seeing livestock get raised, the impacts are getting worse for our area. And also, people want to get their boats out. People want to get their boats out in the lake and the streams and rivers. And unfortunately, boat launches are being closed because the water is too shallow at the boat launches. So be careful with that. You don't want to end up with your trailer or your truck stuck in the rivers because it's too shallow. Abide by those closures. It's very important. And also, we've seen a lot of boats get scraped up from the bottom as well, just because of how shallow some of the water is in some of our lakes. So just keep that in mind when it comes down to some of the drought conditions here. But again, I wanted to point out, this has been a drought. We're talking about a 15 to 20 inch rainfall deficit in some areas. That is a significant rainfall that we want to continue to be in because we're not getting enough rain. Now, we did have some recent rain here lately, and I kind of want to talk about how that helped us and how it didn't help us. So how the rain helps, there's some relief here. So pulling up this full screen, the wildfire threat was lowered. Now, there are still burn bans in place for North and South Carolina as of Wednesday, April 29th. The reason why is because we're so dry that even though the topsoil and the ground is saturated from some of the recent rains and we have a little bit more moisture in the air, we can dry out just as quickly as we moisten up a little bit when it comes down to the atmosphere. Also, I, for one, am excited about the rain because I am breathing better than I have breathed in 2 months. My allergies have been terrible. I've been sniffling and blowing my nose. I've got people in my newsroom here, coworkers that are using toilet paper. It's just, luckily, pollen has been washing away, and we're getting into a time frame where pollen is actually going to become lesser of an issue when it comes to tree pollen, because as we get more towards early May, mid-May, tree pollen will start to settle down a little bit. We're peaking right now, but pine pollen's already kind of slowing down, but the rest of the tree pollen should start to slow down as well. But again, pollen washed away with some of the rain. And as I mentioned before, it kind of slows down the worsening drought that we're in. So again, we're in a drought. We're in it for the long haul, but we have stopped it from getting worse, I believe, at least this week. But that doesn't mean that restrictions and stuff are going to change. It doesn't mean that we're going to see things evolve in regards to greening up when it comes to the grass. It just means that this week we actually got some rain and we're not worsening a drought that has been worsening over the last several weeks. We've also been cooler too, and we've talked about how that can cause temperature, that can cause more evaporation of water. Matter of fact, I believe I was with Brett Hardis of Duke Energy. He was telling me during the summer, 200 million gallons of water can just be evaporated just from the heat itself. Because remember, as you heat the ground, and warm up the atmosphere is able to hold more moisture out from our soil, our streams, or rivers, creeks, things like that, and we lose water that way. Now, I want to talk about some ways we can get out of this. We mentioned it last week on Pinpoint Weather University, but I want to talk about it again. The cutoff low pressure system is one common rainy scenario that we see. Cutoff low pressure systems are essentially an area of low pressure that gets cut off from the main flow of the jet stream, and it just kind of meanders around a certain area, and it can lead to several days of rainfall and continuous Gulf moisture over our area. We see this a lot during the late spring, early summer months, and this is something we would have to hope for. It's one weather phenomenon that doesn't lead to a whole lot of disaster, right? You don't tend to get too much flooding with this because it's just a constant moisture source. You don't usually get a lot of heavy rain with it. But if you're already in saturated ground and you've already had like a week of rain, it can lead to issues there. But overall, cutoff low pressure system, that would provide plentiful rainfall in 1 week and help us out a little bit, at least get us back to normal for a month or so. Now, something else that I've talked about that nobody wants around here would be a tropical system. But I'm going to talk about just why I don't think the tropical system will be as big of a concern coming up just here on the other side of Pinpoint Weather. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. One more quick segment before we go here. Just want to talk about tropical systems. So during the fall months, we average about 4 inches of rainfall each month during the fall months. You're looking at September, October, November. A lot of that rain can tend to come from tropical systems. Tropical systems or stronger tropical systems, we can get a lot of tropical moisture from the Atlantic during hurricane season. Now, hurricane season isn't expected to be as strong this year, and it's due to an El Nino. Now, let's point it out for you. I've actually shown this chart before. I'm very interested. We should get the new odds of an El Nino coming up on May 1st from NOAA and the Climate Prediction Center. But essentially, this is showing the odds of an El Nino as we get later into the year. I know you can't see that axis here. Let me kind of pull it out here. You can see it. Like the bottom, that's showing March, April, May. April, May, June. If you look at that stats, it's the kind of the bottom part of it. I might actually be able to scroll my mouse over. You can kind of see my mouse there, my cursor. So that's looking at March, April, May, June, May, June, July. So we're looking at 3-month pairings. But notice as we get into kind of like the July, August, September, October, look at how these odds really, really go up when it comes down to El Nino. So El Nino is definitely going to be present by late summer, early fall. And that is when we're going to start seeing hurricane season pick up. Getting into August and September, you're starting to get to the peak of hurricane season. However, when it comes down to El Nino, and as we've shown before on the show, an El Nino can lead to a lot less tropical activity because you get wind shear from the warmer waters out there in the equatorial, central, and eastern Pacific. So again, those weaker trade winds lead to warmer water, high moisture content, but you also get a very strong subtropical jet stream along the southern branch of the jet stream of the U.S., and that leads to more wind shear over here out in the Atlantic basin, and wind shear can tear these systems apart. So that's why I'm not too worried about a tropical system, but again, I don't want one, and nobody really wants a tropical system around here. But let's say we do get into more of a drier pattern in the fall, we'll be talking about a worsening drought even later this year. Something we'll have to monitor closely, and something we'll continue to monitor together here on Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Again, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoyed us spending a little bit of time out in the field. If you did enjoy our time out in the field, let us know. Again, you can connect with me on Instagram at WXBrand9, on X at WX, and also you can send our Queen City News Facebook and X page as well, a message, Instagram, or at Fox 46 Charlotte. But if you type in Queen City News, you'll be able to find us. But send us a message saying, hey, I enjoyed having Brandon out in the field for this episode of Pinpoint Weather University. Let us know so we can get more out in the field for you and give you some more interviews on different topics, especially this one, since it's so dire for the area, with water restrictions possibly becoming more mandatory across the region as the drought worsens. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson, my friends. As always, take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. Be safe.
Welcome to Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and this week we have part 2 of our conversation with Levi Bennett, who is a short-term rental extraordinaire. Here's part 2. Enjoy. So what would you suggest to someone who is interested in getting in on the investment side, but they're going to probably have to go for a property that is on the lower lower end of the budget?
Well, there's certainly opportunities. Under the 250, 300 price point, those properties actually cash flow really well, believe it or not. One demographic that seems to be pretty immune to this kind of price sensitivity is our millennials. And I'm a millennial, so I'll talk about us. We like our avocado toast and all the typical cliches, but we don't mind spending money on something that's nice. So if you find, like, I have a cabin in Bryson where it checks every box. It's nothing particularly special in the sense that, it's only 700 square feet. It's a 2-1, but it's a real log cabin. It has a very long range view, a covered patio with a hot tub and a fire pit. it's everything that you want in your mountain getaway fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we see a property like that, I think I paid $285 for mine or something like
Okay.
that. But we've consistently done 50,000 a year on that property. So our gross yield is well into double digits.
Right.
Our net yield is also in double digits. So it's a great overall. It's a really short-term rentals. There's a lot of different kinds of real estate investments. You could buy a car wash. You could buy, all kinds of things. Short-term rental is not that passive. So if you want to put grease into a glamping dome or an A-frame or a small log cabin somewhere in an emerging tourist market like mine's in Bryson City, which has the railroad, the Nantahala Outdoor Center. There's a bunch of
beautiful
cool
area.
It's
too.
a really cool.
We always use that live shot on Queen City News because it's just so beautiful
Yeah.
with the creek there and everything.
And it's amazing. Like I grew up in Charlotte and did not ever go to Bryson. We always went to Blowing Rock or Asheville, but we never went that far west. And my first time there was to look at this house for another client who passed on it. And I was like, this place is incredible.
You're not going to
Like,
take it. I might.
yeah, I did. I was like, well, if you don't want it, like anyway, so
So who manages it then?
I do.
Yeah,
I have
okay.
I have a property management company. It's sort of a boutique firm. We focus on revenue optimization. So
Gotcha.
there's a lot of nuance. This is another problem with short-term rentals. Is people think it's market-based, and if you have a long-term rental, especially if you come from the long-term rental world, that's a great investment strategy. It's more of a long play.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a 3-2 that the market rate's $1,500 a month, you're probably going to get around $1,500.
Right.
Depending if you have fenced-in backyard, you might get a little bit more, a little bit less, but it's going to be about that. Short-term rentals vary dramatically. I mean, you can take two houses that are next door to each other, completely identical, and one operator runs the pricing and the minimum stay, minimum nights, and the seasonality one way, and the other person just lets it go. The one that's being optimized is going to make like 3 times the amount of money. And the other thing too is if you trend on Airbnb, and this is why unique is king and having real amenities, the difference between a 90th percentile property and a 50th percentile property, if you're completely average in the 50th percentile, and you compare it with one that's in the 90th percentile, like a like kind, it's not 40% more revenue. It's like 3 to 4 times more revenue. It's an exponential amount. So people are spending money on the premier, high-end, nice-looking, well-optimized properties. And it's not always about the visual part of it. It's, the forced equity side, although that's very important.
Right.
It's also about how you're protecting services that are high demand. Like we don't open up our Christmases until Q3, for instance.
Okay.
Because we don't want somebody pulling it off in Q1 trying to get a deal. So the demand also, it gives us a chance to see what the demand is like that year because they start booking very early.
Okay.
Christmas is like the most in demand week of the year, particularly in Western North Carolina. So we like to hold back, see how the demand shakes out, because if you book too early at too high of a price, they will cancel on you. But if you are able to wait, that price will continue to go up. We use all dynamic pricing.
I was just going to ask you, do you use firm for dynamic pricing?
100%,
Okay.
always,
What is
yeah.
that platform?
We use Price Labs. There's a lot of
Actually, someone else mentioned they use Price Labs.
Price
on the
Labs
show.
is the oldest, the best one. They're
Okay.
obsessed with their craft. They're just really good at it. It's a very technical platform. It's at first you may feel like you need to be an engineer to use it because it almost looks like a Bloomberg terminal when you first look at it.
Okay.
It's like it's a lot.
Okay.
But what's cool about it is that it gives you hundreds of levers to pull to really make sure that you're creating a pricing strategy that works for your property. So taking the time to learn Price Labs and then apply it to that property and make sure you get real comps that are not just because Price Labs found it. You can actually go and check the ones that you want to get a really good basis of what people are paying in real time. And then, the goal for us is when high season, we want to be the most expensive property, honestly. When we're in the low season and demand, we want to be the best value. you know, and ultimately we're trying to get the best guests and drive direct bookings. And
So, how does your property range in terms of, price per night, for instance, throughout the year? Are you, on the low end, $150 a night, and then on the high end, 400? Like, what does that range look
yeah,
like?
so my cabin is a good example. I've been running that one the longest. We'll go down to 125 a night in the very slow seasons.
Mhm.
I mean, in 3 years, we've only had 3 weekends not book. So, I
Oh,
mean,
wow.
we keep our occupancy high, but we'll try to target the price point that's appropriate for the weekend or the season. Um, but on Christmas, we're, 600, 650 a night,
Wow.
that week, or New Year's, Thanksgiving. Those are the big ones. And then October's just crazy. I mean, our strongest month. And
All the leafers
that's typical for all of Western North Carolina, though.
trying
Yeah.
to see the fall colors.
As a whole, July and October, and that's the great thing about Western North Carolina, just as opposed to maybe the beach. The beach is cash cow like crazy in the summer months, but they're
Mhm.
dead
Right.
unless you've got an interesting feature on the property or some kind of private. I met somebody who had like a deal with the fishing charters, and they
Mhm.
had a deal that they would actually pull the boat right up to their property that was waterfront, and then they had a fish cleaning station right there, and so it was like a perk, and that's how she got bookings through the December, January, February, which no one else. I mean, it's a ghost town the rest of the year, but
So it's all about that one thing that you have that
you
someone
gotta
else
think
doesn't.
outside the
Yeah.
box. Is my point? Yeah.
So how do you find the properties? I know you've got access to MLS,
Sure.
but there could be hundreds of new listings a day. So how do you go through, or are they not on MLS? Are most of the investment properties that you find through your relationships?
Yeah, it's 50-50. I mean, I would say 40% of my, and it depends on the season or the environment that we're in. Right now, 40%, 50% of my closings are off market.
Mhm.
So they are because of relationships that I've made. The other, during COVID though, you could find stuff on market all the time. Some of our biggest winners, that castle was on market for I think a year
Oh,
or
really?
9 months.
Well, I mean, your client stuck $500,000 into it. Not everyone wants to take that on. I mean, that was a huge project.
Right. Yeah. And that is, again, these are why we have the conversation early of
Mhm.
what are your goals? What are you able to do? We want to, I try to work with clients to show them the possibilities of what's realistic. And I think sometimes people come into this thinking that they're just going to buy a turnkey property that's going to cash cow like crazy. And that's
I think everyone
challenging.
thinks that.
It's
I think almost everyone thinks
it's
that.
not like that. It's not like that anymore.
Mhm.
Maybe it was when it
Right.
was highly speculative. Back when Airbnb, I remember the days when people didn't think Airbnb would even be a real viable company long term.
Why do you think that was?
I think anytime somebody's coming in to disrupt the industry, going to be a
Mm-hmm.
big voice, no matter what it is. There's going to be a lot of voices and a lot of strong opinions about, because people don't like disruption. There's always a group of people that don't like disruption for
Right.
whatever reason they have, and that's not a bad thing.
Creatures of habit.
Right. We like our routine. It's like,
Mhm.
nobody thought the malls were going to close down
Mm-hmm.
and be worth 10% of their value just because online shopping was a thing. But that's exactly what's happened.
Mhm.
I was reading an article this morning about mall values nationwide are a fraction of what they were,
Mm-hmm.
and what to do with these properties now. Some are converting to mixed use and putting condos over them, and then
Yeah, there's one not far from here that they're doing a lot of like medical space, office
Right.
space inside the mall to try to kind of keep the tenants there. And I'm sure the revenue or rent is probably, that structure has changed, because I know malls, they, for instance, like they'll pay their rent, but then sometimes it'll be in addition to that, it'll be a portion of their
then
sales
the
that they'll pay as well.
triple net or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. I'm not fully informed on that one, but
It's
just
not my
enough to
expertise,
pass the
but
real
yeah.
estate exam.
Yeah, exactly.
guess going back to the short-term rentals, let's just say you're meeting someone for the first time and they have this idea that they want to get into it. What is your first suggestion to them beyond let's figure out your
The first suggestion is to be open-minded, to don't get obsessed over location. I think it's drilled into our heads as investors, location, location, location. And I don't want to underestimate it to the extent that, it's not important. It is important. But it's really location for value. So that's what you're really, it's a metric of like, what are you paying to be in that location? To be honest with you, you can have a short-term rental be successful. You could throw a dart at a map of North Carolina and create a successful vacation rental if you acquire at the right price.
Well, we've talked a lot about, you've got yours in Bryson City. We've talked about the one, the Castle in Banner Elk, but Charlotte is also a good market for it. You're probably going to get a different buyer, right? A different client coming in and renting out your place. It might be someone who's here in town for a concert and wants to spend the weekend versus spending a week, but Charlotte still has a pretty strong, correct me if I'm wrong, short-term rental game.
Oh, it's growing every day. It's growing. I mean, what's interesting is, one trend right now is looking at kind of these B and C markets. So like places like, I don't know, Cherryville or Mooresville or Annapolis or Rockingham even. Like there was and if you look at the short-term rental availability there's really not much, but believe it or not, these are some of the most high ROI properties. And what's interesting about this is some of these communities they don't have the economy for somebody to come in and say, I'm going to open a hotel here.
Okay.
But these are places where people are, children are being born, they're graduating, they're getting married, they're having holidays together. There's events happening all over the place. And people typically, especially, I remember when my parents came into town, they didn't want to stay in a hotel. They wanted a short-term rental. And so they were looking, and there wasn't a lot available, but the one that was the most interesting and unique was the one that they ended up staying at. And then they became friends with the hosts, and now they're clients of mine.
Funny how that worked out, Levi.
but it's just interesting because I think, I get this question a lot of like, well, why would we get a short-term rental in a place that's not a vacation market? It's like, well, do people live there? Like, is there things happening? My son's in a sports league we're just starting, but like, we're traveling around and all kinds of stuff. And, I've got all kinds of family members wanting to come see him play. Well,
if everyone can get a hotel room.
Man, I don't want to stay at the Courtyard Marriott. Nothing wrong with Courtyard Marriotts, but they serve a function that doesn't always fit, these types of communities. And that's where short-term rentals really fill in the gaps. Not to mention the corporate rental opportunities, like the midterms, which big
People
cities
moving in and out.
And this is where Charlotte really shines, is you have a lot of engineers, for instance, that come in on contracts, 3 to 6 month contracts. They're not going to move here, but they are going to be here long enough.
And they get that per diem.
100%.
And they can spend it however they want.
Yeah. So they there's a lot of successful, we call them midterm rentals. So it's not a long-term, not a short-term, but it's a midterm. It's a furnished long-term, sort of. So
it's interesting how you mentioned family coming into town, and I think everyone would love to have the space for their family to stay with them, but it's just not the case. And when someone's looking at purchasing a property for themselves, especially a first-time home buyer, they might want a 2-bedroom, but in areas like South End, it just might not be financially possible to get that second bedroom for someone. So to your point, they will probably they'll have the choice, a hotel or An Airbnb.
There's a really interesting opportunity that is very unique to Charlotte, actually, right now, that kind of overlaps with my space, is that the ADU program. Have you talked to anyone much about the new ADU incentive that Charlotte is doing?
What is that?
So they're doing a grant right now
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know the detail. I read it when it first came out. This would be an interesting one, but Charlotte has decided that ADUs are
Accessory dwelling unit.
accessory. Yes. So it's basically another living quarters on property.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some criteria there, but essentially they will give you a portion of the money to pay for the construction. And then I think you don't have to give it back if you keep it for long enough.
Certain number of
like
years.
how
It
most
sounds
grants
kind of
work.
like first-time home buyer.
It's very
benefits
similar
as well in grants. Yeah.
But Charlotte's, I mean, it's a very positive grant, I think. And but what it allows people to do is they can construct something on their property that will not only add a significant value, particularly as certain generations are getting older, that there is a trend of moving in with your kids
right.
and having
Mother-in-law suite.
a mother-in-law suites. I mean, that's what an ADU
Right.
really is known as. But they're getting very popular in the real estate world on primary homes.
So what's in it for Charlotte then? Why is Charlotte like, we want to give you money to do this?
So Charlotte's got some density, I guess it's some density issues that, they want to create more value and basically increase density without, having to bulldoze a home.
Right.
Essentially, so essentially what they're saying is we need more density here. We know there's a demand for it. So, I'm not sure why. I mean, Raleigh's doing the same thing. But Charlotte, I think, pioneered this in the Carolinas and has come up with a fantastic opportunity for people. And I don't know how long it's going to last. But if you could short-term rental that ADU, that adds significant income that can offset your mortgage and makes what would otherwise be an unaffordable property like suddenly affordable.
Right. And that's actually, I keep going back to the previous episode. We had Brand Bronico, the Charlotte FC player, on the show, and that's exactly what they did. They have their house that they were renting out the bottom portion of it to a friend, and then they decided to build an ADU in their essentially the backyard, and now it's become this full rental property of the payments. The rental for the house pays for that mortgage, and then any other Airbnb that they get from this ADU that they've built in the backyard, that's just
bonus.
That's just bonus money. Yeah.
100%. It's a fantastic program that Charlotte's doing. And I think everyone that has a property that could qualify for this should at least consider it.
Now, if you're in an HOA, That might be a
Yes.
different story. You'd probably have to get approval.
Yeah,
There might be
definitely
stipulations.
100%. Know your HOA docs. And the nice thing about AI is that you can upload your HOA docs and then ask AI, like, what would be the process, or is this allowed? A lot of HOAs do allow it with some extra criteria. But the nice thing, too, about Charlotte is that so much of Charlotte was developed in, sounds so old, 1900s. I was born in the 1900s. But it was built
Barely, though. Just barely.
barely 40s, 60s, 50s. And there's a lot of before the suburban trend happened in the 90s, 80s and 90s. A lot of our development in Mecklenburg County was before HOA. So there's a lot of properties that would qualify for this. And if yours qualifies for it, I mean, I've thought about going back down to Charlotte. I live up in Iredell County now, but just for this opportunity, it's that good.
Yeah.
I mean,
you have a hard time saying no to things, don't you?
I have very hard.
Real estate agent, property manager. How many rentals do you have of your own?
Well, we only just started. So I have 5 of
Just
my
5.
own. Yeah,
That's not.
it's yeah, it's a lot of work, but we're scaling up, and I'm trying. I've decided to take property manage. There's just so much low hanging fruit there. Property managers right now, particularly in Western North Carolina, but kind of the old model of property management in short-term technology right now, that we can do so much. We can make a property make so much more money than how it's been done in the past. And so the opportunity is just too big. So I've started doing more of that.
When you talk about property management, you're not talking about you yourself managing your own properties. You're talking about actual company being hired by someone who owns a property to actually manage it.
Yep. Yeah. So my company is, we're fully licensed, insured, and everything here in North Carolina. So we're taking on select properties. Got to qualify for it because we want properties and owners that I feel like will be in that top 10%. Because
you said low hanging fruit. Why is that? What's the need that isn't being filled?
Well, even just the price optimization. I mean, some of the largest companies in North Carolina
they don't offer it.
They don't have any kind of price optimization, and it's not uncommon to have a pretty great house, beautiful 4-bedroom log cabins up in the mountains that struggle to make $30,000 a year. And then I look at their calendar, and their pricing is like way too low on certain dates and way too high on other dates. And
because the owner is setting the price, and then the property manager is
the
just
manager's setting the price now.
Oh, really?
Most of the with short-term rentals, typically the manager is going to set the price.
Okay.
And I just don't think they're very good at I just don't think they're very good at it. I mean, and they're
leaving money on the table.
They're getting beat hand over fist by small companies like me that are, they're going to have to adapt or get eaten up. So,
So leave us with a positive here. The short-term rental. It sounds like short-term rental industry is strong, and that there's
it's alive and well. It's evolved.
But you need to be smart and approach it in the right way.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I like to approach. Just like every client, every property, we approach it with a certain level of nuance, but there is a plan. I mean, we're looking for value. Where's the value? Where's the low-hanging fruit? Is it location? Because there's one on Lake Norman right now that I saw yesterday. It's one of the cheapest waterfront properties I've ever seen on Lake Norman, well, at least in several years. And it's kind of perfect for a short-term rental. It's in a place that needs short-term rental, and there's always people saying they want a short-term rental in Lake Norman, but those opportunities, when they're really good, usually blip on the radar and then they're gone. So
you have to be quick with them. You have to be ready to place the offer the day that you see it, if you get a chance to see it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, Levi, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. It's been a fun 2-part episode here.
Thank you. We
decided that on the fly that we would just kind of expand this into 2 episodes. It's been really just a learning curve hearing from you with how to approach the short-term rental game, and I appreciate your insight.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. This has been absolutely a pleasure.
Well, I think we'll have you on again sometime soon.
I would love to.
No doubt about that. Well, thank you so much for everyone else out there for watching this episode of Turnkey. We will see you next time.
Hey, welcome into Queen City News Plus. Today we got Order in the Court with Queen City News anchor Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
Khalif, always good to see you. As we got court is in session right now for Order in the Court. 3 topics today we're going to be talking about. One, it's something that's not talked about a lot, but instead of right to life, we're going to talk about right to die. That is going to be the third topic. And the second topic is going to talk about declassifying marijuana, what the implications are going forward. But first, we want to talk about Elon Musk is in court today with a lawsuit trial. Jury selection starts today as a ChatGPT maker, OpenAI. And so this is a really big case because Sam Altman, CEO, executives there, they believe that he deceived Musk and betrayed OpenAI's original nonprofit mission when it evolved into a profit arm, for-profit arm. So let's talk about this case today and how we got to where we are right now.
Elon Musk gave them $44 million over a number of years with the expectation that it continued to be nonprofit. That's probably the easiest way to look at it. At some point, Elon Musk was there in the leadership, making determinations, making decisions, and then he gets kind of ousted and leaves. Once he leaves,
2018, right?
2018, then they make the determination to shift to this for-profit model. And it has been approved by the courts. This model wasn't something they did on their own. Why was it approved? Because it was going to get oversight by the foundation. So there were a number of things in place that would give it protections to still be with the root cause in the thought process of its orientation. But Elon Musk is saying, listen, that's not what we agreed to. That's not what I gave my original money to. You've turned this into this money-making scheme for profit gain. And because of that, I think you've misled me. I think you misled donors. And I believe that now this should be reverted back to a nonprofit status. And the money that I'm asking for, 130 plus billion in damages, not million, but billion, that he's saying, I don't even want a dime of that money. I want it all to be given to the nonprofit organization aspect that this company should have been.
Yeah, this is a personal grudge match, it seems like, here between Sam Altman, who a lot of people know, but maybe not so much outside of the tech world and the financial world, but Elon Musk, everybody knows about him. But this jury selection here, there's been questions about how this jury is going to be selected today. And going forward, this trial's supposed to last about 4 weeks. What's your take on that?
It ain't going to be easy. Let's start with there. Trying to find a jury of your peers in Silicon Valley, like you say, that folks were going to know him outside of him as Sam Altman. Folks outside of there won't recognize him with his face. But on the other side, you got Elon Musk right here on the screen. You could pick him out instantly, and probably every kid will know who he is because he's everywhere, from SpaceX to Tesla to he has his hand in so many things that, yeah, you're going from X, you'll find him, right? And so I think finding a jury of your peers that can be fair and impartial is going to be extremely hard. And the judge recognizes that, decides to bring in 3 panels that are 3 times the size of what they normally would. He recognizes that these individuals are going to add some confusion to the jury selection process. But the judge isn't going to let that happen and without attempting to stop it. The question that will be asked is, okay, you may know these individuals, but can you be fair and impartial? And do you have any biases against these individuals? Okay, I do. Well, can you set those biases aside? And if the answer is yes, I can set those biases aside, the judge is going to keep them on the panel in the juries. But if you can't, then the judge is going to do something to attempt to rehabilitate these individuals and say, look, well, if I direct you to be fair and impartial, and, walking them through the steps that the court is going to require, then it's going to be hard for a person, let's say, have a truly, genuinely held bias against them that they can't set aside. And it's not something like, hey, I just got to go to work. Hey, I just don't like Elon because he blocked me on X or something. But it's a genuinely held belief that if I'm here, I cannot be fair and impartial. Yeah, it's probably going to be hard to pick a jury, but not impossible.
Well, talk to me about that a little bit. You've been in trial yourself, obviously, as a criminal defense attorney. And how do you go about saying, put yourself maybe in these type of shoes from either side? What do you want to see in picking a jury?
Well, both folks are going to want a couple different things. I think when I'm picking a jury, first I got to figure out, well, what am I trying to prove if I'm the prosecutor? And on the defense side, what am I trying to anticipate they're going to say about and what issues does my client have? And so in this regard, looking at what Elon has to prove, he's going to say, well, was there an enforceable nonprofit commitment? And so, and was that broken? So I'm going to be looking, if I'm Elon, for folks that are able to follow complex, negotiations that maybe have some nonprofit work in the past, that are able to understand what a nonprofit does and what impact they have on the community. On the other side, if I'm Sam Altman, I'm looking for folks that have some familiarity with OpenAI, recognize what it's like to transition from a nonprofit to a for-profit. Because on my side, I'm saying that, listen, there was no commitment to stay nonprofit. And if anything, Elon Musk knew. That's what Sam Altman is saying. That's what his team will have to be alleging. And that there was no binding promise. This was just an admission that could evolve. So also looking for higher educated people that can follow and track. And sometimes when you're in a jury, trying to find the perfect juror doesn't, always happen. It's not as easy on the movies. But it is a science to it. You're looking for people that fit and will listen and follow the narrative that you're trying to direct them to. And so sometimes if you recognize when picking a jury that, hey, this person ain't even paying attention while I'm talking, it's going to be hard for them to follow for 4 weeks when I'm asking questions to potential witnesses. And so those are small signs. But as you dig deeper, as you start asking these questions about who they are and what they've done, you're trying to pull out of them, is this person a thinker? Are they someone that will be easily pushed? Will they be someone that will listen to me? Will they listen to the other counsel? Will they listen to the judge's instructions? And you're doing all this in real time and with the assistance of other counsel to make sure you don't miss anything.
The other thing, too, here is there's a lot on the line, obviously, for both individuals here, this whole thing. But Elon Musk has got what's the impact, the potential impact that this could have on Elon Musk going forward?
Well, Elon Musk, obviously, he has. Once he left OpenAI in 2018, he started his own AI, XAI. So he has a vested interest in ensuring that OpenAI removes itself from the for-profit space and goes away so that XAI could be in that space and now fill the void that would be created with OpenAI leaving. And so there is a financial connection to this from Elon Musk, even though he says he wants none of the proceeds from the actual case. I talked about this before, that the things that happen in this won't have just a lasting effect scenario. It won't just be a dollar amount that's associated to this case. It will have impacts outside of there in the stock market. It will have impacts within the tech market, the tech world. And so this case will have a massive impact on Elon Musk and on Sam Altman. I mean, you have a IPO that's around the corner for OpenAI.
Mm-hmm.
It's this case. Yeah, so you ask about impact, it will impact everybody. And I'm talking about like crater size impact, that small.
Yeah, and also going to be testifying too. Obviously, it's going to be Sam Altman, could be Elon Musk, but also could be Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. So this is a who's who of billionaires that are going to be out there testifying, and everyone's going to be covered in this case, not just in Silicon Valley.
It is definitely going to be the who's who, but I take it back to the original thing. When you get up in that jury box, you've made it to the panel, but then they put you into the box for asking selection questions. Everyone, I mean, unless you're under a rock, is going to have familiarity with the names that are going to pop up hearing. But now, can you set aside any connection, any association, any biases that you created about these people? I mean, because Elon Musk is extremely vocal. He's someone that doesn't shot in what he wants. And so he may have made a post that offended you. But can you set that offense aside and still be fair and impartial? That part of the process, which is the most important part of the trial, is picking a jury that can listen, be open, and be fair.
We will keep following that for you when it comes to this trial involving OpenAI and Elon Musk and also CEO Sam Altman. The other topic we're going to talk about coming up after the break, reclassifying actually medical marijuana and the federal government, also the impacts of that going forward and the legal implications of that as well. You're watching Queen City News Plus Live with Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus with Khalif and Brian. Second topic of the day, we're going to be talking about, Khalif, and that is reclassifying medical marijuana. On April 23rd, a few days ago, Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, he signed an order changing the federal classification of medical marijuana. That move, which came at the behest of President Trump, it's going to make medical marijuana a Schedule III drug. It's going to bring enormous tax benefits for medical marijuana producers in 40 states. It's going to speed up a lot of the process on when it comes to reclassifying medical marijuana. Where do we go with legally this for the business standpoint and also for personal?
It's a couple of things. I mean, you hit it right on the head that President Trump's executive order signed December of 2025 said exactly this, that it required that medical marijuana and this research be increased. And how do you increase it? Well, the first step is to remove this classification status as a Class 1 drug and make it to a Class 3 drug. So now you get an opportunity for medical research to not have these extra hurdles they would have to jump through. I mean, before it was on the same standard as some type of opioids and things like that, and attempting to do the research that was required and could be used for it just wasn't possible. So now lowering that standard, it allows you to be able to get access to it on a lot easier basis. So for the medical research purpose, it's going to be great. Now, the issue that I would have with this process, or I should say not the issue, but the timing. A lot of folks will say, well, what does this mean today, right? Am I able to start grabbing, or purchasing it or doing that? And no, this isn't okay, now it's legalized on the federal level. No, this is just a reclassification standard. And so that order doesn't affect any legalization of cannabis. I want to make sure that portion is extremely clear, because people see these types of things and like, hey, the government's now not criminalizing it. That's not what this says. It's primarily for research purposes, because it's placing both FDA-approved drug products and medically municipal marijuana products subject to the qualifying state-issued licensing. And that is the part that I think is probably the most immediate thing that folks will see. This shift from Schedule 3 to Schedule 1 is going, because even within marijuana itself, those two classifications of marijuana, just the FDA approved in the state legal medical, doesn't account for all other marijuana that wouldn't be covered under this executive order or FDA standard. And so that is probably the biggest issue that folks will have when looking at this. This is solely for medical purposes.
So this happens if there's a research firm out there, there's a company that's out there, and they've already been charged with something. Can they go back and say legally, hey, look, we changed the rules on this. Does that pertain to me in any way?
Yeah, I'd say the answer is no. Most laws are not going to be retroactive unless the language inside of any type of law, guidance, or rule would be retroactive. It would say something like that. But you'd have to go back. First of all, a person or a company that would have some type of charge connected to having medical marijuana would have been brought probably on the state level or on the federal level, depending on the severity and the amount that they've had. And so I would say that first, that it would be no retroactive aspect. Second, this isn't even the final order yet. Yeah, they've issuing this thing saying that, but there still needs to be a hearing and an opportunity for folks to be heard on this topic.
Okay. So in businesses going forward, they can go ahead and continue or ramp up if they want to do that. And the laws differ really because it comes down to the states too, in as far as with North Carolina and South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, folks will definitely be able to if they're in that space. And I got to be clear, if you're not in the space of medical marijuana, if you're not using FDA approved or state issued and approved medically licensed marijuana, this doesn't apply to you. So this is fast tracked full rescheduling, and that will begin not today, but it says immediately, and that's the part that I want to make sure I'm looking at. It says a new DEA hearing starts June. So even though this is going out and to become effective, this hearing still has to take place.
All right. Yeah, we're seeing certainly a lot of shifts with that. Another
Well,
subject.
I mean, it's a core policy shift. Let's be clear on that. Other administrations haven't wanted to touch this. The Trump administration has talked about it for a number of times. President Trump was clear in December that this is something that was a priority. Go ahead and make it change because now businesses, companies, research industry can get a jump on doing the much needed research that folks have been asking to be done for years.
All right, good deal. That'll wrap it up for our second segment there, Khalif. Coming up, we're going to be talking about something else. Dying with dignity, assisted dying here. It's something you don't really normally talk about, but it is being talked about in several states, and we'll talk about that on Queen City News Plus, An Order in the Court. When we come back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian, as we're going to be talking about our last segment today. And it's something that's normally not talked about, really, but it is considered when you have someone who has been in a lot of pain, they have a terminal diagnosis, that's assisted dying, or it's called medical aid in dying, dying with dignity. It's legally for mentally competent adults in 13 U.S. states, in Washington, D.C., and a number of other states. North Carolina is considering this legislation of something like this, not really in South Carolina. But discuss that a little bit about the legalities with someone who is really suffering, and then instead of a right to life, they want to have a right to die.
Yeah, this is not euthanasia, so that's the first thing that people think about, like Dr. Kevorkian, like assisting people to die. This is that's not the same as this, and as you mentioned, it's legalized in 14 jurisdictions: California, Colorado, Delaware, D.C., Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington. Montana has pending court legislation going back and forth about that now. North Carolina does have some things on the books where they're attempting to get something like this passed. House Bill 410, a bill that directs North Carolina, this is the key part, directs North Carolina Institute of Medicine to conduct comprehensive study on medical aid and dying. So not something that would pass there to say, okay, now once that's passed, you can do it in our state. This is saying passes. It will allow research to be conducted to see if this is something that would help individuals in our state, different than some of these other states that have already passed it. Oregon was the first to pass it in 1997, but you've had a number of states looking for things like this.
Yeah, and we've had the states that are talking about it is providing a legal option for a peaceful death. Laws they would require like a 6-month prognosis, self-administration of
Yep.
a medication.
Yep.
This requires it further along with the research. But we all probably in our sphere or somewhere along our lives have seen someone that's really suffered in their last years, whether it's I have a family member who has tremendous neck pain right now.
Yep.
It's just can't deal with it. Someone who has a terminal diagnosis. Well, I'd rather not go through the end of the life of those type of things. But it does provide the option of whether you want to do that. But it's still a very, very painful decision because you think about that because we have this with animals. You can do that with animals. Assisted euthanasia when you know that their time is done. But this is a lot different to that. But it's certainly something that is being considered more and more now.
It's definitely being considered more and more, but I start with a couple of things. Is that palliative care treatment that's there already, that ensuring that the last months, the last days, the last weeks of a person that has a terminal illness are ones that their pain is diminished, right? You're giving them things that won't cure, that won't heal, but will ensure that that process is there and is a slower, process where they can enjoy their last few days. And so this works on that thought process. And it's ironic that we just covered the medical marijuana process when we talk about palliative care, because a lot of individuals that are going through that state where they are with chronic pain that's not treatable would connect to the medical marijuana research that would be used to assist them as well. I just think there are states out there that are probably not right now ready in their general assemblies to entertain the actual implementation of this in their states. I mean, if you're looking at the ones that I read, most of these are going to be either out on the West Coast or northeastern states. There isn't any state in the South, North Carolina being probably the only state that's on this list that has even remotely entertained that type of thing. I mean, and it's just, I'm not sure we're here yet in the South for that type of legislation to pass. And so I think it will be a state-by-state thing as you see it. It won't be anything that's nationwide because our laws don't work like that. And you need general assemblies in every state to adopt something like this. And then you'd have, massive challenges to this. You'd have folks that are saying you have a constitutional right to this, similar to abortion.
Mm-hmm.
And the courts, I would think this rendition of our Supreme Court, if this case came before it, would say, no, that you don't, that this is not a constitutionally protected activity, and that they would kick it to the states to make. That's why the states are making it.
All right. Yeah. I hate to end on the bad note here, talking about such a morbid topic or somber topic, but it is something that legally has some issues. Khalif, go out and live your best life as we have this week.
That's the goal.
That is the goal. So everyone out there as well, if you're watching Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian, go out and live your best life today. We appreciate you watching.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Ground Control, where we talk about all things outer space here on Queen City News Plus. I am your co-host, meteorologist Andrew Brightman, and of course, I have joining me my other co-host, executive producer Matt Campbell. How are you doing today, Matt, after an historic mission?
I am very happy. I'm just glad that it all went well. There was only one problem that they recurringly had on the flight, but we'll probably get to that. I'm just glad everybody is home so much to Earth, not just knowledge, but feeling.
Feeling is a great way to describe kind of what we experienced on that mission here around the moon and back, with the capsule Artemis and the Orion spacecraft touching back down off the California coast here near San Diego at approximately 5:07 Pacific time here this past Friday after a successful mission. But as you were there, and also this is one of those times when we splashdown here is off the coast of California. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think previous Apollo missions, they would be much farther out in the Pacific.
They could be out towards Samoa. They could be mainly just out in the Pacific, far out in the Pacific. And they would have all kinds of ships strung about the Pacific, but usually they were targeting for one spot. They had plenty of real estate, watery real estate though, but they would splash down out in the Pacific because they figured that would be the easiest way to get their ship back.
That's yeah, and it's just nice they didn't have to take such a long journey to get back home here like previous Apollo missions. But with Artemis 2 being back and complete, it's time to kind of recap what we saw. Obviously, this is the deepest, one of the big stories here was the deepest humans have ever gone into space here, because unlike previous Apollo missions, they were on what was called a free return trajectory here, which means they're not trying to actually get into lunar orbit, but they're just trying to go around, test the systems, have 4 people in the space capsule like that, and coming on back here, Matt. But let's kind of get into a little bit of what we saw here with the Artemis mission. Some of the interesting things there is obviously the Orion spacecraft coming back down, splashing down. What we saw here on Friday, I felt like it was almost a scene out of a movie watching that, Matt. But as we kind of get back to what we kind of learned here during the mission, can you take us into kind of what was going on with the toilet here a little bit? That was the big story here with the in terms of any hiccups out there with the Artemis mission.
This was a $30 million piece of plumbing where it was going to be similar to what we do on Earth. You could sit down and do your business, but they kept having an issue with the valve that lets the urine out of the space capsule. It kept freezing, and because it froze up kind of like pipes do during winter, they had to turn the ship where that side was in the sun, bring in some heat, melt the urine, and let it go out the valve. But they had to do that repeatedly because space is cold.
Space is cold, man. And yeah, that was kind of one of the biggest stories I saw out there in the news from this particular mission was kind of the issue with the toilet. But other than that, Matt, really, as we look back on this mission, for the most part, there were obviously the hiccups there, but it was a really successful mission, and really has me kind of I was going to say optimistic for the future. I was getting my O words mixed up here, but really optimistic for the future of what we have going on for human space flight. So, we're done here. We'll talk a little bit more about this, but the next mission, because of our NASA administrator, Jarek Eisman's been talking about, that actually Artemis 3 is going to be on the way next year here. And what kind of things we're going to be testing out with Artemis 3?
One of the big things to be testing out in Artemis 3 is the lunar landers that they're hoping to fly to the moon. They're also hoping it'll be 2. They're hoping to test out the SpaceX spaceship, which looks like something out of Buck Rogers serials from movie serials from the 1940s. And then Blue Origin is going to have its own version of a lander. They want to try both out in Earth orbit to make sure that they can rendezvous with those spacecraft, that they can do the dockings, that they can operate with these spacecraft out there. That'll be a very big test. And, it's going to be a long flight too, so it'll be a duration thing for them, But of course, we have astronauts who spend up to a year or more on the International Space Station, so we're used to that. But these guys are going to be in a two minivans.
Wow. Just impressive and really good. And you can see it kind of here in this image. They, I don't think I could ever personally be an astronaut here, man. It's it's very cramped in there in that capsule. And you were talking about the issues going to the bathroom here, but they don't have a lot of space or privacy when you're on a spacecraft. I mean, they don't have a ton on the ISS, but I mean, in the Orion spacecraft, and this is bigger than what they had with Apollo, because you have four people in there. But this is obviously very very kind of cramped and small space.
They found ways to stow parts of their seats. They can stow parts of that seat to give them more available, movable space. One thing you can do is that it's not just you're not lying on the floor. You can lie above the instrument panels. You can lie behind something, behind a couch, and that was one of the things that really helps. But again, it's 4 people in a very limited amount of space for 10 days. Yeah, it got cramped.
Yeah, no, got very, very cramped. That's just something I admire the most here. Is that you're in the spacecraft for you're over a week here, going around the moon and coming back, and you're in very, very kind of tight quarters with people. Hopefully, they were best friends going into this trip here around the moon, because that's who you got to deal with and spend very, very, very close period of time with during the duration of this mission.
That was something. I mean, these people have been training for 3 years. They were
Yes.
named to this crew in 2023, so they become friends with each other, and closer than many other friends. And that's one of the reasons why, as they were passing by the moon, they named one of the craters for the late wife of Reed Wiseman,
Yeah.
the commander. They named one of the craters that they had seen the first time that they had seen this crater. They called it Carroll, Carroll, and it was they were breaking up. They were crying
Yeah.
while talking about that, and that was something that just touched the hearts of a lot of people.
Yeah, and it really showed kind of that bonding they had with the astronauts together to do that, and that was definitely a very moving part of the mission. And Matt, coming up after the break, we're going to be talking more about some of the dramatic images that we saw from Artemis 2 going around the moon, the first time humans have left low Earth orbit since the days of Apollo. We're going to be talking more about that in the historic Artemis 2 mission coming up right after the break here. You're watching Ground Control on Queen City News Plus. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Ground Control on Queen City News Plus. I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman with my co-host Matt Campbell, executive producer. Matt Campbell, we're talking, of course, about the historic Artemis 2 mission that went around the Earth here and is now around the Earth, around the moon, came back to the Earth, and now splashed down off the coast of San Diego on Friday. Matt, just getting into some of the facts here. And I know you're a big facts guy, and we'll get into that a little bit later here in the show. But some of the big facts here, the total distance traveled here, almost 700,000 miles total, going around the Earth, going to the moon, to the and back. Maximum distance, this is the deepest, and surpassed the record set by Apollo 13, traveled more than 250,000 miles into outer space, roughly about 252,000 approximately. Capsule is coming back. How hard and fast these things can hit Earth's atmosphere, hit Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles an hour. Just
Moving.
just slamming. And just what were sort of the kind of the most breathtaking things that you remember here from this mission, Matt? I'll pull up some of the images here from the Artemis 2 mission. It's just kind of always takes your breath away every time, really.
One of the great things about Artemis is that they have cameras out on the solar panels of the spacecraft that can shoot the spacecraft and whatever body that they're looking at. So you can see part of the spacecraft and the moon, and it kind of gives a little bit of perspective to it. But it was amazing the detail that we could see on the lunar surface. It was amazing when we could see the Earth looking back towards our own home planet. We could see that. And I know a lot of people were comparing some of the images of Earth from this mission to the ones taken back in Apollo, and they were wondering, well, it's different. Well, one thing that they did back then is they used cameras that had film. These were digital cameras this time, and digital cameras, some of the best that you can get. And so they were taking very clear, very sharp images. And I remember the day when they were doing the flyby, and they had cameras stationed at every window inside the capsule. And they were trading off people who were taking photos and people who were getting cameras ready for them. It was just stunning what they did.
Yeah, and some of the astronauts actually were using, kind of just an unintentional ad for iPhone here, but some of the astronauts were using their iPhones to take pictures. Obviously, back in the 70s, that was not something that existed, Matt.
No. Isn't that one of the benefits of space travel?
That
is the kind of technology that we take for granted now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And just, how much smaller the chips have gotten and everything. And the closest, I mean, again, we've talked about it, was not going a full orbit, but a free return trajectory was still, the closest it got to it was about just under 4,100 miles here from the lunar surface, and then coming back fairly quickly here. And it's just amazing. I think it was the first ever solar eclipse from the perspective of the moon, basically.
Yeah. You got to see it and it was absolutely amazing. You could see the corona. You could see a little bit like of how the sun flares out when it's completely obscured by another body, and it was very clear. And they're going to learn a lot from that, even though it was just like a photo. I mean, those photos can give them knowledge about how the sun works, its lifetime. And I'm really looking forward to what we can learn from the images that are still being processed.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to that too, Matt. Just kind of thinking about, what do you think some of the most important things that they're going to have learned from this mission when it comes to Artemis 3 and Artemis 4? Obviously, kind of testing out the systems, having the crew together, using the Orion capsule. But what are some of the most, obviously making sure that the lines don't get frozen with the toilet, but what are some of the most important things when they kind of look forward to maybe the actual crewed mission to land on the moon? What are some of the big data points you think they're going to be taken away from?
Well, they've learned a lot about the surface and the different places. I mean, at some point, we're not going to be just going to the side of the moon that we face.
Yeah.
We will be. The Artemis 4 is supposed to go close to the south pole of the moon because that's where we believe there is water. Water from comets and other things has collected in the craters and the cavities and the crevices there on the moon. And that water can be used to keep people alive on the moon and in sustained environments. It can be used as fuel for future missions that will go beyond the moon out to Mars. So I think they have a better idea of what is there. And they've also looked at places where, we could eventually land on the back side of the moon, the far side of the moon. And we did have somebody call last week and say, don't call it the dark side.
Yeah, it's true. It's just the side that because obviously when we have a new moon, that side of the moon is actually completely lit up.
Mhm.
Because we obviously have just always one side of the moon that is that is facing Earth, and it's just really really fascinating. Just thinking about, I just still can't believe it was over 50 years from the last time we left low Earth orbit. But I was just really blown away for the most part how smooth really the mission went, and how little there were in terms of problems. It's just a testament to the preparation that the astronauts had been doing over the course of the past years, getting ready for this mission here. And it's still interesting because in the age of, you've got SpaceX, you have Blue Origin, this is still, truly NASA with the SLS and the Space Launch System, sort of that, the government funded version of space travel, still kind of leading the way in that respect.
Yeah, there was one other hiccup that they did have on the flight. They needed help with Microsoft Outlook.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, that was like the first couple of days. They were not able to get their email properly, so they had to call down to NASA IT and get the Geek Squad on the phone and help them fix that. That's another thing that we're getting from this mission is the communication.
Yes.
It's just how important it is to be in touch with Earth, and not just for information, not just to monitor the mission, just for humanity, just to be able to talk to people.
Yeah.
One of the things that was great was when they did basically a phone call from the Artemis spacecraft to the International Space Station, and there were crew members who had been in space. Christina Koch had, I forget what her name is, had a friend, a fellow astronaut who was aboard the International Space Station. They were over on the International Space Station the last time that they were together, and they did spacewalks together. Jessica Meir, I want to say, or Jennifer Meir. I forget. I'm sorry. I don't know this off the top of my head. But it's just cool how they could talk to each other and say things like, you've got the mango salad, we've got the mango salad too.
Yeah, I know they had better food than what they had on Apollo. Much better food. Yeah, just because obviously it was expected to lose context as they're going around the far side of the moon, but obviously they have problems just like the rest of us here, man. You're not getting the right emails during the mission. So that was really just fascinating in that respect. But Matt, coming up after the break, we're going to be talking more about what lies ahead for the Artemis program here as we get ready for what's going to be eventually, which is going to be kind of a testing phase, and then of course Artemis 4, that planned first lunar landing since Apollo 17. We're going to be talking about all that and more coming up here on You're Watching Ground Control on Queen C News Plus. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Ground Control on Queen C News Plus. I am your co-host, meteorologist Andrew Brown, my co-host, executive producer Matt Campbell. We've been talking all about the Artemis 2 mission, having the astronauts back here on Earth safely, and for the most part, the mission was a complete smashing success. But now it's time to look ahead a little bit here, Matt. We have got right now the next Artemis mission is Artemis 3 here. Originally, this was supposed to be the mission that actually takes us back to the moon and we land on the moon. But our new NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, changed and actually upped the cadence of launches and wanted to use Artemis 3 here as more of a testing phase for some of these landers. What was kind of the main driving factor here, Matt, for kind of changing the cadence here of these missions as we but still keeping that same date for when we land back on the moon?
They want to make sure that all the equipment works. And the one thing that hasn't been tested, the thing that hasn't been completed, is what we're going to use to land on the moon. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. They've got to make sure that equipment is working. And so they have given the two companies, SpaceX and Blue Origin, time to get one built for next year so they can try these things out. They can move them in space and see how they will work when they finally do land. That's one of the big things that they have to do, is they have to make sure that landers are ready, because you can do, if you don't have a lander, is to just do another flyby like we just did. So you've got to test out that equipment. You got to test out EVA equipment. They're going to be making sure, because they're going to be walking on the moon at some point. You have to make sure that those suits work too. That's similar to what they did with Apollo 9 and Apollo 10, those two missions back in the 1960s. They were dress rehearsals for lunar landings. Apollo 9, they used the lunar module in Earth orbit. Apollo 10, they took it down to within 50,000 feet of the moon's surface.
They're like so close. They're like, shouldn't we just go for it? No. But yeah, I remember, because I was trying to think. I know Apollo 10 got extremely close, 50,000 feet here. That's roughly, they're about 10 miles off the surface of the moon here. And one of the interesting things is they're still working on exactly where in Earth orbit they want to test out some of these different landers here with the mission. They're considering low Earth orbit or high Earth orbit here, kind of trying to work that out right now. But it was really interesting for Administrator Isaacman. He's like, hey, we're completely kind of rebooting what we do here. We're actually going to make this work, because one of the former NASA administrators, I think during the Trump administration, was like, hey, I don't think it's possible for us to actually land in 2028 here. I think these systems that we're using are extremely complex, and I don't know if we're going to be able to really make this happen here. Jim, I'm sorry if I'm saying his name, Jim Bridenstine, was one of those things when he was testifying in front of Congress. He was like, these systems are extremely complex. We've never tested them before. I don't know if it's even possible for us to land in 2028. And I think that was, probably some Administrator Isaacman coming in here after it was confirmed, right before Artemis 2 was supposed to launch. He did this whole revamp of the missions, and he's like, we want to get back to where we were during the Apollo period, which is we're doing one launch here. Well, actually during Apollo, I think they were doing more than once a year, but they, at least once a year of testing out and making sure kind of are ready here for going back to the moon. Someone who, loves the space program. Not quite on your level, Matt, but it's really exciting to know that they are really committed here to getting us back onto the moon by 2028.
They're trying to just test out the hearts ready to go. They don't want to do anything flying by the seat of their pants on this. They want to make sure everything works, because when they do get to Apollo 4, which is going to be hopefully in 2020.
You mean Artemis 4, a little Freudian.
All right, yes, Artemis. Yeah, forgive me. Artemis 4, when they finally do get to that in 2028, that's when we're finally going to set foot on the moon again.
Yeah, and that's when we're going to sit back on the moon. And then, we start talking about, there's many more kind of in the planning stages after that, Artemis missions after that, where we kind of start getting in this cadence where they want to build up basically a research station on the moon. It's going to be really fascinating to watch that happen. And obviously it's going to take, successive administrations here to be really committed to that goal here, Matt, because that's the thing. You can go through 2028, but then after that, potentially a new presidency, a new administration, and maybe a new NASA administrator. And it's kind of really the fascinating thing here is, one of the things that still unites people out there is the space program.
Yes.
To kind of get that buy-in and be like, hey, are we actually going to start to maybe build a more permanent presence on the moon? How do we get ready to go to Mars at some point in the future? I just think right here, we are right at the beginning, sort of the true, like the genesis of this new space program here as we're going to be developing going out in the forward. And that's something I am personally really excited
Yes.
on that. And I just hope it keeps kind of going on this path of the success that we saw with Artemis.
It will be very important, and this helped because we got to know a lot about these astronauts on Artemis 3. We got to know a lot about them. We got to feel their personality.
Yeah.
Victor Glover was very effusive, spirituality.
Yep.
That touched a lot of people. Again, just getting out into the space of the moon and the feelings that these people had and sharing, and they were in awe. They were just and one of the things that they said, how does this mission make you feel? What word would you use? Humility.
Yeah.
Was their thing. And if we can keep people excited for this and keep people interested in this, it will get us farther. We have to keep people's interest. We have to tell them why we're doing this.
Yeah.
And, that's one of the things why I wanted to bring up was, we have modern computers because of the space program back in the 1960s and 70s. We have global communications because of the space program back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. All of these things have transferred into our lives every day. And they were developed because it got its start with the space program.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important.
No, it's extremely important. And again, it just for me being the optimist, I just love the idea of humans going farther and farther out, really into the universe here, man. I'm looking online. I don't think they've even announced the crew yet for Artemis 3.
I don't remember. I don't
Okay.
think they have.
I've been doing a little bit of a search here. Yeah, I don't think they'll be I'm very excited to see when they announce actually the astronauts that are going to that crucial testing phase of the landers here as we get ready for that. And of course, and then it'll be the big moment when they announce the Artemis 4 astronauts here that are actually planning to land on the moon again. Hopefully, plan is for 2028. So that's going to do it all for us here with this episode of Ground Control. But Matt, it's time for everyone's favorite part of the show. It's time for this week's version of Matt's Fact.
Yeah, and the Matt's Fact this week is going to be about what we were just talking about, how much we get from space programs. The Artemis program is expected to have cost about $100 billion. The Apollo program from 1962 to 1972, about $109 billion. And we spent $199 billion. This is all adjusted for inflation. About $199 billion on the space shuttle, which flew for 20 years. That's where the investment goes. Those are the numbers. Those are the facts on that.
Got our accountant here this week. Here,
those are my taxes.
For this week's edition of Matt's Fact. Loved it, Matt. And that's going to do it all for us here on Queen City News Plus. For my co-host here, executive producer Matt Campbell, I am meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We will see you right back here on the episode of Ground Control right here on Queen City News Plus. Take care.
Welcome into Queen City News Plus Live. May the 4th be with you. I miss it every year, but not today.
Not today.
I'm Morgan Francis, joined by Derek Dellinger. We've got meteorologist Brandon Lawson and Austin McCullum controlling things behind the board. Beautiful day out there. We'll get to the forecast in just a little bit. Sounds like maybe some rain on the way. Which we
some
desperately
good rain.
need.
Yeah.
So we'll get those
Definitely a
details.
reason to stick around with the forecast.
Oh yeah, we need it. But first, Derek, the Strait of Hormuz, the latest with that, it sounds like the U.S. has launched this new effort to guide commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, there's a little bit of pushback on that.
Yes, the escorting, as it were, through the Strait of Hormuz kind of has been happening. They've been able, apparently, to escort a handful of ships successfully out of the Strait of Hormuz. But while all that's happening, we have also gotten details on U.S. also basically firing upon 6 smaller vessels from Iran. also within the Strait of Hormuz, apparently sinking those ships. There's also a question as to whether or not, at least at this point, that the ceasefire is over, because Iran has reportedly resumed some attacks on the United Arab Emirates, and there is the sinking of those Iranian ships from a little bit earlier. We're told we are going to be getting a press conference a little bit later on this afternoon with the Department of Defense. Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, expected to speak then on some of the developments, along with the general that's supposed to be there. But President Trump has said that the strikes are likely to resume if Iran, and his words, and I quote here, misbehaves.
So they're calling this effort Project Freedom. And Iran says specifically that the U.S. trying to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz is a violation of this fragile, what is now 3-week ceasefire. The UAE said it came under attack by Iran for the first time since the ceasefire took place. So again, what was already a shaky ceasefire, now you've got Iran saying that the U.S. has violated it, and it's making moves. Meanwhile, a permanent agreement still hasn't happened. Trump said on Saturday that there was a new proposal coming from Iran, but it said that there was skepticism that this would result in any sort of a deal. In the past, we have drawn conclusions that maybe in the deal there wasn't that agreement to end any sort of nuclear program.
Yes, and we've seen off and on some proposals Iran has made to the United States in regards to end whatever is going on right now as far as this conflict is concerned, and there have been some non-starters, shall we say, at least in some of this, in regards to whether it's Iran's nuclear program or the development of Iran's nuclear program, or anything that more specifically that the U.S. is asking for as a result of this. In regards to the Strait of Hormuz opening without any type of tolls or anything like that, that is something that's kind of been something that there are a lot of things, there are a lot of moving parts, shall we say, and this ceasefire is still officially in effect, even though there are questions as to whether or not things are over right now, considering some of the advancing actions that have been happening out there. We're going to be keeping you up to date on that. We'll have latest updates coming up on Queen City News at 4. Another big story happening today. This one is actually out of the Supreme Court regarding mifepristone. It's also known as one of the abortion pills. Supreme Court has temporarily restored access to the abortion pill, blocking a lower court ruling that threatened its access. That lower court ruling, by the way, came down last week, and Supreme Court's basically saying, hey, we want to hear all the arguments on this before we actually make a final decision on this.
So this means that women can get the pill at pharmacies without an in-person visit to a doctor. And by mail. So it's the accessibility of it. It's the most widely used method for abortion in the United States. Now, Louisiana was the one that sued to restrict the access, asserting that its availability undermined the ban there that they had put in place. As a reminder, when the Supreme Court made their Roe v. Wade decision, it put everything back on the states, and then you saw all of these states going through and making their own laws and about abortion.
Yes,
and some more strict than others.
South Carolina is one example of how restrictive they've been and are trying to continue to be.
Kristen Hawkins, the president of the anti-abortion group Students for Life, said, quote, pill pushers receive every benefit of the doubt, including today as Justice Alito allows pill traffickers and Big Pharma to operate temporarily while arguments are sent to the court. That's obviously the extreme other side of all of this.
Yeah, Samuel Alito, we should mention, is one of the conservative Supreme Court justices, but his order basically says it allows the access to mifepristone to exist for at least another week or so while both sides respond to the court. And as the court tries to consider this issue, we could have a ruling. It sounds like we might actually have a ruling rather soon on this as far as legality is concerned. But while that's happening, there are some other groups that are pro-abortion that have made a point of saying, hey, if mifepristone is not going to be available, there's another pill that is still legal. I think it's misoprostone.
Yes, and they used to be prescribed or used together.
Yes.
And doctors and pharmacies were already kind of planning to move solely to the other drug in light of this previous ruling that, prevented women from getting mifepristone.
And that drug is still legal, by the way.
Right. And so now that this has changed, they're all probably going to go back to offering mifepristone as well.
So there was a wild story that happened over the weekend, and this is off the coast of South Africa. It involves a cruise ship where a hantavirus outbreak has happened, and it's led to the deaths of at least 3 people, including an elderly couple, a bunch of people sick from it. Hantavirus coming from basically the body waste of
urine
rodents.
and feces of rodents.
Yes.
So rats and mice.
And apparently
I mean,
they were on the ship.
The effects are insane.
Yeah.
They can cause diseases that affect the lungs and the kidneys.
Yes.
And there's
Severely.
really no treatment or cure. If it's caught early, it increases people's chance of survival. But imagine being stuck on a cruise ship where people are coming down with this.
And people cannot get off that ship
And
right
they
now
can't
because of
get
that
off
outbreak.
because
Yeah.
they've been kind of quarantined to this ship, which just sounds like a nightmare. There are 150 tourists on board. Sadly, the first victim was a 70-year-old man. And then his wife was at the airport trying to get back home, essentially, which doesn't make sense because they weren't allowed off the ship. But anyway,
I think
she
this
was
is
trying
before everything was discovered, probably.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense then. Anyway, she collapsed and she died at a nearby hospital. So a husband and wife passed away because of this. One other person passed away. So 3 dead. Multiple other people who are still suffering,
including apparently some of the ship's staff as well.
Right.
Some of them were also sick.
I
with
think
this
2 of
as
them
well.
at least.
Yeah. This is all happening off the coast of South Africa. A lot of details on this. That's the ship, by the way, and I think a lot of people are trying to figure out exactly what is next for those people. Because remember, we've heard of some of the cruises where there have been outbreaks of similar, shall we say, not pleasant things happening, and people have been stuck on there for days and days at a time.
I want to say
That has
there had
happened.
to have been one during COVID where
think
there was a quarantine situation.
There was, and we've had
That's
like
the
norovirus
risk
outbreaks. on other
you
ships.
take when you
Yes.
take a cruise. You're on the boat, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
This is just insane video. You've probably already seen it come across Instagram. There is a United plane that hit a bakery truck as this man was driving on the New Jersey Turnpike. Take a look at the video, and then we'll break it all down. Happens fast. I can't believe he's okay.
Yeah. Only
mean,
had some
he-
minor injuries as a
Like
result of
glass
that.
in his
Yeah.
arm and hand, and that was it.
Yeah.
His name is Chuck. It was the Bakery Express. He was driving for that company. 2 p.m., nice day. He was singing as he was driving. Seemed like he was having a great time until he got hit by a plane.
Yeah, going down the road on the New Jersey Turnpike, which is right next to Newark Airport, and apparently, shall we say, things got a little too close. That plane, by the way, United plane, had also apparently not only hit that truck, but also a light pole as it was trying to land.
Before the truck, it
There
hit
was
the light pole.
barely any damage to the actual
It
plane
landed
itself.
just fine.
Yeah,
Everyone was fine. I
But-
mean, it doesn't look like it. You can't see anything inside the cab of the truck.
yeah.
It's just insane. Newark's had their fair share of issues. Last April, controllers lost radar and communications with aircraft heading to Newark for about 90 seconds. That triggered delays and cancellations. This particular United jet, the NTSB and United Airlines, they're both investigating, trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, the flight crew that was actually on board that plane, they've been removed from service while the investigation is still happening too, because there's still a lot of questions as to how exactly this happened. That's something that only the NTSB wants to know, but at this point, I would imagine Newark Airport wants to know, but also United wants to know as well because of what path did they take? Were they just flying a little too low? It appears that may have been the case.
I think they probably were.
Yeah.
It looked like it might have been just a hair low.
But I mean, again, this comes with investigations as to make sure whether proper procedures were followed. That will likely take some time, but we should be getting
an
details.
NTSB
Hopefully.
investigator for that breakdown.
I could also
Maybe
be a
not. I'll
media
stick to my
representative for them
day
too,
job.
but it's going to take some time.
Thankfully,
It's gonna
everyone
take
is
some time.
okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe that we're saying that with that type of a crash.
Yeah.
Other airline news: Spirit Airlines over the weekend announced that it is starting a wind down effective immediately. So flights are canceled. Customers are getting refunded. Some of the customers might have to wait. It sounds like the customers who booked through their website with a credit or debit card, they probably have already been refunded.
Yeah.
But other ones who have booked through maybe a different service or
Like
another,
Expedia or-
right?
yeah.
They might have to wait or might not get refunded. We don't have much clarification on that side of things.
Yeah, this
But quite the disruption.
Yeah, this left a bunch of people in a lurch over the weekend. In fact, once the news came down on Saturday, very early Saturday morning, we should have about the shutdown. There were some people that actually even showed up to Charlotte Douglas International Airport that were trying to figure out exactly what steps they needed to take next because they were kind of lost. Some people were actually on a way to a destination, and when they landed, there was no other Spirit plane to get them to their destination. This is also the problem for some of the staff, some of the flight staff, flight crew that were on these Spirit planes as well, because there was nowhere to go really after this. And
There
so
was a pilot who was supposed to have his retirement flight with Spirit, and he wasn't able to do it. And there was another airline that stepped in and said, "We'll give you your retirement flight." And so they gave him a different kind of retirement flight. But it's interesting when news like this happens, our email inbox takes off, right? So we have the announcement from Spirit. 30 minutes later, we had an email from, I think it was Frontier Airlines, announcing that they're going to step in and offer low fares. And then within 30 minutes of that email, we had another email from another airliner saying that they're going to offer to keep prices low for those Spirit customers who were impacted. However, there was a CBS News analysis that found that average fares jumped by 23%, or roughly $60 for a round-trip flight when Spirit exited a route. So the long-term projection of this points to fares are probably going to go up because there's less competition.
Yes, and JetBlue, they are marking a bit of a return to Charlotte Douglas International. They are actually going to be picking up a bunch of flights, including some that are on Spirit's direct paths, like namely Fort Lauderdale. And we know a bunch of people that usually do make that trip. But apparently, I think they're going to be offering $99 flights through JetBlue for that. And what's interesting, though, is that JetBlue and Spirit were trying to merge, and they weren't allowed to merge. And now Spirit shut down, and JetBlue is taking the place, kind of, sort of, right now. But they are basically starting to launch routes, which actually could in turn help some of the people that have been affected, some of the pilots and flight crew that might have been affected. But Spirit, in the shutdown announcement, they did cite the rising fuel costs, which has been a problem for everybody. In fact, it's causing
they declared bankruptcy
thousands of dollars
twice
more
in 1 year. I mean, they already had financial troubles before all of this stuff with Iran started, but I think this was probably the cherry on top, and the bailout talks for $500 million
the nail in the coffin
stalled. So absolutely. Nail in the coffin, more appropriately than cherry on top, maybe. Let's get to our forecast, because as we mentioned, beautiful day out there today, 75 degrees right now. We are expecting some rain eventually. I'm going to wait for the expert to tell us exactly when, though, Brandon.
Yeah, it's coming. Middle of this week, we're looking at beneficial rainfall. The thing that's kind of unfortunate about all this is that we've got the Truist Championship in town.
Right.
Thursday's day one, and it's going to rain Thursday, and that's going to be the rainiest day of the week. And honestly, it might be the rainiest day we've had in 2 months. So I guess if you need
Hope
to
you have a ticket to the tent.
Yeah, right.
Take advantage of the drinks and the food.
There's this running joke. I'm a big NASCAR guy, and anytime NASCAR goes to places where there's a drought, there's always rain. And we got the Coke 600 coming up later this month, so maybe the sporting events are going to help us out. Not our sports fans, but at least help us out with the drought. No, nice start to the week here. We've got beneficial rainfall coming. We got middle of this week, cooler conditions later in the week, drier as well as we get into the weekend. So here's a look at the rain chances for you. Thursday, that's going to be the wettest day of the week here, and again, possibly the wettest day we've seen in a couple of months. There's some totals that are showing maybe up to an inch of rain that day, possibly up to 2 inches locally in some areas. Something to watch Wednesday night and Thursday. Good amount of rain for the area, enough to where we might even see maybe some isolated high water concerns west of I-77 on Wednesday night and Thursday. So it'd be poor drainage areas, low-lying spots, not a major flooding threat, but still, it just goes to show that this is going to be a good rainfall event for us. Radar keeping us dry today. It's all because high pressure's in control. But here's our weather maker off to the west. It's going to be bringing the rain chances as we get into the middle of the week. You see the cold front up in Omaha right now, Chicago. Not a lot of moisture with it, but by Wednesday at noon, you can see the moisture pooling out of the Gulf there. So this is noon Wednesday. We're still dry. Wednesday night, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, really in the evening, we start seeing showers moving to the mountains and foothills north of I-40. And then Wednesday overnight into Thursday morning, here comes the more widespread rain, heavy at times over the area for the morning commute. We'll continue to see occasional showers through at least the morning hours, late morning hours on Thursday. And then by Thursday evening, only a few isolated showers and storms out there. So again, there's the flash flood threat for Wednesday. Very isolated threat west of I-77. But just a sign that it's there. I mean, up to an inch of rain for some of the areas. So that's good. Maybe an inch and a half as well. So this is going to be a good soaker for us. We need it. We'll be dry as we head towards the weekend and maybe get another isolated storm chance by Sunday. But again, guys, we still need more rain. We need to continue to have this consistently stack these 1 to 2 inch rainfall events to help us get out of the drought. But this is a start.
Okay, we'll take it. Whatever we can get.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brandon.
So, we've heard of GameStop over the years. Chances are when you were a kid, you probably went to GameStop to pick up a game or something like that. And you've heard probably in the past couple of years, there was the meme stock and everything like that. Well, now these guys apparently, they want to try to buy eBay. Yeah, that is a story. We'll be talking about that. That is coming up wherever you're watching us, be it on Facebook Live, YouTube Live. There we go. Yeah.
I
Live
understood
TV.
you.
Queen
Just
City
fine.
News Plus app or CW Charlotte. This is Queen City News Plus Live. We'll be right back. .320. This is Queen City News Plus Live as we take a look out at Independence Boulevard on this Monday afternoon. Beautiful weekend, beautiful day so far, 77 degrees. If you want to take a look at Brandon's forecast, it's available on the Queen City News Plus app, also at QCnews.com, anytime you want to take a look. We do have some other news to tell you about today. Rudy Giuliani back in the news. He's in the hospital right now in Florida. Apparently, it's a reported case of pneumonia that sent him there over the weekend.
Well, and they say critical but stable condition. The 81-year-old was sent to the hospital. And it's, ironically, he was just on his talk show and had said while on air that he was a little under the weather. His voice was a little raspy. And then it turns out that he lands in the hospital. And go ahead.
Yeah, the latest details that we have is actually he's breathing on his own now, so critical but stable, and that apparently was partly due to this. Now, he was hospitalized yesterday, put in critical condition because of all this sickness that was going on with the pneumonia. This has basically been an interesting little added extra aspect of Rudy Giuliani because ever since he stopped being mayor of New York back in 2001. He's had a very interesting history, and this one is just it adds to that history, for lack of a better words.
I mean, he was known as America's mayor.
Yeah. His name of the show, his radio show.
When the terrorist attacks happened on the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, and then he, tried to run for president and then was advisor to President Trump, spearheading those efforts to stay in office after the 2020 election.
Yes.
But he's had his fair share of health issues. He at one point was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and then he fractured his vertebrae and had some other injuries in a car crash. So he's had his fair share of just kind of random health things, and now this.
And,
it's
also a rather interesting personal history too, and professional history because of his the controvery surrounding his relationship with President Trump, including him being disbarred from practicing law in D.C. and New York City. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and just his health progress, and we'll go from there. I'm telling you about this before the break about GameStop and eBay. GameStop is looking at buying eBay, which I find really interesting here because if you take a look at how much GameStop is worth and how much eBay is worth, GameStop is worth less, but they are wanting to buy eBay, and so they're going to be taking on a whole bunch of money to actually try to make this happen.
Yeah, it goes off to the write-off people.
And what gets me too, it's that it's an unsolicited offer of like eBay says this came out of the blue.
I know. GameStop proposed out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And eBay's like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
So there were no talks whatsoever. I mean, no conversation between the two companies until GameStop just presented its proposal to eBay. It's significant. I mean, it's $56 billion takeover, so it'd be $125 a share in cash and stock. I was just checking before going into commercial break on, checking their stock, and they're up 5%. eBay is. GameStop is down, but they're the ones who are buying, not the ones who are being bought. But yeah, I thought it was interesting too. Is this is in efforts to compete with Amazon.
Yeah. And what gets me as well is that they're basically wanting to turn GameStop stores, I think they're probably
little hubs almost.
Little hubs, like kind of what we've seen with like Whole Foods and Amazon, as well as a bunch of drop-off locations.
And shipping locations.
Yeah. And they're basically wanting to do the same with these GameStops. I think where GameStop is going to be in a good spot for this is because GameStops are everywhere. Like even in my hometown, there's a GameStop. And there, let's just say there's not a lot of other retail options there for that type of service there.
Right.
And to actually have that ability to actually have that there, especially anywhere, that would probably be very beneficial for having these drop off and send off locations. Something that I think would be very, very beneficial. Like if it works, if it can work, it would probably work that way.
Well, and this is interesting too, because one of the proposals would be live sales broadcasts from GameStop locations featuring eBay products. So kind of capitalizing on everyone being on their phones.
QVC meets our streaming room.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what
Producer
it is.
Austin.
Thank you.
Yes.
God, is that you?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. So the CEO of GameStop owns 9% of GameStop, and then GameStop, if they've kind of been accumulating shares of eBay. They already own 5% stake, and now they want to own it all. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, it will.
There's this DC protest on a bridge that we've kind of been tracking all day. There's a guy he's known for doing this, by the way. He did this in 2022, same bridge, protesting the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and he was there for 28 hours. And of course, it led to all sorts of road closures because that's what they have to do when there's someone just hanging out on a bridge. This time, he's doing it to protest Iran, the war, and the Trump administration, and AI. So quite the mix there.
Yes, the activist, by the way, his name is Guido Reichstatter. He says that he does plan on coming down soon, his words, and direct quote there, but he has not necessarily said when. I think there was an anticipation that he might be coming down today. He's been up there since Friday, but as a result of his actions up there, it's closed down at least one lane up on the bridge and has led to some traffic issues up there in D.C. for people trying to go around that bridge because he has been there.
I mean, he's been doing interviews from up there too. So he's
Yes.
got his phone. I think he has a tent up there as well. But he's, interesting way to protest.
Yes.
I'm sure he'll be in a lot of trouble when he gets back down.
Probably, most likely. Coming up after the break, big old fashion event is happening tonight. It's the Met Gala. We'll have a quick look at what to possibly expect. It's coming up. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
It's called fashion.
Yes, and it is fashion's biggest night. In fact, if you want to see where fashion meets art, the Met Gala is something that's going to be happening tonight, and there are expected to be quite a few people
Celebrity guests.
Celebrity guests there. Beyonce,
Yeah.
Nicole Kidman, Sabrina Carpenter, Venus Williams, also of note. The boys from Heated Rivalry are supposed expected to be there as well, and that could be a look at what men's fashion is supposed to be like. But you will get these very artsy looking things, the clothing, and whether or not it's meant to be clothing. Some of the stuff you see right there is what you'll see there. And again, it's where fashion meets art. It's going to be starting at 6 o'clock tonight.
Tickets are $75,000 to roughly $100,000.
Unless you've been
Tables
invited,
are
yeah.
right around $350,000. Now,
But you gotta be
they've gotten
flashy. You gotta
criticism
be flashy,
for
though.
this being for the ultra wealthy, but it benefits the Costume Institute and Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. So it's their biggest fundraiser of the year.
And you'll be seeing a bunch of pictures about it tomorrow. Yeah. Probably here on Queen City News Plus Live as well. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for watching.
So he's on his phone talking to me, being so loud with the doors open.
I mean, he's a multitasker, though. On the plus side,
You know, that's true. That's what
Savannah,
you
he's
said.
a multitasker.
Oh my god, I don't know if these are icks or if this is.
It's wrong.
Welcome back into Unhinged. If you've been following along with any of our previous podcasts, you know that us three, we're really trying to put ourselves out there a little bit more, all on our own journeys. And Alicia, you said that you had a little bit of some news interaction.
I pulled a little of both of your energy, and I actually, hell broke over. I approached a man, you guys. Kind of.
I am stunned and thrilled to hear this news. Tell us all about it. How did you do
I
it?
did it. Okay, so I was out at Barcelona with my girlfriends on Friday, and no, so it was Saturday. And I walk in, and we're sitting at the bar, and I see this guy sitting directly across from me, and I went, and I don't do that.
Alicia.
No, I don't do that.
That is like a cartoonish flirting.
I love that. And then he like smiled back and waved, and I was with my friend Val, who y'all met. And so she's like, "Ooh," and I was like, "Tone it down. Don't scare him off." I was like, "Don't scare him off."
We can't both be doing this.
So we're like making eye contact. I wave at him again. I'm like, "Who am I?"
Oh my gosh, you're so bold.
So eventually we meet in the middle, and I was like, "I never ever wave at men." And he goes, "Well, it's our energy. It's energy." And I was like, "Yes, boy." So
was he right? Did you just feel like
it was
kind of
an energy thing. It was a total energy thing. Like I don't have it in me. You guys know I don't approach guys. But it was just an energy thing. We had the best conversation. We've been texting.
Oh my gosh,
all
shut up,
weekend.
Alicia.
Yeah, so he's from New York. Yeah, listen. I don't know what this could be, but it was really good. And I told him, like, did you guys know I'm always like leery, like, what will a guy think of dating a mom? Off the bat, I was like, I moved here because, I have kids, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, do you want more? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, but they're quick. I told you, like, I'll probably marry this guy. We fall in love in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's
so, you know what I mean. So it was just, but either way, it felt really good to have a flirt. It felt really good to be confident enough to like, it just felt good. It felt good, girls.
Okay, so he lives in Charlotte.
He lives in Charlotte. He's from New York. He's lived here for 8 years. He does not have kids, but he wants kids.
This is perfect.
Yeah. It was a good vibe. 6'4", 6'4". So far, we'll see, girls. We'll see. It was just baby steps.
Happy again that it felt right.
You girls were rubbing off on me. It felt right.
It's not even about the result.
No,
it's just about.
It was about the act, and I was like, okay, I can do this. I can actually not like be shy and socially weird. I can approach somebody, and that felt good.
Which it's so funny because you're the least shy, socially weird person that I know.
Right.
So like when it comes to like these romantic situations, it's always so surprising to me that you feel that way. But also, it's so true because I feel like the first few times that you do it, the worst possible thing is when you have those memories where you're like, I want to, and I said something, and now it replays in my mind for the rest of my life when I'm trying to fall asleep. I'm like, I can't believe I said that. There's things like that.
Oh yeah,
but this was a success.
This was a success. This was like a little god now. The universe being like, put yourself out there, girl. So thanks, girls, for all the talk. I think it's rubbed off on me.
I like that. See, I have over the weekend found new reasons to not approach people.
Why?
I got kind of like into a rabbit hole of like more icks that people are going through. And of course there's the traditional ones, but the latest one that I saw, and as summer's coming up, is she was filming like a group snorkeling or whatever, and I think her boyfriend had a little, like, not like a floaty, but just like holding on to it like a little light vest and underwater, and his feet were just kicking. He just had like little pointed toes kicking under the water. Now, granted, if we're talking form, very pointed feet.
I love that.
I think it's cute.
I think it's really cute. But here's my question also. Do you think when people get these icks, do you think that just means you're starting to not like them? And this is just manifesting in another way, and you're trying to find an excuse for why you don't like them?
You gotta hit on something deep. Yes, I think so. Like any little thing's gonna start to annoy you about that person. Can you maybe subconsciously want out?
Sure. Some of it's that. Some of it, when we talk about icks specifically, for me, that's just like, I don't even know the person necessarily, but I like see them from afar and I go, it's like, that's like kind of an ick. But definitely if it's like someone you're dating or seeing or talking with, and then you're starting to notice, like I definitely get bothered by smaller things.
Sure. Yes. That you usually let slide.
So isn't that just like, you're moving into a different phase of your relationship and maybe they're just bugging you?
No, because if you're really locked in and you love that person, those little things won't even annoy you. You'll be like, oh my God, but he's so true.
Now, Alicia, I got a question about this.
What?
You were married.
Yes.
Did you, and you were in love.
Yes, I was.
Were there things that he was doing that you were like, this is bugging me, and you were like, I'm just going to choose to not let it bug me because I love you? Or you know what I'm saying?
Where's that balance?
Clearly you like deepen,
Not in my marriage. Like I never caught the ick with him ever. I did date somebody for 4 years, the artist, and I distinctly remember this when I caught the ick. My parents were visiting, and he was like sitting in my hallway eating Chinese food out of and he, like I guess he was at the bottom of the bowl, and he started scraping the fork against the bowl, and I was like,
That's
I
so
like
funny.
snapped at him, and I was like, oh, this is really sure.
You said, oh,
I was like, and then that was the beginning of the end because I started noticing everything. I mean, beginning of the end was also he was sleeping with somebody else, but you know, I didn't know that then. But when you catch the icks, then you start noticing every little thing, where you're like, oh,
There are icks, and then there are world-shattering behaviors.
right.
Thank
Thank you.
Very
Thank
wide
you.
range.
Yeah.
in
really
between.
major ick getting cheated on.
That's right. I am curious though as to where you would stop a date at this point, because I had a date that was full of so many icks. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I had been seeing this guy for a couple times, and it was like a Sunday night. And at this point, I'm still not sure if I like him, if he likes me. Like, I don't really know if he cares if I live or die. You know, like it's kind of one of those.
You've told me about this guy. Have you?
I might have.
Okay.
So we had like watched a movie at his place one time, and that was fine. And I noticed though, like when we were there, he put on a sweatshirt that had like a little like toothpaste stain on it. And I was like, okay, like just throwing on your dirty clothes. I guess we're casual. I'm not that prissy. That's fine. But then one Sunday night, he texts me and he's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm just like, "Oh, I'm watching TV, watching football, like with my cat, that kind of thing." He's like, "Without me?" You know, one of those.
Yeah.
So he promised for sushi and wine, and we watched scary movies.
that sounds great.
Nice. That's fun.
That's ideal night.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
great.
great
night.
But he shows up to my apartment with the same dirty sweatshirt on,
Yeah.
with the same toothpaste stain.
No.
So he's walking up to my apartment, and I'm already like, "No,
No.
you said I need you
What?
to turn around."
Yeah.
And a bag, and
and
with
a
the
bag.
backpack.
With
Oh
the bag.
no.
Okay.
No.
You was prepared for it. You just will ring your bag. You promised me
He said,
dinner.
"We're having a slumber party."
Yeah, did he bring the sushi and the wine?
Shows up empty-handed.
Nope.
But I'm like, okay, maybe he'll
Maybe
order
he'll
it.
Grubhub it.
That's
Maybe
fine.
he'll Uber Eats it.
Yeah, or maybe he'll ask me what I want. You know,
Yeah,
that's
Okay.
sure.
Did he do
fine.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Okay,
he
that's good.
comes into my house and gives me like a, "You live here?" Almost like he couldn't believe I lived there. Like,
Wait, what do you mean?
Like,
Like-
does she live nicely?
Yeah.
Like,
and, like,
that this is a nice apartment?
It's a nice apartment. Like, I love my apartment. It's not
Yeah.
anything crazy, but my ceilings are kind of tall. And so it gives like a
True.
pretty big impression when you walk in. Other than that, nothing shockworthy.
You're like, I washed my clothes, sir.
I wash my
clothes."
yeah,
You said, I wash my clothes just
I
like
wash my
everybody
clothes.
else.
there's a candle lit over there. But
Right.
I don't know. So I was off put by that too, right? So he's
Yeah.
already before he has walked into my apartment that I'm like upset with. But it's like a straight shot down the hallway, and then you go in the little living room area, and I bring him in. I was like, "Oh yeah, no, here's the place, yada yada." And you have to like walk by the bedroom and bathroom, but like, you know, no reason to stop. And he goes, "Oh, gotta see the bedroom."
Oh, no, you don't.
And I turn around, he's walking himself.
Yeah.
Starts opening doors
Oh,
in there.
you know what? That's like what I would do when I was in middle school and I would go over to my best friend's house. I would go straight to her pantry.
Right.
I was walking in there. But
Right.
guess what? I was in middle school and it
Which
worked.
Yeah.
Raised in a barn? Jeez.
Well, she didn't have sugar in her household.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
That's
true.
different.
That's true.
That's different. I don't have any Pop-Tarts in my bedroom, so I have no idea.
No,
what he was
exactly.
doing
There was
there.
no Pop-Tarts that he was like,
No.
He has no home training, as we say.
Right.
Mm.
So I shout after him. I'm like, "By all means, give yourself the tour." And he's like, "It's really nice in here."
Get out.
Then he goes into my bathroom, right? And it's not like you have to ask permission to use my bathroom,
Sure.
but like, I'm nowhere near you. And then there's like 2 doors to it, like 2 entrances. He starts peeing in the bathroom with both doors open so loudly.
you said, hey, we're not that
No.
close.
So loud.
We're not that
No.
close.
So loud. And then starts talking to me.
As he's
Wow.
peeing?
And he goes, "Hey, it looks like there's a lot of places that will deliver sushi around here."
Oh,
So he's
no.
on his phone talking to me, peeing so loud with the doors open.
I mean, he's the multitasker, though. On the plus side.
You know, that's true. That's what
Savannah,
you could
he's
say.
a multitasker.
Oh my God. I don't know if these are icks or if this is.
It's wrong.
I didn't know what to do. And I felt bad because if none of those reasons felt like reason enough to be
Sure.
like, "Go home."
As Liza would
It
say, her
was.
13th reason. That
No, like,
It was. I realize now it probably
No, it
was. But I felt, again, like I was like, "Oh, I don't want to be too
rude. Yeah. Why do they always feel like that? Guys don't feel like that. Like, if they need to get out of something, they get out.
I get out.
Yeah.
And then we do end up, he does order sushi. So we eat and then we start a movie. And he's kind of doing one of those things where he's just like sitting there next to you on the couch going, the minute I make eye contact, like he's going to try to pull a move. And I'm just not wanting that. Because again, I am so off of this guy at this point.
Yeah.
I just pretend to fall asleep during the movie.
Yeah.
I just kind of give one of the, oh, because I don't.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
You should have said your stomach hurt from the sushi.
Maybe. I didn't really know what to do.
I know, but that's what's tough is like when it's your place, it's like, what you can't just be like, hey,
You can, because
You
it's your
can.
place.
Get
That's
out.
your place.
Yeah. But it's uncomfortable to be like.
That's that nice
I want
Midwestern
you to
girl
leave.
that's in
That's
you.
true. You're right.
The New
That's
Yorker
so
in me is
true.
like, here we go. Yeah,
She's like, get out.
Get out. Come back. Don't pass go. And I would
Don't pass go.
I'd be like, listen, I got to work early tomorrow. So
Yeah. She said, let's wrap it up.
Yeah, so I was like, I fell asleep and then pretended to wake back up. And I was like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry I fell asleep. And I asked him what happened and he explained the end of the movie. And he was wrong, by the way, because I was still listening to it and he was wrong. And I was like,
I'm
man.
surprised that you didn't actually fall asleep. I feel like if I have my eyes closed for a certain period of time, I'm
Well,
gonna.
she didn't know this guy.
Yeah, my
That's
fight or
your
flight
right.
was activated.
Your fight or
Yeah,
flight.
Yeah.
Or freeze. Shit,
Yeah.
flight freeze.
I am
Froze.
a freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Are those icks? Are those?
Yes, he came into your house with a on and gave himself a tour.
Yeah.
Peed with both doors open while he had a phone in his hand and was talking to you. It is icky.
I love that summary, Alicia.
Thank
That was
you.
really good.
Thank
That
you.
was
Thank
really.
you about
I think that is true. And now the question is like, is it icks or is it just dating etiquette? You know,
Right.
things like that. Where is it these things that are standards and are important to you? You know what I mean? Where is it? What warrants the difference between an ick and an etiquette rule?
I think we can go through some of the
Yeah.
most common ones when we come back. Welcome back into Unhinged. We are talking about the icks. Getting the ick. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it overcomable? These are really personal to a lot of people, but there are also some that are very common. As you've got the list right there
Yes.
about some of the most common icks.
on Reddit right
and
now.
this is typically with straight women and straight men.
Yeah, I'm on the
Right, this
dating
list.
threads,
On the dating
and
threads.
somebody asked, ladies, what are your biggest icks from dating experiences? Curious to know what were some of the worst or maybe niche things that you've experienced. One of the first things that people mention is bad hygiene.
Oh, yeah.
That will always, I mean, that's across the board. I don't even think you can call it an ick.
That's
Yeah,
deal
It's
breaker.
like that's deal breaker. That is also again etiquette,
Right.
where it's like, hey, maybe we brush our teeth, maybe we go a little crazy, use a little mouthwash,
Take a shower.
you know, like and here's the thing is that the majority of the time, I think people are doing that before they're going on a date.
Yeah.
They're making sure of that. But if you're maybe falling out of that habit a little bit later,
The
into the
stinky
dates,
apples that ruin it for everybody else. It's
Yeah.
just one bad hygiene date. You're just like,
that's true.
Yeah.
So that's one of them. Let's see. Here we've got also. Oh, I won't date smokers. I can't stand the smell of cigarettes. And my last date had this gross smoker laugh.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I feel like the smoker laugh is more of an ick versus smoking. Because again, smoking, that's like also part of a lifestyle.
I think it's
I don't like a smoker.
Right.
yeah.
Right. But like, oh, they had a weird laugh.
Yeah.
That's an ick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an ick.
Mhm.
But also, again, this is the same thing where it's like, oh, if you have
Mhm.
young kids, maybe you're like, I don't want somebody who smokes
Yeah.
like
Around, yeah.
around them or something like that. So
Yeah.
again, might be preference. But also now I feel like we're in a time where it's less cigarettes and more Juul, vape,
E-vaping.
you know, like all of those things.
Mine is table manners. I'm really big on that. So if somebody is chewing with their mouth open or talking, somebody doesn't know how to hold their fork, like all elbows on the table, like that drives me crazy. Like, let's be adults here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some etiquette.
I'll let the most ridiculous things slide, and then on the opposite side of the coin, like the smallest thing will just set me off and go no.
You have a list of icks.
Okay, what are your icks?
This is a list of
We
like,
have an ick alert.
they're all really weird.
So we got a button. We've got a button for it.
Okay, we're gonna tell. Last night type we agree. Go.
Yeah.
When they tie their sweatshirt around their waist.
Oh, I don't mind that. It's kind of girly, but
All right,
That's
I'm
funny.
not defending myself. I'm just saying it's cute.
I get it. But I
Yeah.
think, I'm gonna let you have that
okay.
one.
Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah, you can have it.
Go ahead.
When they hold something small or like a cup that doesn't need two hands, but they hold it like here.
That's so funny to me. I think it's so funny.
Like someone's
Who notices this stuff, Savannah?
Okay.
Okay.
Just go,
Okay,
So if they're drinking and they're like really thirsty,
Yeah.
and you can hear them breathe into the glass like a little kid.
Okay, no, what's interesting is that I can understand how it would be an ick to you, but I've had this in previous relationships and it's so funny to me. I'm like, wait, do that again. Like, let me take a picture. That was
I've
so
never even noticed it.
like
Is that what I should do to get over it? Just like film them and be like, hey, you're being weird.
yeah, I think that and that's the question is how do you overcome an ick?
You
can't.
But I was dating a guy and he started talking to me in a baby voice. And I was like, "How's your day?" He'd be like,
Hit the
I can't even do it.
hit the button. Yeah. No. Or on the same side that when they like won't cuss, but they use something close to it. Like I had on here, there's a quote, what the Fuddruckers?
Oh, that's so corny.
Get
That's
outta
just
here.
corny. Get out of here.
That would, you know what? A very unique pick. Very unique pick of Fuddruckers. That's
just
really
corny. No.
Hate that one.
No.
Hate that one. Oh, this one, I know. This is so on me, right?
okay.
When they go to the bathroom in the middle of a movie, like in the theater.
Oh, well, sometimes you gotta pee.
Sometimes you can't help that.
That is not an
Savannah.
ick, Savannah.
Plan
You don't know their bladders.
Plan better.
You don't know their bladders. There's a lot of goes about them 3 times in a movie.
That's
So
I,
these
one
aren't
time, me and Elise were talking about this, and I was like, I think that they should have an intermission in a movie so I can go to the bathroom in the middle and I don't have to miss anything.
And this is why this is like the difference between like an ick and like a deal breaker.
Right. Yes.
Obviously, that's not a deal breaker for me. But this weird stuff will just make me side eye you a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I mean,
not
if
gonna come back.
you're rude to servers, if you're like that is huge. And also that was on Reddit as well, where a lot of people were saying that. But it's also just like that. I think is indicative of how you treat many people in your life. You know?
If you're cheap, it's a deal breaker. I'm not expecting to be a sugar baby over here, but don't be cheap. I can't stand a cheap.
Absolutely not. Oh, you ever have somebody bad freestyle rap at you?
No, no.
Yeah.
When did that happen to you?
Why?
When
did that happen to you?
Yeah, who's freestyling
Several
rapping to you,
times.
Savannah?
Or they'll just be like, it's like someone's got a
the
beat
guy-
going, or they got.
Where are you hanging out? Who has beats going? Who's in a cipher?
It's just.
She said, I can't name names. I can't name names.
I'm not
Ferret.
naming
The guy
names
was Ferret.
because I'm sure he thought he was very good,
No,
right? Or like they'll like
no.
make up songs that are like songs or raps that are just really bad, like bad freestyling.
They're
Unironically, like he's
Yeah.
being serious.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Like you want to check this out?
No.
You know what?
That That's right. Hit that button.
Yeah.
Hit that button.
This is one I've seen online a lot too, and it's typically with younger guys. This was mostly in my early 20s, but it's something where they make a weird face before they go in for a kiss.
I've seen that was like a thing on social media where like people were making these videos of like parodies of that.
You guys are very observant. I don't look at these men like that.
I'm watching
She said,
everything.
"I don't pay attention to you."
I don't look at you.
Where it's like they like take a deep breath in, but like through their mouth, and so it feels like a Dementor is coming at you as they're
like
going
a breath
in.
coming out. Oh,
Yeah, where it's like,
no.
I mean, like, choo choo, here comes the plane. Like it's that, and it's so bad, and it makes me never want to kiss anyone again.
Now, here's what I will say is that I think that I see this also on social media where guys are commenting, they're like, I don't even know what I can do that won't be an ick. And, you know, and it's true.
I
Like,
feel for him.
Okay, I really,
I'm
sorry.
exhibit A.
Savannah busted out a list. She's like, "Oh, you guys want to know icks?"
She's like, I'm going on my weirdest ride.
Let me scroll through the list. Yes,
There's so many more to it. No, right?
That's all I'm
She's like,
realistic.
okay, thanking people with their hands like clasped and like a short bow, like if it's not part of their culture, where they go, thank you. But like it's not, it has nothing to do with their culture. It's just something to choose to
At least
do.
they're saying thank you.
That's true.
It doesn't have to be that serious.
That's a baby ick. No, it's not.
It doesn't warn the Lisa.
No, it doesn't. You're not about saying thank you.
Yeah. Thank you
Thank
for joining
you.
us today on Unhinged. Appreciate you and your time.
Yeah.
We'll be right back after the short break.
Welcome back to Unhinged. We're still talking about icks because we just started going off the topic too, where again, well, first of all, let me apologize to anybody who I've personally offended by my very, very hyper-specific list.
I don't think anybody, Savannah, very for holding little things with their little hands. What'd you say? Like,
Holding two things with their hands, like if it's like a Cheeto
very few people
or
are
a
walking on their tiptoes. Your list is very specific.
Yes. Yeah.
But we were talking also about, you know, where there are these icks, but I don't think that icks really apply to friends.
I think they 1,000% do.
Really?
Yes, the difference is you'll dump a boy, you won't dump your friend.
That's
You'll just be
true.
annoyed with them. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
caught
okay.
the icks with friends. I have a friend that holds her fork or knife like this.
No.
And like, I'm like,
oh, like when
yeah, she's like cutting her steak like this, and I'm like, what the hell? Who taught you to cut a steak? That I caught the ick.
Okay. That
freaks
is
me out.
so interesting.
I have a friend who puts her towel over the door instead of hanging it on the hook, and I'm like, do animals raise you? I caught the ick.
Yeah, that is.
But here's also my question: do you tell your friends these things? Do you tell them?
Yeah, well, you know me. Like, yeah.
Alicia, yes.
And then they catch the ick.
She will.
I do, but I say it with love because I want everybody to be at their best, and I
No.
want them to put me at my best.
But this is my other question: is when you are dating somebody, do you tell them about the ick? Because I think with friends, I think you feel more like you're more capable of sharing that with a friend, because also friend breakups don't happen as often.
Right.
But then when you say like, I don't like that you did that. Like,
no, because how can you
you
sanely
know?
look at a person and say, I don't want to see you anymore because I watched you chase a ping pong ball across the room and that was bad for me.
that you can't say it.
You go more vague.
Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to say when you're in a relationship.
So if it's reverse, if you do something to ick someone else,
Should they tell
do
you?
you want?
Do you want to know?
Do you want to
Yes,
know?
I wanna
it-
know.
Or do you want the? I don't think we're a match.
I want to know why we're not a match.
No, I think
Okay.
that a candid conversation is always going to be better. Because if someone's like, yeah, I watched you trip and like I just can't come back from that. And you know what? And then at that point you're like, well, fair enough.
Yeah. But it's hard to be honest. I once broke up with a guy because he ate like Dave's hot chicken and tried to kiss me. I'm like, I don't want to kiss you.
I don't want your hot chicken mouth.
No, like no. Then I was like, we're just not aligned.
That is
Like,
so funny because, like, again, these are such hyper-specific things.
Yes.
And, like, but I again keep going back to the fact that it's like, you know what? You probably didn't like
Yeah,
them that
you're
much
right. Didn't
anyway.
like them that
You
much
were really
anyway.
just looking for something for a way out.
Yep.
Like,
I'm just gonna call it a name.
that's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
it.
that's it,
That's
girls.
really it.
Oh no. Oh, that's hard out here.
I feel bad for these people who I'm putting this on, but listen, if you're swinging your feet weird on the bar stool, like,
But then think about it. When you're hyper in love, we're not thinking about icks.
No,
So
it's
these are more
true.
for
It's
just the generalness of it all.
this is why dating is weird and hard.
Yeah.
This is where I admit I am part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'd also like to be part of the solution.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we gotta have some like closing words. Ladies, what has been your biggest ick in a relationship and how did you deal with it?
My biggest ick was someone being mean and making comments about other people's physical appearance.
Oh, well, that's just nasty.
Which I was like,
That's really bad.
we don't need to do that.
We don't
don't
need
need
to
to
do
do that. And then I was like, yeah, let's wrap it up. Like,
Yeah.
I don't need to be in a relationship with
Good
somebody
for
who's
you.
like that.
Yeah, nasty person.
Yeah.
No, not good.
You know, I'm double checking my list here.
You know, like Savannah's like me where she loves a list.
I love
I list too, but now I just put at my ick list.
As a journalist, I document these things. I got to know what's happening to me. I would have to say the bad freestyle rapping is the
That's
worst
good
of
on
it.
multiple occasions.
That's-
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fair.
Well, no, that was multiple people who have tried to freestyle.
You've had multiple people
what kind of people
freestyle
are you
rapping
dating?
You guys,
Savannah.
you guys.
Savannah.
I know.
I think
Are
you might need to
dating?
you might need to send these to people to vet them for you before you
That
go on
part.
the date.
That
A questionnaire.
Yes.
Have you? I will. I'm gonna make an it questionnaire.
Your questionnaire.
Oh, do you do these things?
Actually, I know. So one of my friends went on a date with a girl and didn't go well. He ended things. She sent him a Google Doc saying,
Ooh.
"Hey, could you give me feedback on what I could have done better?" And I'm
her.
like, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's mature. I like that. I
that.
like
You
that.
appear to have ghosted.
That's mature dating. I like that.
And it's also like, you know what? Now this is helping her be more
Yeah.
self-aware.
Yeah.
And this is also giving closure in the most corporate sense.
Yeah, I like it.
And she knows now better what to do on her next date.
Closure dot.
Love it.
All right, guys. Well, with that wraps up this episode of Unhinged. What are your icks? We're wondering. We'll see you next episode. Bye-bye.
Now, Queen City News, mandatory water restrictions are now being enforced in Statesville amid the ongoing drought. So how it's costing some local businesses.
And I know we were saying this last week several times. More beneficial rain is on the way for later this week as well. I'll show you when it's coming. That's ahead in my Pinpoint Weather forecast.
Now look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Wow, a venomous snake bite sends a local mayor's wife to the hospital. Why experts believe the attack may be a rare case. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
City News starts now.
Enforcement on mandatory water restrictions has officially begun in Statesville, and city leaders are now cracking down on how much water residents and businesses use as the region now continues to deal with some of the worst drought conditions in decades. Queen City News reporter David Schumann now looks at the fines for those who don't follow the rules.
Extreme drought has triggered water use restrictions in Statesville, where Chris Kolakowski's power washing and window cleaning business is based.
We're having to reschedule all of our customers in Statesville right now, which is about 10 or 12 customers.
He was at work in Terrell on Monday, but he says indefinitely postponing the Statesville jobs takes more than $6,000 out of his pocket. He has no choice, though. Power washing and driveway car washes are off limits in the city, and watering lawns is heavily restricted too.
The city says the goal is conservation, not enforcement. But breaking these rules comes with a $200 fine the first time, then $400 and $600 after that.
Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect in several other cities and towns in the area. Chris has his eye on the rest of Iredell County and Charlotte Water, which imposes restrictions on its customers next week.
It's definitely a snowball effect. It's not just going to be one town. The longer this lasts, I mean, the bank only holds up so much. My reserves, they'll start draining.
But Statesville officials say this is necessary to maintain a stable water supply. And some people are doing their part beyond cutting out their outdoor water use.
Don't flush until the second pee, and like you said, don't let the water run while we brush the teeth.
Okay. Yeah, we're in a drought. You got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what you got to do.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
So Lincoln County leaders are now joining the list of local governments implementing outdoor water restrictions due to the drought. So lawn and garden watering will now be limited to 2 days a week, depending on what side of the street residents live on. Officials also say restaurants serving water isn't allowed unless a customer specifically asks for water. One person is dead and another person is injured after a shooting in the city of Chester. So authorities now responded to Pinckney Street last night around 8:30 for a call about gunshots in the area. Officers found one person dead. Another victim was taken to the local hospital. No word, though, on how they're doing at this hour, but investigators have not said if any suspects have been identified. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says that his wife is still recovering after being bit by a copperhead snake. Now, this happened at the couple's Union County home last week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell met with the mayor, who says that he wants his wife's story to be a warning to other people to watch where you step this summer.
We were grilling salmon outside. I'm on the deck. My wife's in the backyard, actually by our rope swing. And sure enough, she's out there talking to her dad on the phone. And I hear, "It's not good, babe, it's not good." And I'm like, "What's not good? The salmon's gonna be great, honey. I don't know what you're talking about."
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says within seconds, his wife Lauren realized that she had been bitten by what they believe was a 4-foot-long venomous copperhead snake at their home last week.
And I look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Burns says his teenage son tracked down the snake in the backyard and eventually killed it as he focused on rushing his wife to Atrium's Hospital in Matthews.
Her ankle was swollen about the size of like a softball. They were quickly taking her vitals. She could actually feel it tracking up her leg, getting to her hip.
Burns tells us while his wife is still dealing with some excruciating pain after being treated, thankfully she'll be okay.
They are a native species. We do coexist with them here in the south.
Reptile experts like Patrick Camberos with Cold Blooded and Bizarre say copperhead snakes remain prevalent in the Charlotte area.
And it's important to stay situationally aware, look where you're walking, because in the summertime down here, there is always the potential of snakes being out and about.
Camberos tells us 95% of copperhead snake bites typically involve a person trying to bother the animal, and that this attack involving the mayor's wife is a pretty rare one.
If you are unfortunate enough to get bit, proper protocols involve keeping the affected limb above your heart, staying very calm, taking off any restrictive jewelry. Definitely don't suck on it, don't bite it, don't cut it, don't tourniquet it, nothing like that.
And of course, get medical attention quickly. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
All very good tips. You know that snake just wanted a little salmon. All right, thanks, Matt, for reporting there. So a vote to advance the proposed merger of two of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers may not be happening this evening. So leaders at Atrium Health and Wake Med announced the $2 billion plan Friday. Wake County commissioners would need to approve the agreement, but the state auditor and state treasurer are now both stepping in to delay that. Both David Bullock and Brad Briner have expressed concerns that the merger would increase health care costs in the state. According to Briner, though, commissioners have agreed to delay the vote, though the board has not announced any changes. Their meeting begins at 5. Of course, we're going to let you know if any updates come from that. City leaders are also unveiling Charlotte's budget for the next year. So the city manager will present the proposal to the city council at tonight's strategy session. That meeting begins at 6, and we'll have those details tonight on Queen City News at 10. As Americans now pay more for just about everything, from gas to groceries, Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. And while the proposed fares increase won't be as much as the last one, riders tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis that it's an expense they'll need to budget for.
Since making the move to an on-demand transit system instead of bus service, riders in Gastonia say things have been good.
I like the fact that I can bring both my kids for free.
The city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. At that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders.
You would go Gastonia, I spend $1.25 now. With the buses, I was paying 60 cents.
Gastonia City Council is looking to raise the rates again.
Is it still going to be affordable?
Fares would go from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip for regular riders, and from $1.25 to $1.50 one way for reduced fare riders.
50 cents is okay with me.
Okay.
To have a ride back and forth, for sure.
Now, the city of Gastonia sent out over 10,000 surveys online, and there was a QR code inside of the van. Many people say they may have to budget a little more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
For me, I just take those offers, $1.50. Hey, it's better than nothing.
The city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. If approved, the new fares will take effect July 1st. There is a public hearing at the next meeting, and we contacted city leaders to find out more on the potential increase, but so far we have not heard back. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
All right, thank you, Will, for keeping us posted there. So JetBlue Airlines now returning to Charlotte Douglas International Airport in the wake of the Spirit Airlines shutdown. So JetBlue ended its service in the Queen City a year and a half ago, but now it's making a comeback after offering $99 one-way tickets to stranded Spirit customers. Passengers just need to be able to show proof of a Spirit ticket before Wednesday. And then Spirit Airlines shut down abruptly, as you know, over the weekend, with many passengers finding out at the airport that their flights were canceled. And that includes Spirit travelers at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. So the sudden news left many flyers scrambling to just kind of figure out, what do I do next?
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there, and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Oh, well, other airlines are also setting ticket prices at $200 for Spirit customers who have ticket information and confirmation numbers, and also proof that you purchased your ticket. This is for a limited time. The Charlotte Hornets now celebrating the installation of the final structural beam at the Novant Health Performance Center. So check this out. The facility will be used by the team for practice and other activities. It will also feature an orthopedic and sports medicine clinic that is open to the public. So Hornets forward Grant Williams tells us it's an exciting time for him to be able to see the investment into the team he grew up watching.
I remember coming down that hill, Beatty'sford Road, and coming to see Spectrum and coming to see games and driving by the same lot every single day and wondering what's going on, whether practice facility is going to go on a bus lot or if it's going to go in like all these places. And to see it actually manifest is special, especially to be a part of it. It's been an honor to represent the city.
All right.
That is cool. So the new practice center is set to open during the next NBA season, Tara.
All right. And I'll tell you what, it was chilly out there for people out and about and those workers, construction workers this morning for another morning. But tell you what, warming up this afternoon up into the 70s, a few spots around 80 degrees. The warm up is going to continue for a little bit this week. How much warmer those temps will get and when we will be tracking even more rain. That's next.
All right, and giving citizens the right to possess cannabis in North Carolina, the vote to make that a reality. And the Supreme Court now making a major temporary ruling today on access to abortion pills. Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes tells us what could happen next. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Time now is 4:11, 77 degrees outside right now. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A new push could put the future of cannabis in the hands of North Carolina voters. So a Senate Democrat who represents Mecklenburg County is part of a trio that introduced the legislation. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh now live at the General Assembly in Raleigh. Shabnam, always great to see you. So this legislation would let voters decide whether to decriminalize small amounts of cannabis and allow medical use.
That's exactly right. This bill would put 2 constitutional amendments about cannabis on this year's ballot in November. Voters would decide whether to allow small amounts of personal use cannabis and whether to allow medical use for patients with qualifying conditions. Now, the bill sponsors say this is about giving voters a say after years of inaction at the General Assembly. But the bill does not spell out details like how much cannabis would be allowed or how a medical program would even work. State lawmakers would be required to figure that part out after the election.
If this bill would pass, then the General Assembly would have the responsibility of creating a regulatory system around cannabis. And that might be more work than passing the bill, actually.
Right now, North Carolina is one of 10 states where cannabis isn't legal for medical or recreational purposes. In April, the Governor's Advisory Council on Cannabis recommended the state create a medical marijuana program. Now, this bill is still in committee. It would need 2/3 of support from lawmakers in each chamber before it makes it onto the ballot. I have reached out to Republican leaders for comment. Live in the General Assembly, I'm Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
All right, thank you, Shabnam, for that. And patients now, they can once again order abortion pills through the mail without an in-person visit to a doctor. So the Supreme Court today restored access to mifepristone, and this order now blocked a ruling that had threatened to upend one of the main ways abortion is provided across the nation. So this move temporarily allows women seeking abortions to obtain that pill at pharmacies or through the mail. Those rules had been in effect for several years until a federal appeals court imposed new restrictions last week. Well, our chief legal analyst, Clive Rhodes, weighed in on this ruling. Take a listen.
You recognize that a couple things would happen. There will be a widespread legal challenges to the state's implementation. There will be a determination, or if there is some federal regulation, if there is some administrative law, and in what capacity that could occur. And so what folks were doing when these individual states were implementing abortion regulations, 2/3 of all U.S. abortions are now being done by these drugs that are being used in the mail. And so now you have, in response to that, courts are saying, and I should say litigants are saying, hey, this is a workaround around the state's, restrictions on abortion.
So if you want to listen to that full chat with Khalif, it's actually on our website at qcnews.com. All right, looking live here over at Uptown from our Arlington camera. Plenty of sunshine today. The temps, look at that, 77 degrees outside in the Queen City as we start our work week. But this morning, it was a totally different story. It was so cold. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lang to this conversation. Tara, this morning when I checked, I was just like, coats, both of you guys. Yeah. But it was so gorgeous this afternoon.
I know, nice little warm up here. I know, overall, I mean, the weekend was just definitely cool, especially in the mornings. This morning, some 30s out there, but we're going to stick with the warmth for a little while. We're not going to be quite as cool tonight. Early tomorrow morning, maybe not needing those thicker coats, so you can get a break from that. And definitely tomorrow afternoon, we'll have more spots heating up into the lower 80s, and even a few of you around that number range today, too. We've got 77 degrees outside of our studios, and yes, lots of blazing sunshine all around, but looking ahead to some of that midweek rainfall. I know we said this so many times last week, and a lot of you ended up missing out on some of that beneficial rain, and that includes from the Saturday rainfall, too, with some of those higher totals and the widespread areas of heavier showers shifting more to the south and east. But it looks to be a different story this time around by the time we get into Thursday, so I'll show you that coming up. Here's a look at how cool it got this morning. As I told Alicia, lots of spots in the upper 30s like Salisbury and Morganton dipped into the mid and upper 30s there, about 34, not far from freezing up in the mountains at Boone. Remember, we had those frost and freeze alerts in effect for Saturday night and early Sunday. 45 in Wadesboro this morning and 47 in the Queen City, but nice recovery this afternoon, rising through the upper 70s with that southwest wind at about 10. So a nice and kind of warmish feeling breeze out there from time to time. Got low 80s in Wadesboro, one of the warmer spots. Morganton is up to 80 degrees, 60s to near 70 up in the North Carolina high country. We look around on radar, and of course it's a dry scan, hardly even a cloud in the sky out there today. We've got high pressure and main control. We are seeing some scattered clouds up to our north and west and a couple of spotty showers over parts of the Midwest, but that will not be impacting us here anytime real soon, at least. But gradually we'll get an increase in moisture ahead of another cold front that will drop in from the north and west over the next few days. And by Thursday, we are going to pick up, it looks like, more widespread, heavy at times rain and some pretty decent rainfall totals this time around. So mostly clear tonight. Temperatures fall back into the low 50s for early tomorrow morning. So not quite as chilly out there. And as I said, that warm up will continue for a couple more days tomorrow. And then again on Wednesday, those high temperatures up around the lower 80s for more of us. But by Wednesday, and especially in the morning, we could be tracking a couple of showers. Not as much rain, though, expected on Wednesday compared to what we will likely see on Thursday, with, again, more widespread coverage of those scattered showers and storms with the actual cold front coming in. weekend. So tomorrow goes like this. We start in the 50s already, though, rising close to 60 by 8 o'clock in the morning, mid 70s if you're headed out to lunch, and then low 80s by 4 p.m. or so with mixed scattered clouds and sunshine, staying dry, waking up to blazing sunshine early tomorrow morning before the cloud cover increases a little bit later in the afternoon. And here's what I was talking about. So by midnight or so and heading into early Wednesday morning, a couple of isolated spotty showers can't be ruled out. Maybe a little more spotty light rain to kick off the day on Wednesday. So this is mainly in the morning. The afternoon will get some dry time, except for up in the mountains and foothills where a few scattered showers, even an isolated storm can't be ruled out as eventually that front starts to close in on the area. So by Thursday morning, the rain could get heavy. Again, a few storms in the mix. And Thursday just looks to be one of those days from the morning through the afternoon with that front slowly pushing across the region where rain will be possible just about at any point in time from morning through the afternoon heading into the evening. But then everything clears out by the time we get into Friday and as we kick off the weekend. But look at this, the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days. So this is mainly considering the rain on Thursday. We're talking about more than 1 inch totals for a good part of the area and even around 1.5 inches or so for areas west of I-77 and out toward the foothills and some of the mountain communities. That's possible as well. And so Wednesday, there's that minor rain chance. Best chance of rain this week comes on Thursday. Friday is looking drier. First half of the weekend, Saturday looks pretty good, but watching for more possible showers heading into Mother's Day on Sunday.
All right. Yes, it is going to be Mother's Day on Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. So if you think that you're in the best sports league in the Queen City, there's a group that would probably say, hold my beer. Outside Lucky Strike Bowling Alley, this is how the other competitors roll. All right. So the Charlotte Bocce League is Tuesdays and Thursdays, and some have now played for decades, but many just wanted a place to meet and be able to see their friends. Sometimes they get competitive, but mostly it's just a lot of laughs.
We're kind of athletic and fun, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
All right. Okay, so our John Lee introduces us to a few of the colorful characters who are in a league of their own. You can watch Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News at 10. A tractor trailer carrying dry powder cement overturns on I-85 in Gastonia. What officials say the driver did to cause the crash, which led to heavy backups. You're watching Queen City News. Time now is 4:22, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A tractor trailer driver is now recovering after an overcorrection that caused the semi to actually just roll over. Take a look here. This happened this morning on the off-ramp from I-85 north to 321 south. So this whole collision, it caused major backups on the highway, and the ramp was closed for hours as crews then cleared the area. Authorities say the driver was carrying bags of quick-dry powder cement when he overcorrected, and then the truck turned on its side. Well, that driver was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Chesterfield County deputies are now searching for a driver who damaged a church cemetery. Some investigators say that the white Nissan on your screen right here was involved in the hit and run at Cedar Creek Baptist Church in Patrick. So the car had noticeable damage on its front. Very important here. It's also on its side and also the undercarriage. Anyone with information on the vehicle or its owner is urged to please contact police. We are just hours away from the puck drop at the loudest house in hockey. The Canes are now taking on the Philadelphia Flyers tonight. Game 2 of the round 2 of the playoffs. Carolina is now coming off of a very big win Saturday night, defeating Philly 3-0. The puck drop now is at 7 at the Lenovo Center. And our award-winning hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty of stories to talk to you about. So Wednesday morning, join us during our 9 o'clock hour. We are exploring why we play and the people that make sports so special. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City, so if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website at qcnews.com. A plan to merge 2 of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers getting pushback from state leaders. So why the first hurdle that the company needs to be able to clear may not go as originally planned. And the local mayor shares the moment a venomous snake bit his wife. Why experts believe the attack may be a rare case. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Here's a live look over Monroe right now. Time is 4:26. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Enforcement on mandatory water restrictions has now officially begun in Statesville. So city leaders are now cracking down on how much water residents and businesses use. as the region continues to deal with some of the worst drought conditions in decades. Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at the fines for those who don't follow the rules.
Extreme drought has triggered water use restrictions in Statesville, where Chris Kolakowski's power washing and window cleaning business is based.
We're having to reschedule all of our customers in Statesville right now, which is about 10 or 12 customers.
He was at work in Terrell on Monday, but he says indefinitely postponing the Statesville jobs takes more than $6,000 out of his pocket. He has no choice, though. Power washing and driveway car washes are off limits in the city, and watering lawns is heavily restricted too.
The city says the goal is conservation, not enforcement. But breaking these rules comes with a $200 fine the first time, then $400 and $600 after that.
Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect in several other cities and towns in the area. Chris has his eye on the rest of Iredell County and Charlotte Water, which imposes restrictions on its customers next week.
It's definitely a snowball effect. It's not just going to be one town. The longer this lasts, I mean, the bank only holds up so much. My reserves, they'll start draining.
But Statesville officials say this is necessary to maintain a stable water supply. And some people are doing their part beyond cutting out their outdoor water use.
Don't flush until the second pee, and and like you said, don't let the water run while we brush the teeth.
Okay. Yeah, we're in a drought. You got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what you got to do.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Okay, that's commitment there. Thank you so much for that. Okay, Monroe City leaders are now pumping water from Rock Quarry Lake into Lake Lee. So that's to be able to help with the water supply during this ongoing drought that we're seeing here. Officials say that they are now pumping 2 million gallons of water a day for the residents to be able to use after getting permission from the State Department of Environmental Quality. And right now they believe a spring at the lake will naturally replenish the water level. Let's hope so. North Carolina forestry officials are now lifting the open burn ban for 81 of the state's 100 counties. However, about half of our area is now among the 19 counties still under the restrictions. Officials say right now residents in 8 local counties, including Mecklenburg, Gaston, and Union, are still under a burn ban until further notice. Charlotte Mecklenburg police say that a vehicle theft suspect is now dead, and right now after they were hit by a car while running from a crash on I-77. This is what we know about this situation. And officers last night spotted a stolen vehicle on Old Pineville Road and then tried to stop it, but then the driver took off. Officials say those officers did not chase the vehicle, and it was later spotted by an unmarked cruiser, which then followed behind without police lights on. The stolen car then crashed on I-77 in southwest Charlotte. Well, that's when one of the suspects was hit and killed on the highway. Another suspect who was in the car was taken into custody. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says that his wife is still recovering after being bit by a copperhead snake. So this all happened at the couple's Union County home last week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell met with the mayor, who says that he wants his wife's story to be a warning to other people to watch where you step this summer.
We were grilling salmon outside. I'm on the deck. My wife's in the backyard, actually by a rope swing, and sure enough, she's out there talking to her dad on the phone, and I hear, "It's not good, babe, it's not good." And I'm like, "What's not good? The salmon's gonna be great, honey. I don't know what you're talking about."
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says within seconds his wife Lauren realized that she had been bitten by what they believe was a 4-foot-long venomous copperhead snake at their home last week.
And I look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Burns says his teenage son tracked down the snake in the backyard and eventually killed it as he focused on rushing his wife to Atrium's Hospital in Matthews.
Her ankle was swollen about the size of like a softball. They were quickly taking her vitals. She could actually feel it tracking up her leg, getting to her hip.
Burns tells us while his wife is still dealing with some excruciating pain after being treated, thankfully she'll be okay.
They are a native species. We do coexist with them here in the south.
Reptile experts like Patrick Camberos with Cold Blooded and Bizarre say copperhead snakes remain prevalent in the Charlotte area.
And it's important to stay situationally aware, look where you're walking, because in the summertime down here, there is always the potential of snakes being out and about.
Camberos tells us 95% of copperhead snake bites typically involve a person trying to bother the animal, and that this attack involving the mayor's wife is a pretty rare one.
If you are unfortunate enough to get bit, proper protocols involve keeping the affected limb above your heart, staying very calm, taking off any restrictive jewelry. Definitely don't suck on it, don't bite it, don't cut it, don't tourniquet it, nothing like that.
And of course, get medical attention quickly. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
All good tips. I got to say, Matt still holding his arms like this, doing the story, that was everything. Like, I ain't going to touch that snake. I'm just going to watch and take the notes. Good stuff. Thanks, Matt. All right, so a vote to advance the proposed merger of the two of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers may not be happening this evening. Leaders at Atrium Health and Wake Med announced the $2 billion plan Friday. Wake County commissioners would need the approval, though, of the agreement, but the state auditor and the state treasurer are now both stepping in to delay that. So both Dave Bolek and Brad Briner have expressed concerns that the merger would increase health care costs in the state. And according to Briner, commissioners have agreed to delay the vote, though the board has not announced any changes. So their meeting begins at 5. And we're going to let you know if any updates come from that meeting that's happening in about 20 minutes or so. City leaders are also unveiling Charlotte's budget for the next year. So the city manager will present the proposal to the city council at tonight's strategy session. That meeting will begin at 6, and we will have those details tonight on Queen City News at 10. As Americans pay more for just about everything, from gas to groceries, Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. So while the proposed fare increase won't be as much as the last one, riders tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis it's an expense they'll need to budget for.
Since making the move to an on-demand transit system instead of bus service, riders in Gastonia say things have been good.
I like the fact that I can bring both my kids for free.
The city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. At that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders.
You would go Gastonia, I spend $1.25 now. With the buses, I was paying 60 cents.
Gastonia City Council is looking to raise the rates again.
Is it still going to be affordable?
Fares would go from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip for regular riders, and from $1.25 to $1.50 one way for reduced fare riders.
50 cents is okay with me. Okay. To have a ride back and forth, for sure.
Now, the city of Gastonia sent out over 10,000 surveys online, and there was a QR code inside of the van. Many people say they may have to budget a little more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
For me, I just take those offers, $1.50. Hey, it's better than nothing.
The city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. If approved, the new fares will take effect July 1st. There is a public hearing at the next meeting, and we contacted city leaders to find out more on the potential increase, but so far we have not heard back. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Well, JetBlue Airlines is now returning to Charlotte Douglas International Airport in the wake of the Spirit Airlines shutdown. So JetBlue ended its service in the Queen City a year and a half ago, but now it's making a comeback and offering $99 one-way tickets to stranded Spirit customers. Passengers just need to show proof of a Spirit ticket before Wednesday. And then Spirit Airlines shut down abruptly, of course, over the weekend, with many passengers finding out at the airport that their flights were canceled. And that includes Spirit travelers at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Well, that sudden news left many flyers scrambling to just figure out, what do I do next?
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there, and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Oh. Well, other airlines are also now setting ticket prices at $200 for Spirit customers who have ticket confirmation numbers and proof of the purchase for a limited time. Let's talk about our Charlotte Hornets. They're now celebrating the installation of the final structural beam at the Novant Health Performance Center. So check this out. The facility will be used by the team for practice and other activities. It will also feature an orthopedic and sports medicine clinic that is open to the public. So Hornets forward Grant Williams tells us it's an exciting time for him to be able to see the investment into the team, which he grew up watching.
I remember coming down that hill, Beatties Ford Road, and coming to see Spectrum and come to see games and driving by the same lot every single day and wondering what's going on, whether practice facility is going to go in a bus lot or if it's going to go in like all these places. And to see it actually manifest is special, especially to be a part of it. It's been an honor to represent the city.
All right, so that new practice center is set to open during the next NBA season, Tara.
And look at that great weather. Lots of blue sky for all the workers working outdoors today. From the mountains through the Piedmont, beautiful start to the week. We're warming up a little more this afternoon, but I am tracking, and I know we were saying this several times last week, more beneficial rain on the way, but this time around, it could be the most rain that a lot of you have seen in maybe a couple of months. When to expect it? That's next.
All right, and Iran issues a threat after President Trump announces a plan to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz. The latest on the conflict as it continues to impact gas prices right here at home. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:40, 78 degrees outside the Queen City. That is what you call a Carolina blue sky right there. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The U.S. military is now offering to guide commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. As Christian Eskow now reports, it comes as gas prices have hit their highest levels in 4 years.
U.S. Central Command says 2 U.S.-flagged merchant vessels have successfully passed through the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM called this a first step toward restoring commercial traffic through the waterway. In a process the Trump administration has dubbed Project Freedom, U.S. forces started guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz, a key channel for oil. In a Truth Social post, the president says that will include ships from other nations. The U.S. military says it sunk 6 Iranian boats Monday as it helped 2 American-flagged ships through the strait, a major test of the ceasefire since it first began. Over the weekend, President Trump said he was reviewing an Iranian peace proposal, but expressed doubt that he would accept it.
They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording, but we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years.
Meanwhile, gas prices hit their highest levels in 4 years, soaring more than 30 cents on average in the past week. Democrats on Capitol Hill have continued to voice concerns.
The 20 million barrels of oil that used to transit the strait, they're not getting on the market. And that's why we're seeing Americans and Virginians paying more at the pump.
Republicans say they remain confident the Trump administration will be able to pressure Iran into a deal to end the war.
This will come to an end, and I think people need to allow the administration to negotiate.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has denied that 2 ships have gotten through the strait. State media in Iran reports the Revolutionary Guard is warning that it will use force against ships violating its rules. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
Gas prices have spiked nationwide, so AAA reports now the average price for a regular gallon of gas is now at $4.45. That's 34 cents higher than a week ago. North Carolina's average is now $4.07, while the average price in Charlotte in the metro area is $4.05. Prices in South Carolina remain lower at $4 per gallon. President Trump says that the U.S. will significantly reduce its troop presence in Germany, escalating a dispute with the German chancellor over the war in Iran. So the drawdown follows a war of words between President Trump and the German chancellor. And right now, over the Middle East conflict is what this big thing is all about, which Germany now has not supported. So right now, there are more than 36,000 American troops in Germany, and that's more than in any other country in Europe. Bringing it home here, looking live here over at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. So the work week kicked off on a warm note, but showers and cooler temps are definitely heading our way. So Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is here. Tara, we have some rain coming. We also have a big championship at Quail Hollow coming. So we definitely need the rain. Not complaining there, but it's going to be kind of a soggy mess maybe
the
on
timing,
the golf course.
Yeah, the timing not the greatest. I know we were just talking about that. So just as the first round of play gets started there on Thursday, that looks to be the wettest time, the wettest day. Scattered showers, maybe some of that rain heavy at times, and maybe a few storms and some lightning that we'll have to watch out for too. And that's not the only day this week, and heading into the upcoming weekend too, that we are going to be tracking some showers as we stay in just this overall unsettled, off and on wetter weather pattern here, and some much needed rain for sure. However, I know like over the weekend, a lot of you didn't see so much rain, especially if you live north and west of Charlotte. And that happened a couple of times last week too, where the more favored zones were down in South Carolina, southern Mecklenburg County, and east along Highway 74. But more of us have a much better chance of seeing some decent rainfall totals as we go into later on this week. And you can see your eyes are drawn to, I know, the big 70%. So that comes on Thursday, the highest rain chances here out of the next 7 so far. But even on Wednesday, we'll get some scattered showers, maybe a little bit lingering early on Friday. First half of the weekend is looking dry, and maybe some Mother's Day showers or thunderstorms to talk about. And that chance will continue into next week as well. But just some areas of cloudiness out there today, mixing in with the blue sky and sunshine in spots, but a nice warm up, 78 degrees in the Queen City compared to how chilly it was to start the day again this morning. We're running some 5 to even close to 15 degrees on the warmer side. It was really kind of a typical temperature afternoon, right on target, 78, the top temperature there in the Queen City. However, we were still running below normal with that dip down into the mid to upper 40s, even some upper 30s for a lot of you early this morning. Won't be quite that cold come tomorrow morning, but we've got 80 right now in Albemarle, and that number's matched in Richmond County around Rockingham. Close to that number, Gastonia, friends, sitting at 79, as well as Rock Hill, South Carolina. We're at 80 in Morganton, on either side of 70 up in the mountains, where it continues to be dry as we scan around on radar. High pressure is in main control here off to the south and giving us that warmer flow at the same time. But our attention will be on this incoming cold front that will gradually increase the moisture over the next couple of days and eventually bring us some of that beneficial rain. So here tonight, no rain yet, mostly clear to partly cloudy as temperatures only drop, some 10 degrees, not as cold as last night, in the upper 40s to lower 50s. It's still obviously going to be a cool start, but out there walking the dog, you may need the jacket in the morning, but you can probably peel it off and break out the shorts if you're walking the dog later in the afternoon and early evening, with temperatures on the rise under more sunshine, some scattered clouds around back into the lower 80s. So we check out the arrival of some of this rain on Futurecast again tomorrow morning, nice and dry and sunny. There's a scattered clouds increasing and developing through the afternoon and evening. By late tomorrow night, midnight or so, we could start to pick up a couple of isolated showers, mainly in the mountains and foothills, with a little more spotty light rain coming in for early Wednesday. The afternoon, though, on Wednesday looking largely dry, but as that front begins its approach, we could see out ahead of it some spotty showers and storms maybe developing down toward the mountains and foothills, and then more to come, overspreading more of the region into Thursday. So again, just continuing with this unsettled pattern overall. We fast fast forward into the weekend and even part of next week. Look at this dark green shading across the southeast and up into our part of the world. Most of the Carolinas, we're looking at above normal amounts of rain. So how much over the next 5 days, especially after some of that rain on Thursday? We could see totals exceeding an inch in a lot of our communities. You can see from areas east, Richmond County, maybe not quite as much this time down towards South Carolina, but still an inch of rain possible there. Chester and Lancaster, about an inch and a half possible. Places like Lincolnton, down through Gastonia, Shelby, and even some higher totals possible out toward the mountains in the southwestern corner of the state. Temperature-wise, we'll stay in the 70s or 80s, at least through Thursday. Just a bit cooler but drier on Friday, around 80 over the weekend, but that could involve some showers and storms by Mother's Day on Sunday.
Thank you, Tara. Caught on camera, a United Airlines plane full of passengers hits a delivery truck near an airport. What led up to the near disaster? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, fine. Breaking news right now out of the nation's capital. We're going to take you live right there to be able to scene. You can see the crime scene tape here. Law enforcement say right now they confirmed that a person was shot near the Washington Monument. You're looking live here again at the scene, and authorities say the person's condition and the circumstances surrounding the shooting are unknown at this time. But right now you can be able to see a lot of people gathering as we kind of zoom out a little bit to show you a little bit more as to what's going on in that area. That crime scene tape showing you just kind of the full area where the Washington Monument is. The photographer kind of zooming around to kind of show you exactly who's on the scene there. A lot of police presence, you see the Metropolitan Police there with Washington there on the scene. The White House was briefly locked down as authorities investigate what's exactly going on with this incident. But President Trump was able to continue an event without interruption. Of course, Queen City News will bring you the latest updates as we learn more information. A scary moment caught on video when a United Airlines plane hit a bakery truck. Take a look. Whoa, just singing, and then that happened. So that's the bakery truck's dash cam video from the moment it was hit by a United Airlines plane. So this all happened on Sunday. So airline bosses say that the aircraft was returning to Newark Airport from Venice, Italy, when it hit a light pole and its tires just brushed the top of the truck, making that crash. The truck driver, good news, is expected to be okay. On Queen City News at 5, a plan to merge two of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers now getting some pushback from state leaders. Why the first hurdle now the company needs to go through to be able to clear the way may not go as originally planned. And also, Gastonia city leaders could soon ask transit riders to pay higher fares. Why neighbors are now concerned about the potentially rising costs. You're watching Queen City News. I'm Alicia Barnes. That's going to do it for me. Morgan Francis is up next, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, mandatory water restrictions are now being enforced in Statesville amid the ongoing drought, how it's costing some local businesses.
And I know we said this so many times last week, we've got more beneficial rain on the way. And this time around later this week, well, it could add up to the most that some of you have seen in months. We'll check it out and when to expect it, my pinpoint weather forecast.
Now look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
And a venomous snake bite sends a local mayor's wife to the hospital. Why experts believe the attack may be a rare case. Good evening, I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Enforcement on mandatory water restrictions has officially begun in Statesville. City leaders are cracking down on how much water residents and businesses use as the region continues to deal with some of the worst drought conditions in decades. Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at the fines for those who don't follow the rules.
Extreme drought has triggered water use restrictions in Statesville, where Chris Kolakowski's power washing and window cleaning business is based.
We're having to reschedule all of our customers in Statesville right now, which is about 10 or 12 customers.
He was at work in Terrell on Monday, but he says indefinitely postponing the Statesville jobs takes more than $6,000 out of his pocket. He has no choice, though. Power washing and driveway car washes are off limits in the city, and watering lawns is heavily restricted, too.
The city says the goal is conservation, not enforcement. But breaking these rules comes with a $200 fine the first time, then $400 and $600 after that.
Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect in several other cities and towns in the area. Chris has his eye on the rest of Iredell County and Charlotte Water, which imposes restrictions on its customers next week.
It's definitely a snowball effect. It's not just going to be one town. The longer this lasts, I mean, the bank only holds up so much. My reserves, they'll start draining.
But Statesville officials say this is necessary to maintain a stable water supply. And some people are doing their part beyond cutting out their outdoor water use.
Don't flush until the second pee, and like you said, don't let the water run while we brush the teeth.
Okay. Yeah, we're in a drought. You got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what we got to do.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Lincoln County leaders are joining the list of local governments implementing outdoor water restrictions due to the drought. Lawn and garden watering will now be limited to 2 days a week, depending on what side of the street residents live on. Officials also say restaurants serving water isn't allowed unless a customer specifically asks for it. North Carolina forestry officials are lifting the open burn ban for 81 of the state's 100 counties. However, about half of our area is among the 19 counties still under the restrictions. Officials say residents in 8 local counties, including Mecklenburg, Gaston, and Union, are still under a burn ban until further notice. One person is dead and another person is injured after a shooting in the city of Chester. Authorities responded to Pinckney Street last night around 8:30 for a call about gunshots in the area. Officers found one person dead. Another victim was taken to the hospital. No word on how they're doing today. Investigators have not said if any suspects have been identified. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a vehicle theft suspect is dead after they were hit by a car while running from a crash on I-77. Officers last night spotted a stolen vehicle on Old Pineville Road and tried to stop it, but the driver took off. Officials say those officers did not chase the vehicle, and it was later spotted by an unmarked cruiser, which followed behind without police lights on. The stolen car then crashed on I-77 in northwest Charlotte. That's when one of the suspects was hit and killed on the highway. Another suspect who was in the car was taken into custody. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says his wife is still recovering after being bit by a copperhead snake. It happened at the couple's Union County home last week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell met with the mayor, who says he wants his wife's story to be a warning to other people to watch where you step this summer.
We were grilling salmon outside. I'm on the deck. My wife's in the backyard, actually by our rope swing. And sure enough, she's out there talking to her dad on the phone. And I hear, "It's not good, babe. It's not good." And I'm like, "What's not good? The salmon's going to be great, honey. I don't know what you're talking about."
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says within seconds, his wife Lauren realized that she had been bitten by what they believe was a 4-foot-long venomous copperhead snake at their home last week.
And I look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Burns says his teenage son tracked down the snake in the backyard and eventually killed it as he focused on rushing his wife to Atrium's Hospital in Matthews.
Her ankle was swollen about the size of like a softball. They were quickly taking her vitals. She could actually feel it tracking up her leg, getting to her hip.
Burns tells us while his wife is still dealing with some excruciating pain after being treated, thankfully she'll be okay.
They are a native species. We do coexist with them here in the south.
Reptile experts like Patrick Camberos with Cold Blooded and Bizarre say copperhead snakes remain prevalent in the Charlotte area.
And it's important to stay situationally aware, look where you're walking, because in the summertime down here, there is always the potential of snakes being out and about.
Converos tells us 95% of copperhead snake bites typically involve a person trying to bother the animal, and that this attack involving the mayor's wife is a pretty rare one.
If you are unfortunate enough to get bit, proper protocols involve keeping the affected limb above your heart, staying very calm, taking off any restrictive jewelry. Definitely don't suck on it, don't bite it, don't cut it, don't tourniquet it, nothing like that.
And of course, get medical attention quickly. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A vote to advance the proposed merger of two North Carolina's largest healthcare providers may not happen this evening. Leaders at Atrium Health and WakeMed announced the $2 billion plan on Friday. Wake County commissioners would need to approve the agreement, but the state auditor and state treasurer are both stepping in to delay that. Both Dave Bullock and Brad Briner have expressed concerns that the merger would increase healthcare costs in the state. According to Briner, commissioners have agreed to delay the vote, though the board has not announced any changes. Their meeting is happening right now. We'll let you know if any updates come from it. City leaders are unveiling Charlotte's budget for next year. The city manager will present the proposal to the city council at tonight's strategy session, which begins at 6. We'll have those details tonight on Queen City News at 10. As Americans pay more for everything, from gas to groceries, Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. And while the proposed fare increase won't be as much as the last, riders tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis it's an expense they'll need to budget for.
Since making the move to an on-demand transit system instead of bus service, riders in Gastonia say things have been good.
I like the fact that I can bring both my kids for free.
The city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. At that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders.
You would go Gastonia, I spend $1.25 now. With the buses, I was paying 60 cents.
Gastonia City Council is looking to raise the rates again.
Is it still going to be affordable?
Fares would go from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip for regular riders, and from $1.25 to $1.50 one way for reduced fare riders.
50 cents is okay with me.
Okay.
To have a ride back and forth, for sure.
Now, the city of Gastonia sent out over 10,000 surveys online, and there was a QR code inside of the van. Many people say they may have to budget a little more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
For me, I just take those offers, $1.50. Hey, it's better than nothing.
The city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. If approved, the new fares will take effect July 1st. There is a public hearing at the next meeting, and we contacted city leaders to find out more on the potential increase, but so far we have not heard back. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
JetBlue Airlines is returning to Charlotte Douglas International Airport in the wake of the Spirit Airlines shutdown. JetBlue ended its service in the Queen City a year and a half ago, but now it's making a comeback and offering $99 one-way tickets to stranded Spirit customers. Passengers just need to show proof of a Spirit ticket before Wednesday. Spirit Airlines shut down abruptly over the weekend, with many passengers finding out at the airport that their flights were canceled. That includes Spirit travelers at Charlotte Douglas. The sudden news left many flyers scrambling to figure out what to do next.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there, and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Other airlines are setting ticket prices at $200 for Spirit customers who have ticket confirmation numbers and proof of purchase for a limited time. The Charlotte Hornets are celebrating the installation of the final structural beam at the Novant Health Performance Center. The facility will be used by the team for practice and other activities. It will also feature an orthopedic and sports medicine clinic that is open to the public. Hornets forward Grant Williams tells us it's exciting for him to see the investment into the team he grew up watching.
I remember coming down that hill, Beatties Ford Road, and coming to see Spectrum and coming to see games, and driving by the same lot every single day and wondering what's going on, whether practice facility is going to go in a bus lot or if it's going to go in like all these places. And to see it actually manifest is special, especially to be a part of it. It's been an honor to represent the city.
The new practice center is set to open during the next NBA season. Tara?
Another chilly start for those workers out there and anyone out and about early enough this morning. Lows dropped into the upper 30s and low 40s. It's not going to be quite as cold tonight after a nice little warm up happening out there today. How much warmer we will get this week and when we'll be tracking more beneficial rain again. That's next.
Giving citizens the right to possess cannabis in North Carolina, the vote to make that a reality. And the Supreme Court making a major temporary ruling today on access to abortion pills. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes tells us what could happen next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. From criminal charge to constitutional change, a new push could put the future of cannabis in the hands of North Carolina voters. One Senate Democrat who represents Mecklenburg County is part of a trio that introduced the legislation. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh is live at the General Assembly in Raleigh. Shab?
Yeah, right now, North Carolina is just one of 10 states that doesn't have a legal or medicinal cannabis program. But this new bill will give voters the final say. Senate Bill 1072 wants to put 2 constitutional amendments on the November ballot.
Ultimately, we wanted to put it up to the voters. I think for over a decade now, the General Assembly has failed to act on this question.
If passed, voters would decide whether to decriminalize limited amounts of cannabis for personal use.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
And whether to allow medical use for patients with qualifying conditions.
We're not trying to legalize you walking around with a kilo.
But the bill does not spell out details like how much cannabis would be allowed or how a medical program would work. Instead, it leaves that up to lawmakers to figure out later.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
In April, the Governor's Advisory Council on Cannabis recommended the state create a medical marijuana program in response to the growing and largely unregulated hemp industry. The report also says more than 7 in 10 North Carolinians are in favor of legalization and that the illegal marijuana industry rakes in $3 billion a year. Both hemp and marijuana come from the same cannabis plant, but the latter has higher levels of THC. Now, the bill still has a long way to go before it makes it onto the ballot. It first has to make it out of committee, and then it has to get approval from 3/5 of lawmakers from each chamber, and then it will be up to the voters. I have reached out to Republican leaders for comment. Live at the General Assembly, I'm Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
Thanks for that. Patients can once again order abortion pills through the mail without an in-person visit to a doctor. The Supreme Court today restored access to mifepristone. This order blocked a ruling that had threatened to upend one of the main ways abortion is provided across the nation. The move temporarily allows women seeking abortions to obtain the pill at pharmacies or through the mail. Those rules had been in effect for several years until a federal appeals court imposed new restrictions last week. Our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, weighed in on the ruling.
You recognize that a couple of things would happen. There will be a widespread legal challenges to the state's implementation. There will be a determination, or if there is some federal regulation, if there is some administrative law, and in what capacity that could occur. And so what folks were doing when these individual states were implementing abortions regulations, 2/3 of all U.S. abortions are now being done by these drugs that are being used in the mail. And so now you have, in response to that, courts are saying, and I should say litigants are saying, hey, this is a workaround around the state's, restrictions on abortion.
That full chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. All right, this is interesting. States are adding artificial intelligence to their wildfire detection toolbox. In Colorado, contractors climbed a tower to inspect and clean 2 Pano AI cameras perched 42 feet above the ground on a tower. The ultra high resolution cameras rotate day and night looking for signs of smoke. That data feeds an algorithm along with satellite data that is constantly monitoring for potential fires. Pano AI says last year its technology detected 725 wildfires in the U.S. Pretty incredible there. As we take a live look at Uptown from our Arlington camera, a number of areas still have a burn ban in effect as we battle these dry conditions out there. Today, temps right around 80 degrees, starting the week on a warm note, but it sounds, as we bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, it sounds like we do have some moisture on the way that could maybe help those conditions a little bit.
It looks promising by Thursday that we look to get some more beneficial rain. I know
not
a lot
promising
of you,
for all the golf fans who are going out to Quail Hollow Club.
The timing again maybe not so great for Thursday because that's going to bring our highest rain chance out of the next 7 days. That's how it appears at this point. And even for some of the events happening midweek on Wednesday, a couple of showers could be in the mix, mainly in the morning. So overall, just kind of staying in this off and on active and unsettled weather pattern here, which is, yes, good news for the extreme and exceptional drought conditions that continue to be in place across our area. And even, of course, after some of that rain that we had over the weekend for some of you, especially from Charlotte Point South. But then, yes, we were rain free yesterday, lots of sunshine. And today we are still nice and dry. Cool start again this morning, like we were overall this weekend. Low temperatures started out in the upper 30s and lower 40s. We were a little bit, well, not quite as chilly in Charlotte, right at 47 degrees. But yes, surrounding the city, lots of spots, upper 30s, even close to freezing up there in the mountains at Boone. But nice recovery this afternoon. We're running some 5 to not far from 15 degrees warmer, 79 degrees right now in Charlotte with that warm southwest light breeze at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. And dew points are still pretty dry, so feeling that dry air in place when you see those numbers in the mid 30s. We got 80 in Morganton. That number's matched in Rock Hill, low 80s in Lancaster, South Carolina. Warmer spots there, Wadesboro, Murfreesboro and Cheraw sitting at 82. It's 81 in Concord, and got 79 in Statesville, and beautiful weather up in the North Carolina high country, mid and upper 60s, where it is dry. It's dry everywhere. And as we look around, nothing to show you on the radar imagery. We have high pressure and main control here off to the south. A couple of spotty light showers pushing off to the east over sections of the Midwest and dropping down into West Virginia there. But we are watching this next cold front pretty far away, obviously, at this point, but that's going to approach by Wednesday and start to increase the moisture and therefore rain chances a little bit. So dry tonight, mostly clear. Temperatures not as chilly as the past couple of nights. We'll start cool, yes, in the morning down to 53, but a little bit of an improvement where you may not need that thicker coat to start the day if you're out and about. Warm up continues tomorrow. More of us, including the Queen City, likely topping out in the lower 80s. Wednesday is still on the warmer side. We'll see some showers around mainly for the morning, but again, the best chance of rain overall comes Thursday morning. Thursday afternoon, some of that rain could be heavy at times, and there could be a few storms in the mix as well with the front moving in. Tomorrow, back to more sunshine. We'll pick up on some scattered clouds again through the afternoon with temperatures rising up to about 81 at 4 p.m. So yes, warming up nicely throughout the day. We start with the blazing sunshine early on. There's the increase in clouds by 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. And by midnight or so, we could start to pick up on a spot shower or two, mainly in the mountains, before the coverage of some of that spotty light rain increases by, say, Wednesday morning. So it could be kind of a wet or damp start to the day for some of you there. But by 6 p.m., still largely dry. A couple of scattered showers, maybe an isolated storm possible with that front starting to close in, especially on the mountain communities and down through the foothills. And the rain could become heavy going into the wee hours of Thursday morning. It's just going to be one of those days where, with the slow movement of the front, the chance of showers and potentially a few storms will continue all throughout the day. So from morning through the afternoon and evening, some of that rain will be possible before everything clears out as the front starts to clear the area by Friday, but not before giving us as much as an inch or more of rainfall, even around an inch and a quarter, inch and a half possible, especially west of I-77 and out toward the mountains and foothills. So that is a nice sight to see. Some decent beneficial rain there. Friday afternoon, largely dry. First half of the weekend kicks off dry, but we could see more showers and a few storms for Mother's Day, Sunday, and early next week.
All right, Sarah, thank you. If you think you're in the best sports league in the Queen City, there's a group that would probably say, hold my beer. Outside Lucky Strike Bowling Alley, this is how other competitors roll. The Charlotte Bocce League is Tuesdays and Thursdays. Some have played for decades, but many just wanted a place to meet friends. Sometimes they get competitive, but mostly it's just a lot of laughs.
We're kind of athletic and fun, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
Our John Lee introduces us to a few of the colorful characters who are in a league of their own. Watch Faces of the Carolinas on Queen City News tonight at 10. A tractor trailer carrying dry powdered cement overturns on I-85 in Gastonia. What officials say the driver did to cause the crash, which led to heavy backups. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. A tractor-trailer driver is recovering after an overcorrection caused a semi to roll over. Take a look. This happened this morning on the off-ramp from I-85 north to 321 south. The collision caused backups on the highway, and the ramp was closed for hours as crews cleared the area. Authorities say the driver was carrying bags of quick-dry powder cement when he overcorrected and the truck turned on its side. That driver was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Chesterfield County deputies are searching for a driver who damaged a church cemetery. Investigators say the white Nissan on your screen was involved in the hit and run at Cedar Creek Baptist Church in Patrick. The car has noticeable damage on its front, side, and undercarriage. Anyone with information on this vehicle or its owner is urged to contact police. We are just hours away from puck drop at the loudest house in hockey. The Canes are taking on the Philadelphia Flyers tonight in round two of the playoffs. Carolina is coming off a big win Saturday night, defeating Philly 3-0. Puck drop is at 7 at the Lenovo Center. Our award-winning hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Wednesday morning in our 9 a.m. hour, we are exploring why we play and the people that make sports so special. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City, and if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online at our website, qcnews.com. A plan to merge two of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers is getting pushback from state leaders. Why the first hurdle the companies need to clear may not go as originally planned. And a local mayor shares the moment a venomous snake bit his wife, why experts believe the attack may be a rare case. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. We have some breaking news out of the nation's capital. Law enforcement says they shot a person near the Washington Monument. They say the suspect appeared to have a firearm and fled before firing shots at officers. That suspect is in custody. Authorities say the person's condition is unknown. They also say a child was hit by gunfire by the suspect, but is expected to be okay. The White House was briefly locked down as authorities investigated the incident. President Trump was able to continue an event without interruption. Queen City News will bring you updates as we learn more information. Enforcement on mandatory water restrictions has officially begun in Statesville. City leaders are cracking down on how much water residents and businesses use as the region continues to deal with some of the worst drought conditions in decades. Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at the fines for those who don't follow the rules.
Extreme drought has triggered water use restrictions in Statesville, where Chris Kolakowski's power washing and window cleaning business is based.
We're having to reschedule all of our customers in Statesville right now, which is about 10 or 12 customers.
He was at work in Terrell on Monday, but he says indefinitely postponing the Statesville jobs takes more than $6,000 out of his pocket. He has no choice, though. Power washing and driveway car washes are off limits in the city, and watering lawns is heavily restricted too.
The city says the goal is conservation, not enforcement. But breaking these rules comes with a $200 fine the first time, then $400 and $600 after that.
Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect in several other cities and towns in the area. Chris has his eye on the rest of Iredell County and Charlotte Water, which imposes restrictions on its customers next week.
It's definitely a snowball effect. It's not just going to be one town. The longer this lasts, I mean, the bank only holds up so much. My reserves, they'll start draining.
But Statesville officials say this is necessary to maintain a stable water supply. And some people are doing their part beyond cutting out their outdoor water use.
Don't flush until the second pee, and like you said, don't let the water run while we brush the teeth.
Yeah, we're in a drought. You got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what you got to do.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Monroe City leaders are now pumping water from the Rock Quarry Lake into Lake Lee to help with the water supply during the ongoing drought. Officials say they're pumping 2 million gallons of water a day for residents to use after getting permission from the State Department of Environmental Quality. They believe a spring at the lake will naturally replenish the water level. North Carolina forestry officials are lifting the open burn ban for 81 of the state's 100 counties. However, about half of our area is among the 19 counties still under the restrictions. Officials say residents in 8 local counties, including Mecklenburg, Gaston, and Union, are still under a burn ban until further notice. One person is dead and another person is injured after a shooting in the city of Chester. Authorities responded to Pinckney Street last night around 8:30 for a call about gunshots in the area. Officers found one person dead. Another victim was taken to the hospital. No word how they're doing today. Investigators have not said if any suspects have been identified. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a vehicle theft suspect is dead after they were hit by a car while running from a crash on I-77. Officers last night spotted a stolen vehicle on Old Pineville Road and tried to stop it, but the driver took off. Officials say those officers did not chase the vehicle, and it was later spotted by an unmarked cruiser, which followed behind without police lights on. The stolen car then crashed on I-77 in southwest Charlotte. That's when one of the suspects was hit and killed on the highway. Another suspect who was in the car was taken into custody. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says his wife is still recovering after being bit by a copperhead snake. It happened at the couple's Union County home last week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell met with the mayor, who says he wants his wife's story to be a warning to other people to watch where you step this summer.
We were grilling salmon outside. I'm on the deck. My wife's in the backyard, actually by our rope swing, and sure enough, she's out there talking to her dad on the phone, and I hear, "It's not good, babe, it's not good." And I'm like, what's not good? The salmon's gonna be great, honey. I don't know what you're talking about.
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says within seconds, his wife Lauren realized that she had been bitten by what they believe was a 4-foot-long venomous copperhead snake at their home last week.
And I look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Burns says his teenage son tracked down the snake in the backyard and eventually killed it as he focused on rushing his wife to Atrium's Hospital in Matthews.
Her ankle was swollen about the size of like a softball. They were quickly taking her vitals. She could actually feel it tracking up her leg, getting to her hip.
Burns tells us while his wife is still dealing with some excruciating pain after being treated, thankfully she'll be okay.
They are a native species. We do coexist with them here in the south.
Reptile experts like Patrick Camberos with Cold-Blooded and Bizarre say copperhead snakes remain prevalent in the Charlotte area.
And it's important to stay situationally aware, look where you're walking, because in the summertime down here, there is always the potential of snakes being out and about.
Camberos tells us 95% of copperhead snake bites typically involve a person trying to bother the animal, and that this attack involving the mayor's wife is a pretty rare one.
If you are unfortunate enough to get bit, proper protocols involve keeping the affected limb above your heart, staying very calm, taking off any restrictive jewelry. Definitely don't suck on it, don't bite it, don't cut it, don't tourniquet it, nothing like that.
And of course, get medical attention quickly. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A vote to advance the proposed merger of two of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers is not happening this evening. According to WRAL in Raleigh, Wake County commissioners are postponing their vote on approving the plans for 90 days. Leaders at Atrium Health and Wake Med announced the $2 billion plan on Friday. Both State Auditor Dave Bullock and State Treasurer Brad Briner have expressed concerns that the merger would increase healthcare costs in the state. City leaders are unveiling Charlotte's budget for the next year. The city manager will present the proposal to the city council at tonight's strategy session, which begins at 6. We'll have those details tonight on Queen City News at 10. As Americans pay more for everything from gas to groceries, Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. And while the proposed fare increase wouldn't be as much as the last one, riders tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis it's an expense they'll need to budget for.
Since making the move to an on-demand transit system instead of bus service, riders in Gastonia say things have been good.
I like the fact that I can bring both my kids for free.
The city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. At that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders.
You would go Gastonia, I spend $1.25 now. With the buses, I was paying 60 cents.
Gastonia City Council is looking to raise the rates again.
Is it still going to be affordable?
Fares would go from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip for regular riders, and from $1.25 to $1.50 one way for reduced fare riders.
50 cents is okay with me.
Okay.
To have a ride back and forth, for sure.
Now, the city of Gastonia sent out over 10,000 surveys online, and there was a QR code inside of the van. Many people say they may have to budget a little more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
For me, I just take those offers, $1.50. Hey, it's better than nothing.
The city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. If approved, the new fares will take effect July 1st. There is a public hearing at the next meeting, and we contacted city leaders to find out more on the potential increase, but so far we have not heard back. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
JetBlue Airlines is returning to Charlotte Douglas International Airport in wake of the Spirit Airlines shutdown. JetBlue ended its service in the Queen City a year and a half ago, but it's making a comeback and offering $99 one-way tickets to stranded Spirit customers. Passengers just need to show proof of a Spirit ticket before Wednesday. Spirit Airlines shut down abruptly over the weekend, with many passengers finding out at the airport that their flights were canceled. That includes Spirit travelers at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The sudden news left many flyers scrambling to figure out what to do next.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there, and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Other airlines are setting ticket prices at $200 for Spirit customers who have ticket confirmation numbers and proof of purchase for a limited time. The Charlotte Hornets are celebrating the installation of the final structural beam at the Novant Health Performance Center. The facility will be used by the team for practice and other activities. It will also feature an orthopedic and sports medicine clinic that's open to the public. Hornets forward Grant Williams tells us it's exciting for him to see the investment into the team he grew up watching.
I remember coming down that hill, Beatties Ford Road, and coming to see Spectrum and coming to see games and driving by the same lot every single day and wondering what's going on, whether practice facility is going to go in a bus lot or if it's going to go in like all these places. And to see it actually manifest is special, especially to be a part of it. It's been an honor to represent the city.
All right, the beam's been tightened.
The new practice center is set to open during the next NBA season.
So those outdoor construction workers enjoying some beautiful weather out there today. Nice little warm up, but they could be working in the rain later this week. I'm tracking another round for more of our area too, of some of that beneficial rain coming up. When to expect it? That's next.
Iran issues a threat after President Trump announces a plan to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz. The latest on the conflict as it continues to impact gas prices here at home. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. The U.S. military is now offering to guide commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. As Kristen Eskow reports, it comes as gas prices have hit their highest levels in 4 years.
U.S. Central Command says 2 U.S.-flagged merchant vessels have successfully passed through the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM called this a first step toward restoring commercial traffic through the waterway. In a process the Trump administration has dubbed Project Freedom, U.S. forces started guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz, a key channel for oil. In a Truth Social post, the president says that will include ships from other nations. The U.S. military says it sunk 6 Iranian boats Monday as it helped 2 American-flagged ships through the strait, a major test of the ceasefire since it first began. Over the weekend, President Trump said he was reviewing an Iranian peace proposal, but expressed doubt that he would accept it.
They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording, but we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years.
Meanwhile, gas prices hit their highest levels in 4 years, soaring more than 30 cents on average in the past week. Democrats on Capitol Hill have continued to voice concerns.
The 20 million barrels of oil that used to transit the strait, they're not getting on the market. And that's why we're seeing Americans and Virginians paying more at the pump.
Republicans say they remain confident the Trump administration will be able to pressure Iran into a deal to end the war.
This will come to an end, and I think people need to allow the administration to negotiate.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has denied that 2 ships have gotten through the strait. State media in Iran reports the Revolutionary Guard is warning that it will use force against ships violating its rules. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
Gas prices have spiked nationwide. AAA reports the average price for a regular gallon of gas is now $4.45. That's 34 cents higher than a week ago. North Carolina's average is $4.07, while the average price in the Charlotte Metro is $4.05. Prices in South Carolina remain lower at $4 a gallon. President Trump says the U.S. will significantly reduce its troop presence in Germany, escalating a dispute with the German chancellor over the war in Iran. The drawdown follows a war of words between President Trump and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz over the Middle East conflict, which Germany has not supported. But it also left European leaders scrambling to pivot away from the U.S. when it comes to defense. Right now, there are more than 36,000 American troops in Germany. That's more than in any other country in Europe. Back here at home, let's take a live look at the Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. The work week kicked off on a warm note, but showers and cooler temperatures are headed our way. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is here. So Tara, we talked about the showers starting on Thursday. Golf fans are going to have to just prep for that and make the most of it. Hopefully, maybe you got a ticket in the tent and you can enjoy the food and drinks in there.
And hopefully the lightning stays away, and that's a concern too. We may get a
delay.
few
It's always 30 minutes, right? And then there's
Yeah.
always that one strike that happens at minute 29 and it resets the clock.
No.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully,
this week.
yes, we do want to see the rain, but I know the timing not great for people who are going to be out and about at the Truist Championship. That first round of play getting started there on Thursday and even on Wednesday too in the morning. And of course, we have events going on out there all week at Quail Hollow, and could involve some showers midweek on Wednesday as well. But we are beautiful, nice and dry today. Lots of sunshine, some scattered clouds around. Temperatures got a little warmer after such a chilly start this morning. But yes, indeed, we have several rain chances to talk about over the next 7 days. Tomorrow is still dry, but there's that shower chance I mentioned for early Wednesday primarily, and then Thursday really ramps up and some decent beneficial rain for more of our area expected. Friday, especially in the afternoon, looking drier. First half of the weekend looks pretty good, but by Mother's Day on Sunday and the championship wrapping up there and heading into early next week, well, could involve more rain chances. So it's a nice sight to see because obviously we have talked all about it here with the widespread extreme and in some cases exceptional drought conditions. We do need all of those rain chances, every little bit we can get. 79 though, and dry right now in the Queen City with the southwest wind at 11. So that camera shaking around just a little bit with that light breeze. We've got 79 coming in as the official high temperature today. So kind of a typical early May afternoon temperature wise. Now the morning was still cooler than normal, 47 degrees. Normally we should be around 54 and we'll actually be around 54 come tomorrow morning. So not quite as widespread of a chilly start. We've got some low 80s still in place from Concord out toward Albemarle right at 80 degrees, low 80s in Wadesboro, about 79 in Richmond County right now, Lancaster, Rock Hill, 77, Lincolnton, Gastonia, Shelby. We got 75 for friends in Hickory and right around that 70 degree mark up in the mountains where it continues to be dry. As we look around the region, high pressure is giving all of that to us there. Just the dry conditions, just the scattered cloudiness showing up there on the satellite imagery. Couple of spotty showers more to our north across parts of the Midwest, but all of that will miss us. And there's the next incoming front, still pretty far away, draped out toward the Plain States and the upper Midwest here today. So that will be approaching and increasing the moisture along the way for the middle and latter part of the week. So there we go. More beneficial rain ahead. Tonight we're still dry, mostly clear. And as I said, temperatures not cooling down quite as much, but still it is going to be a chilly start, meaning to still bundle up a little bit with those high 40s and lower 50s, 53 in the Queen City early tomorrow and upper 40s up in the mountains and down through the foothills. But warming up quickly already by lunchtime. We're hitting the mid 70s, back in the lower 80s for more of us tomorrow afternoon. under that partly cloudy, mostly clear sky. So Futurecast shows beautiful, just sunny, dry start to the day. There's the increase in some of that cloud cover drifting in from the south later tomorrow afternoon. Most of us stay rain free, but by midnight or so tomorrow night, especially up in the mountains, a couple of isolated showers can't be ruled out before a little more of that spotty light rain covers more of the area to kick off the day on Wednesday. But Wednesday afternoon looking largely dry unless you live up in the mountains, maybe down near the I-40 corridor, a couple of isolated showers, maybe even a spotty thunderstorm can't be totally ruled out. Again, most of the rain and stormy weather affects us into Thursday. And so even as we fast forward into the weekend, here we are looking at about May 10th to May 14th or going into next week. That overall rain outlook, we're still going to be unsettled with more rain chances on the way. This darker shading of green indicating above average amounts of rainfall expected. So how much are we talking about, say, over the next 5 days with that system coming in Wednesday into Thursday? We could see, and this covers most of our area. Look at those 1 inch marks and even around 1.5 inches or so of rain possible from parts of northern Mecklenburg County, west of I-77 and toward the southwestern corner of the state. And that brings us to the mountains too, up in the higher elevations. Still mostly dry tomorrow. There's a scattered showers and storms ahead for Wednesday into Thursday, and then back to mostly dry conditions, just a smaller rain chance Friday and heading into the weekend. Temperatures remaining in either the 60s or 70s there, but we'll be a little bit warmer, of course, outside of the mountains. Low 80s next couple of days. A little bit cooler to wrap up the week on Friday. Low 70s, back up around 80 as we head into Mother's Day weekend.
All right, Tara, sounds good. Caught on camera, crazy video. A United Airlines plane full of passengers hits a delivery truck near the airport. What led up to the near disaster? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. It was a scary moment caught on video when a United Airlines plane hit a bakery truck. just singing along and then hit by a plane. That's the bakery truck's dash cam video from the moment it was hit by a United Airlines plane. This happened on Sunday. Airline bosses say the aircraft was returning to Newark Airport from Venice, Italy, when it hit a light pole and its tires brushed the top of the truck. Crazy to say, the truck driver is expected to be okay. Only minor injuries there. Really incredible. An important vote is coming up that impacts thousands of high school athletes in North Carolina. Only on Queen City News Plus, our morning edition team sat down with the Weddington High School boys volleyball coach and the head coach of the U.S. men's Olympic volleyball team to learn more about the sport and why sanctioning it is critical in the Tar Heel state.
They're playing 4.5 feet over the top of the net and hitting the ball 80 miles an hour. And people in the backcourt have less than 0.2 of a second to respond. So all you got to do is, if you want to see the beauty and power of the game, is to go on YouTube and just go volleyball, best plays ever in volleyball, and you'll see things most people who have not seen it will be blown away by the height above the floor that guys play, above the net, the power at which they propel the ball, whether it's serving or attacking.
All the way down to teams that are just fighting for gym space, or they're fighting, sometimes they have to rent gym space outside. You know, there's no school support there. So it's like pushing water up a hill. And it's very hard to get any sort of support or buy-in from kids when they also don't feel supportive. So it'll immediately present like the legitimacy that we need.
The athleticism is truly impressive. You can watch that full interview on the new episode of Morning Edition tomorrow on the Queen City News Plus app. It's free to download. Now, the State High School Athletics Association could make a decision on sanctioning boys volleyball this Wednesday. On Queen City News at 6, a plan to merge two of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers is getting pushback from state leaders. Why the first hurdle the companies need to clear may not go as originally planned. And Gastonia city leaders could soon ask transit riders to pay higher fares. Why neighbors are concerned about the potentially rising cost. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, mandatory water restrictions are now being enforced in Statesville amid the ongoing drought, how it's costing some local businesses.
And just like last week, we are saying it again this week. We do have more beneficial rain on the way. Yes, for more of our area. I know a lot of you missed out over the weekend and at times last week. So we'll take a look at it, when to expect it, and just how much in my pinpoint weather forecast.
Now look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
And a venomous snake bite sends a local mayor's wife to the hospital, why experts believe the attack may be a rare case. Good evening, I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 6 starts right now with breaking news out of Washington, D.C. tonight. Law enforcement say they shot a person near the Washington Monument. They say the suspect appeared to have a firearm and ran before firing shots at officers. Authorities say the suspect was taken to the hospital and their condition is unknown. They also say a child was hit by the gunfire by the suspect but is expected to be okay. The White House was briefly locked down as authorities investigated the incident. President Trump was able to continue an event without interruption. Queen City News will bring you updates as we learn more information. Enforcement on mandatory water restrictions has officially begun in Statesville. City leaders began cracking down on how much water residents and businesses can use. The region continues to deal with some of the worst drought conditions in decades. Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at the fines for those who don't follow the rules.
Extreme drought has triggered water use restrictions in Statesville, where Chris Kolakowski's power washing and window cleaning business is based.
We're having to reschedule all of our customers in Statesville right now, which is about 10 or 12 customers.
He was at work in Terrell on Monday, but he says indefinitely postponing the Statesville jobs takes more than $6,000 out of his pocket. He has no choice, though. Power washing and driveway car washes are off limits in the city, and watering lawns is heavily restricted, too. The city says the goal is conservation, not enforcement. But breaking these rules comes with a $200 fine the first time, then $400 and $600 after that. Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect in several other cities and towns in the area. Chris has his eye on the rest of Iredell County and Charlotte Water, which imposes restrictions on its customers next week.
It's definitely a snowball effect. It's not just going to be one town. The longer this lasts, I mean, the bank only holds up so much. My reserves, they'll start draining.
But Statesville officials say this is necessary to maintain a stable water supply. And some people are doing their part beyond cutting out their outdoor water use.
Don't flush until the second pee, and like you said, don't let the water run while we brush the teeth.
Yeah, we're in a drought. You got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what we got to do.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Lincoln County leaders are joining the list of local governments implementing outdoor water restrictions due to the drought. Lawn and garden watering will now be limited to 2 days a week, depending on what side of the street residents live on. Officials also say restaurants serving water isn't allowed unless customers specifically ask for it. One person is dead, another person injured after a shooting in the city of Chester. Authorities responded to Pinckney Street last night around 8:30 for a call about gunshots fired in the area. One person was found dead. Another victim was taken to the hospital. No word on how they're doing today. Investigators have not said if any suspects have been identified. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a vehicle theft suspect is dead after they were hit by a car while running from a crash on I-77. Officers last night spotted a stolen vehicle on Old Pineville Road and tried to stop it, but the driver took off. Officials say the officers did not chase the vehicle, and it was later spotted by an unmarked cruiser, which followed behind without police lights on. The stolen car was then crashed on I-77 in southwest Charlotte. That is when one of the suspects was hit and killed on the highway. Another suspect who was in the car was taken into custody. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says his wife is still recovering after being struck by a copperhead snake. It happened at the couple's Union County home last week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell met with the mayor, who says he wants his wife's story to be a warning for other people to watch out where you step this summer.
We were grilling salmon outside. I'm on the deck. My wife's in the backyard, actually by our rope swing. And sure enough, she's out there talking to her dad on the phone. And I hear, "It's not good, babe, it's not good." And I'm like, "What's not good? The salmon's going to be great, honey. I don't know what you're talking about."
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says within seconds his wife Lauren realized that she had been bitten by what they believe was a 4-foot-long venomous copperhead snake at their home last week.
And I look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Burns says his teenage son tracked down the snake in the backyard and eventually killed it as he focused on rushing his wife to Atrium's hospital in Matthews.
Her ankle was swollen about the size of like a softball. They were quickly taking her vitals. She could actually feel it tracking up her leg, getting to her hip.
Burns tells us while his wife is still dealing with some excruciating pain after being treated, thankfully she'll be okay.
They are a native species. We do coexist with them here in the south.
Reptile experts like Patrick Camberos with Cold Blooded and Bizarre say copperhead snakes remain prevalent in the Charlotte area.
And it's important to stay situationally aware, look where you're walking, because in the summertime down here, there is always the potential of snakes being out and about.
Camberos tells us 95% of copperhead snake bites typically involve a person trying to bother the animal, and that this attack involving the mayor's wife is a pretty rare one.
If you are unfortunate enough to get bit, proper protocols involve keeping the affected limb above your heart, staying very calm, taking off any restrictive jewelry. Definitely don't suck on it, don't bite it, don't cut it, don't tourniquet it, nothing like that.
And of course, get medical attention quickly. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A vote to advance the proposed merger of 2 of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers is not happening this evening. According to WRAL in Raleigh, Wake County commissioners are postponing their vote on approving the plans for 90 days. Leaders at Atrium Health and WakeMed announced the $2 billion plan Friday. Both State Auditor Dave Bullock and State Treasurer Brad Briner have expressed concerns that the merger would increase healthcare costs across the state. Right now, city leaders are unveiling Charlotte's budget for next year. The city manager is presenting the proposal to the city council at tonight's strategy session. We will have the details tonight on Queen City News at 10. As Americans pay more for everything from gas to groceries, Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. And while the proposed fare increase won't be as much as the last, riders tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis it is an expense they'll need to budget for.
Since making the move to an on-demand transit system instead of bus service, riders in Gastonia say things have been good.
I like the fact that I can bring both my kids for free.
The city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. At that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders.
You would go Gastonia, I spend $1.25 now. With the buses, I was paying 60 cents.
Gastonia City Council is looking to raise the rates again.
Is it still going to be affordable?
Fares would go from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip for regular riders, and from $1.25 to $1.50 one way for reduced fare riders.
50 cents is okay with me.
Okay.
To have a ride back and forth, for sure.
Now, the city of Gastonia sent out over 10,000 surveys online, and there was a QR code inside of the van. Many people say they may have to budget a little more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
For me, I just take those offers, $1.50. Hey, it's better than nothing.
The city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. If approved, the new fares will take effect July 1st. There is a public hearing at the next meeting, and we contacted city leaders to find out more on the potential increase, but so far we have not heard back. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
JetBlue Airlines is returning to Charlotte Douglas International Airport in the wake of the Spirit Airlines shutdown. JetBlue ended its service in the Queen City a year and a half ago, but now it is making a comeback and offering $99 one-way tickets to stranded Spirit customers. Passengers just need to show proof of a Spirit ticket before Wednesday. Spirit Airlines shut down abruptly over the weekend, with many passengers finding out at the airport that their flights were canceled. And that includes Spirit travelers at Charlotte Douglas, as the sudden news left many flyers scrambling to figure out what to do.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there, and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Other airlines are setting ticket prices at $200 for Spirit customers who have ticket confirmation numbers and proof of purchase for a limited time. Charlotte Hornets are celebrating the installation of their final structural beam at the new Novant Health Performance Center in Uptown, right next to the Spectrum Center. That facility will be used by the team for practice and other activities. It will also feature an orthopedic and sports medicine clinic that is open to the public. Hornets forward Grant Williams tells us that it's exciting for him to see the investment into the team as he grew up watching.
I remember coming down that hill, Beatty'sford Road, and coming to see Spectrum and coming to see games and driving by the same lot every single day and wondering what's going on, whether practice facility is going to go on the bus lot or if it's going to go in like all these places. And to see it actually manifest is special, especially to be a part of it. It's been an honor to represent the city.
All right, the beam's been tightened into place.
The new practice center is set to open during the next NBA season.
To see that beautiful but chilly weather early this morning, at least, although we warmed up nicely this afternoon up to the 70s, even some lower 80s. How much warmer we will continue to get this week and when we will be tracking some more beneficial needed rain. That's next.
Giving citizens the right to possess cannabis in North Carolina, the vote to make that a reality. And the Supreme Court making a major temporary ruling today on access to abortion pills. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rose tells us what could happen next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. From criminal charge to constitutional change, a new push could put the future of cannabis in the hands of North Carolina voters. One Senate Democrat that represents Mecklenburg County is part of a trio that introduced the legislation. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh has the details.
Senate Bill 1072 wants to put 2 constitutional amendments on the November ballot.
Ultimately, we wanted to put it up to the voters. I think for over a decade now, the General Assembly has failed to act on this question.
If passed, voters would decide whether to decriminalize limited amounts of cannabis for personal use.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
And whether to allow medical use for patients with qualifying conditions.
We're not trying to legalize you walking around with a kilo.
But the bill does not spell out details like how much cannabis would be allowed or how a medical program would work. Instead, it leaves that up to lawmakers to figure out later.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
In April, the Governor's Advisory Council on Cannabis recommended the state create a medical marijuana program in response to the growing and largely unregulated hemp industry. The report also says more than 7 in 10 North Carolinians are in favor of legalization and that the illegal marijuana industry rakes in $3 billion a year. Both hemp and marijuana come from the same cannabis plant, but the latter has higher levels of THC.
The bill would need 3/5 support from each chamber to pass. We reached out to Republican lawmakers for comment and are waiting to hear back. Patients can once again order abortion pills through the mail without an in-person visit to a doctor. The Supreme Court today restored access to mifepristone. This order blocked a ruling that had threatened to upend one of the main ways abortion is provided across the nation. The move temporarily allows women seeking abortions to obtain the pill at pharmacies or through the mail. Those rules had been in effect for several years until a federal appeals court imposed new restrictions last week. Our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, weighed in on the ruling.
You recognize that a couple of things would happen. There will be a widespread legal challenges to the state's implementation. There will be a determination, or if there is some federal regulation, if there is some administrative law, and in what capacity that could occur. And so what folks were doing when these individual states were implementing abortion regulations, 2/3 of all U.S. abortions are now being done by these drugs that are being used in the mail. And so now you have, in response to that, courts are saying, and I should say litigants are saying, hey, this is a workaround around the state's, restrictions on abortion.
Full chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. States are adding artificial intelligence to their wildfire detection toolbox. In Colorado, contractors climb a tower to inspect and clean 2 panel AI cameras perched 42 feet above the ground on a tower. The ultra-high-resolution cameras rotate day and night looking for signs of smoke. That data feeds an algorithm along with satellite data that constantly monitor for potential wildfires. Pano AI says last year its technology detected 725 wildfires in the U.S. Let's get back to the weather here in our area tonight. Looking live from uptown on our Arlington camera. Plenty of sunshine today with temps around 80 degrees, starting the week on a warm note. Actually, the week started very chilly this morning, but then it warmed up, Tara, didn't it, for sure?
Yeah, I know. It's not going to be as cold tonight, so we'll stick with that warming trend over the next couple of days, and eventually a wetter trend.
Wetter, okay.
Yeah, not really until Wednesday and Thursday, so dry again tomorrow. Yes, another pretty nice day for some of the events going on at Truist Championship. Of course, we have the first round of play coming up on Thursday. And Thursday is the day when the rain chance really ramps up. So maybe not so great timing for people headed out there and the players. But I'll tell you what, it's definitely looking like some of that good, beneficial, much needed rain coming a little bit later on this week. We're dry out there right now. Lovely start to the week. Again, chilly this morning, as Brian said, waking up to those high 30s and lower 40s. We weren't quite as chilly around the immediate Charlotte metro, or the area around the airport, at least 47 degrees. But you didn't have to head too far away to feel a little bit cooler, like Salisbury down into the upper 30s. We ended up at 44 in Rock Hill, and not far from freezing up there in the mountains at Boone, got down to 34. But a nice little warm up here by some 5 to even close to 15 degrees in some cases, warmer compared to yesterday afternoon and early evening. We've got 79 degrees right now still in place in Charlotte, with a southwest warm wind coming in at about 10, so a bit of a breeze from time to time, and dew points are still real dry air in place when you see those numbers in the mid 30s. We've got 80 degrees showing up still in Stanley County around Albemarle, 75 heading north and west of there into Hickory. Most areas, though, still hovering around that 80-degree mark, and cooler mid and upper 60s, where it's beautiful up in the mountains today. Nothing showing up on the radar imagery as we look around here. It continues to be a clean sweep and dry scan, high pressure and main control. So we're only seeing just those few scattered clouds moving through at times. A little bit of spotty light rain whisking across sections of the Midwest and heading just to the south and west of the D.C. area there. But we are tracking that next cold front, still pretty far away at this point, but that will be eventually steadily increasing the moisture for us by Wednesday, coming through slowly on Thursday, and that's when we have that highest rain chance here out of the next 7 days coming up. So dry tonight, and again, not quite as cool as the past couple of nights. Still going to be a cool start, 53 degrees, so you may still need the longer sleeves to kick off the day if you're up and at it early, but the warm-up does continue tomorrow afternoon. More of us topping out in the lower 80s before we get still with warmer air in place. Some scattered showers moving through early on Wednesday, mainly in the morning, but Thursday brings that chance of rain just about at any point in time from the morning through the afternoon, and possibly a couple of stronger storms as well. Tomorrow, again, waking up to beautiful blue sky and sunshine, some scattered cloudiness developing through the afternoon as temperatures warm up into the lower 80s by 4 p.m. or so, and you can see that on Futurecast. Nothing showing up here even when it comes to significant cloud cover early on, but there's that increase in clouds developing, moving in from the south and west later in the day. Now, by late tomorrow night, and especially up in the mountains by midnight or so, a couple of isolated showers can't be totally ruled out before a little more of the spotty light rain overspreads the area on Wednesday morning. So could be a bit of a wet start Wednesday, but drier for the afternoon. Exception is going to be up in the mountains. Here comes the approach of that cold front. So a couple of spotty downpours and storms could get going for you all in the higher elevations by mid to late afternoon. And that will continue through the evening, mainly from, say, I-40 north before the rain drops down more into the Charlotte metro. Later we get into the night. So before sunrise on Thursday, we could be hearing some heavy rain outside, maybe some rumbles of thunder. And it's just going to be one of those days from morning through the afternoon and evening that the chance of showers will continue here. So just a periods of showers type day, and then that will start to clear out as the front slowly sags to the south going into Friday. So Friday it's back to some dry time, but not before dropping perhaps upwards of an inch of rain in some communities here. We're looking at overall kind of 3/4 to an inch or so, but some isolated higher totals will be possible as well by the time all is said and done. So the 7-day forecast shows, again, drier conditions ahead for Friday and the first half of the weekend on Saturday. Mother's Day Sunday, a few showers could redevelop, and we'll stick with those rain chances early next week as temperatures overall stay on the warm side.
Tara, thank you. If you think you are in the best sports league in the Queen City, there's a group that would probably say, hold my beer. Outside Lucky Strike Bowling Alley, this is how other competitors roll. The Charlotte Bocce League is Tuesdays and Thursdays, and some have played for decades, but many just wanted a place to meet friends. Sometimes they get competitive, but mostly it is just for laughs.
We're kind of athletic and fun, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
Our John Lee introduces us to a few of the colorful characters who are in a league of their own. Watch Faces of the Carolinas on Queen City News tonight at 10. A tractor trailer carrying dry powder cement overturns on I-85 in Gastonia. What officials say the driver did to cause that crash, which led to heavy backups. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A tractor-trailer driver is recovering after an overcorrection caused the semi to roll over. It happened this morning on the off-ramp from I-85 north to 321 south. That collision caused backups on the highway, and the ramp was closed for hours as crews cleared the area. Authorities say the driver was carrying bags of quick-dry powder cement when he overcorrected and the truck turned on its side. The driver was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Chesterfield County deputies are searching for a driver who damaged a church cemetery. Investigators say the white Nissan on your screen was involved in the hit and run at Cedar Creek Baptist Church on Patrick. The car has noticeable damage on its front and side and undercarriage. Anyone with information on the vehicle or its owner is urged to contact police. We are just hours away from the puck drop at the Loudest House in hockey. The Canes are taking on the Philadelphia Flyers tonight in Game 2 in Round 2 of the playoffs. Carolina coming off that big win Saturday night, defeating Philly 3-0. Puck drop is at 7 at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh. And our award-winning Hometown Series is continuing through this spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell you. Wednesday morning in our 9 o'clock hour, we are exploring why we play and the people that make sports so special. We will be live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online at our website, qcnews.com. A plan to merge two of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers is getting pushback from state leaders. Why the first hurdle the companies need to clear may not go as originally as planned. And a local mayor shares the moment a venomous snake bit his wife. Why experts believe the attack may be a rare case. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Breaking news out of our nation's capital tonight. Law enforcement say they shot a person near the Washington Monument earlier this afternoon. They say the suspect appeared to have a firearm and ran before firing shots at officers. Authorities say the suspect was taken to the hospital and their condition is unknown. They also say a child was hit by gunfire by the suspect but is expected to be okay. The White House was briefly locked down as authorities investigated the incident. President Trump was able to continue an event without interruption. Queen City News will bring you updates as we learn some more information. Enforcement on mandatory water restrictions has officially begun in Statesville. City leaders are cracking down on how much water residents and businesses use as the region continues to deal with some of the worst drought conditions in decades. Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at the fines for those who don't follow the rules.
Extreme drought has triggered water use restrictions in Statesville, where Chris Kolakowski's power washing and window cleaning business is based.
We're having to reschedule all of our customers in Statesville right now, which is about 10 or 12 customers.
He was at work in Terrell on Monday, but he says indefinitely postponing the Statesville jobs takes more than $6,000 out of his pocket. He has no choice, though. Power washing and driveway car washes are off limits in the city, and watering lawns is heavily restricted, too. The city says the goal is conservation, not enforcement. But breaking these rules comes with a $200 fine the first time, then $400 and $600 after that. Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect in several other cities and towns in the area. Chris has his eye on the rest of Iredell County and Charlotte Water, which imposes restrictions on its customers next week.
It's definitely a snowball effect. It's not just going to be one town. The longer this lasts, I mean, the bank only holds up so much. My reserves, they'll start draining.
But Statesville officials say this is necessary to maintain a stable water supply. And some people are doing their part beyond cutting out their outdoor water use.
Don't flush until the second pee, and like you said, don't let the water run while we brush the teeth.
Yeah, we're in a drought. You got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what we got to do.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Monroe City leaders are now pumping water from Rock Quarry Lake into Lake Lee to help with the water supply during the ongoing drought. Officials say they are pumping 2 million gallons of water a day for residents to use. After getting permission from the State Department of Environmental Quality, they believe a spring at the lake will naturally replenish the water level. North Carolina forestry officials are lifting the open burn ban for 81 of the state's 100 counties. However, about half of our area is among the 19 counties still under the restrictions. Officials say residents in 8 local counties, including Mecklenburg, Gaston, and Union, are still under a burn ban until further notice. One person is dead, another injured after a shooting in Chester. Authorities responded to Pinckney Street last night around 8:30 for a call about gunshots fired in the area. One person was found dead. Another victim was taken to the hospital. No word on how they're doing today. Investigators have not said if any suspects have been identified. Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says his wife is still recovering after being bit by a copperhead snake. It happened at the couple's Union County home last week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell met with the mayor, who says he wants his wife's story to be a warning to other people to watch out where you step this summer.
We were grilling salmon outside. I'm on the deck. My wife's in the backyard, actually by our rope swing. And sure enough, she's out there talking to her dad on the phone. And I hear, "It's not good, babe, it's not good." And I'm like, "What's not good? The salmon's going to be great, honey. I don't know what you're talking about."
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says within seconds, his wife Lauren realized that she had been bitten by what they believe was a 4-foot-long venomous copperhead snake at their home last week.
And I look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Burns says his teenage son tracked down the snake in the backyard and eventually killed it as he focused on rushing his wife to Atrium's Hospital in Matthews.
Her ankle was swollen about the size of like a softball. They were quickly taking her vitals. She could actually feel it tracking up her leg, getting to her hip.
Burns tells us while his wife is still dealing with some excruciating pain after being treated, thankfully she'll be okay. They are a native species. We do coexist with them here in the South. Reptile experts like Patrick Camberos with Cold Blooded and Bizarre say copperhead snakes remain prevalent in the Charlotte area. And it's important to stay situationally aware, look where you're walking, because in the summertime down here, there is always the potential of snakes being out and about. Camberos tells us 95% of copperhead snake bites typically involve a person trying to bother the animal, and that this attack involving the mayor's wife is a pretty rare one. If you are unfortunate enough to get bit, proper protocols involve keeping the affected limb above your heart, staying very calm, taking off any restrictive jewelry. Definitely don't suck on it, don't bite it, don't cut it, don't tourniquet it, nothing like that. And of course, get medical attention quickly. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A vote to advance a proposed merger of two of North Carolina's largest healthcare providers is not happening this evening. According to WRAL in Raleigh, Wake County commissioners are postponing their vote on approving the plans for 90 days. Leaders at Atrium Health and WakeMed announced the $2 billion plan on Friday. Both State Auditor Dave Bullock and State Treasurer Brad Briner have expressed concerns the merger would increase healthcare costs across the state. Right now, city leaders are unveiling Charlotte's budget for next year. City manager is presenting the proposal to the city council at tonight's strategy session. We'll have those details tonight on Queen City News at 10. As Americans pay more for everything from gas to groceries, Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. And while the proposed fare increase won't be as much as the last, riders tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis it is an expense that they need to budget for.
Since making the move to an on-demand transit system instead of bus service, riders in Gastonia say things have been good.
I like the fact that I can bring both my kids for free.
The city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. At that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders.
You would go Gastonia, I spend $1.25 now. With the buses, I was paying 60 cents.
Gastonia City Council is looking to raise the rates again.
Is it still going to be affordable?
Fares would go from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip for regular riders, and from $1.25 to $1.50 one way for reduced fare riders.
50 cents is okay with me.
Okay.
To have a ride back and forth, for sure.
Now, the city of Gastonia sent out over 10,000 surveys online, and there was a QR code inside of the van. Many people say they may have to budget a little more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
For me, I just take those offers, $1.50. Hey, it's better than nothing.
The city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. If approved, the new fares will take effect July 1st. There is a public hearing at the next meeting, and we contacted city leaders to find out more on the potential increase, but so far we have not heard back. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
JetBlue Airlines is returning to Charlotte Douglas International Airport in the wake of the Spirit Airlines shutdown. JetBlue ended its service in the Queen City a year and a half ago, but now it is making a comeback and offering $99 rescue one-way tickets to stranded Spirit customers. Passengers just need to show proof of a Spirit ticket before Wednesday. Spirit Airlines shut down abruptly over the weekend, with many passengers finding out the airport that when they got to the airport that their flights were canceled. And that includes Spirit travelers at CLT. The sudden news left many flyers scrambling to figure out what to do.
My teacher sent me a message and said, yeah, all Spirit's flights are canceled. It was right here. And I was thinking, okay, now I have to sit down and read the message. And then I saw the Spirit Center right there, and like the placard where it shows Spirit canceled. And I knew immediately when I saw this, okay, I'm screwed.
Charlotte Hornets are celebrating the installation of the final structural beam at the Novant Health Performance Center. The facility will be used by the team for practice and other activities. Right next to the Spectrum Center will also feature an orthopedic and sports medicine clinic that is open to the public. Hornets forward Grant Williams tells us it's exciting for him to see the investment into the team that he grew up watching.
I remember coming down that hill, Batesford Road, and coming to see Spectrum and coming to see games, and driving by the same lot every single day and wondering what's going on, whether practice facility is going to go on the bus lot or if it's going to go in like all these places. And to see it actually manifest is special, especially to be a part of it. It's been an honor to represent the city.
The new practice center is set to open during the next NBA season. Tara?
Outdoor workers like that may have to contend with some rain a little bit later on this week. When to expect it and just how much we could see. That's coming up next in my pinpoint weather forecast.
Iran issues a threat after President Trump announces a plan to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz, the latest on the conflict as it continues to impact gas prices here at home. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The U.S. military is now offering to guide commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. As Kristen Escal reports, it comes as gas prices have hit their highest level in 4 years.
U.S. Central Command says 2 U.S.-flagged merchant vessels have successfully passed through the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM called this a first step toward restoring commercial traffic through the waterway. In a process the Trump administration has dubbed Project Freedom, U.S. forces started guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz, a key channel for oil. In a Truth Social post, the president says that will include ships from other nations. The U.S. military says it sunk 6 Iranian boats Monday as it helped 2 American-flagged ships through the strait, a major test of the ceasefire since it first began. Over the weekend, President Trump said he was reviewing an Iranian peace proposal, but expressed doubt that he would accept it.
They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording, but we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years.
Meanwhile, gas prices hit their highest levels in 4 years, soaring more than 30 cents on average in the past week. Democrats on Capitol Hill have continued to voice concerns.
The 20 million barrels of oil that used to transit the strait, they're not getting on the market. And that's why we're seeing Americans and Virginians paying more at the pump.
Republicans say they remain confident the Trump administration will be able to pressure Iran into a deal to end the war.
This will come to an end, and I think people need to allow the administration to negotiate.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has denied that 2 ships have gotten through the strait. State media in Iran reports the Revolutionary Guard is warning that it will use force against ships violating its rules. Kristen Escal, News Nation, Washington.
And those gas prices have spiked nationwide. AAA reports the national average now jumped to $4.45. It's up 34 cents from just a week ago. North Carolina's average now $4.07, while the average price in the Charlotte Metro is $4.05. In South Carolina, it's sitting at $4 a gallon. President Trump says the U.S. will significantly reduce its troop presence in Germany, escalating a dispute with the German chancellor over the war in Iran. The drawdown follows the war of words between President Trump and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz over the Middle East conflict, which Germany has not supported. But it also left European leaders scrambling to pivot away from the U.S. when it comes to defense.
I think we are expecting that Europe is taking more charge of its own security.
We need to be able to stand up for ourselves. It's long overdue.
Right now, there are more than 36,000 American troops in Germany. That's more than any other country in Europe. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani is breathing on his own after being hospitalized with pneumonia. The 81-year-old spokesperson says Giuliani will continue to be monitored at the hospital as a precautionary measure. He also claimed Giuliani's condition was exacerbated by restrictive airway disease attributed to his exposure to dust and toxins from the 9/11 attack. Back to the weather now, looking live at Lake Norman. The work week kicked off on a warm note today, that is, after this morning, which was chilly, but showers and cooler temperatures are headed our way. Beautiful sunset on Lake Norman, always at about this time, Tara. We are going to see some showers, maybe not tonight or tomorrow, but the next day.
Yeah, so a couple of showers possible Wednesday, more beneficial rain, it looks like, on the way for Thursday, and a better chance that more of us will get in on some of the rain. Unlike those past couple of episodes, like over the weekend, if you live north of Charlotte and mountains and foothills and even parts of the northwest Piedmont, didn't see a whole lot, if any, rain, not even a drop in some cases. And remember about the middle of last week too, we missed out on some of that morning rain on, what was that, Wednesday? But this time around by Thursday, yes, it looks like a rain chance ramping up once again, and we'll likely see more widespread coverage of the rain, some scattered showers and storms coming in. So yes, the next 7 days staying just generally unsettled with some rain chances appearing Wednesday morning, couple of showers. Friday afternoon now is looking mostly dry. Could see a few showers early on, but Saturday is looking dry, and then we get more opportunities for some of that needed rain for Mother's Day on Sunday and going into early next week as well. But gorgeous sunset, yes, taking place right now all across the region with that mix of scattered clouds and sunshine. We have warmed up to around 80 degrees in the Queen City with that warm southwest wind at about 10 miles per hour. Some of you jumping into the low 80s today. And 79, our top temperature today, that's about average. So just kind of a seasonable temperature day. Although, yes, after this morning, that is, 47 was that low. So coming in below normal, but normal low is 54. We'll be right around that number early tomorrow morning. We're still at 80 in Wadesboro, upper 70s in Rockingham, and down through Chesterfield County, mid 70s in Chester, and heading up, say, that stretch of 321 from Gaston County into Lincolnton and Hickory Friends at 75, along with Taylorsville, upper 60s up in the mountains where it's dry all around. As we look around on radar, there is not a drop of rain depicted here with the latest scan. And over the past several hours, of course, high pressure is in charge. We are picking up on a couple of spotty light showers there, moving over the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia and coming out of West Virginia and parts of the Midwest. And this is ahead of a cold front that will slowly approach over the next couple of days, and eventually by Wednesday. And even before then, in some cases, we could squeeze out some of that needed beneficial rain. I know we've been saying this several times here lately, so that's a good thing. At least we have some rain, some additional rain on the way. Back in the upper 40s to low 50s tonight. Cool, but not as chilly as the past couple of nights as we stay dry under a mostly clear sky. So still may need the longer sleeves if you're out there walking the dog. But later in the afternoon, even if you're out and about doing that at lunchtime or so, already warming quickly into the mid 70s, back in the low 80s tomorrow afternoon as the sky remains mostly clear to eventually a little more partly cloudy by the end of the day. We start with blazing sunshine in the morning, lots of blue sky, and then by 4 p.m. we see some of those scattered clouds developing with the heating of the day. And by midnight, we could start to see a little bit of spotty light rain moving into the mountains there from the west, and this is as the front gets a little closer. And so by 9 a.m. on Wednesday, it likely won't be much rain, but just some light scattered showers will be possible. You may need to take the umbrella Wednesday before heading out the door. We've got some dry time in the afternoon. However, we could see a complex of storms maybe by 4 p.m. clipping some of the mountain communities. So a few spotty downpours will be possible up that way, maybe a couple little tiny showers near the I-40 corridor. But then again, Thursday brings that better chance of more widespread showers and storms ahead. Generally going to stay in this unsettled pattern as we head into the weekend, and then going to the middle part of the month there. And for next week, this darker shading of green across the Carolinas down through the southeast that depicts above average amounts of rainfall coming up. So with these next couple of rounds, Wednesday and Thursday, by the time we hit, say, Friday morning, most of the rain moves out by that time. We could be looking at upwards of an inch, 3/4 to an inch of rain in some cases. So again, a nice sight to see. Tonight, though, staying rain-free, waking up to those upper 40s and lower 50s. We're back in the low 70s tomorrow afternoon in the mountains with some more sunshine before we could pick up on a shower later in the day. Low and even a few spots in the mid-80s tomorrow afternoon across foothills and the Piedmont. We're still around 80 or so degrees for Wednesday. Just a little bit cooler, especially by Friday behind that front. Back up around 80 heading into the weekend. Saturday is looking dry. May have to watch for a few more showers if you're taking mom out for Mother's Day on Sunday.
Good idea. Make your plans now. Tara, thanks. Caught on camera, United Airlines plane full of passengers hits a delivery truck near an airport. What led up to the near disaster? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A scary moment caught on video when a United Airlines plane hit a bakery truck. Very scary. The bakery truck's dash cam video from the moment it was hit by a United Airlines plane. It happened yesterday. Airline bosses say the aircraft was returning to Newark Airport from Venice, Italy, when it struck a light pole and its tires brushed the top of the truck. Truck driver, very lucky, is expected to be okay. New data shows home prices are now dropping in about a third of major U.S. cities, including North Carolina. Experts say the trend is a reset after the pandemic housing boom. Comes as homes prices and mortgage rates surged over the last few years, causing buyers to be priced out. Chief business correspondent Taylor Young tells us which areas are seeing the biggest price drops and what that means for the people in the Carolinas.
From the East Coast to the West Coast, California, Texas, and especially Florida. I mean, that was the state with the highest amount of cities that saw price drops. And the highest was 9% year over year, which is a pretty big drop just within 365 days. North Carolina did see some drops, not as drastic as Florida. Only 2 cities, that includes Raleigh, which saw a 1% drop year over year. And also Durham, Chapel Hill, that market saw an 8.7% drop year over year, which is pretty drastic, I think. Charlotte was not on the list.
For the full conversation with Taylor, head over to our website at qcnews.com. An important vote is coming up that impacts thousands of high school athletes in North Carolina. Only on Queen City News Plus, our morning edition team sat down with the Weddington High School boys volleyball coach and the head coach of the U.S. men's Olympic volleyball team to learn more about the sport and why sanctioning it is critical in the Tar Heel State.
They're playing 4.5 feet over the top of the net and hitting the ball 80 miles an hour. And people in the backcourt have less than 0.2 of a second to respond. So all you got to do is, if you want to see the beauty and power of the game, is to go on YouTube and just go volleyball, the best plays ever in volleyball, and you'll see things most people who have not seen it will be blown away by the height above the floor that guys play, above the net, the power at which they propel the ball, whether it's serving or attacking.
All the way down to teams that are just fighting for gym space, or they're fighting sometimes they have to rent gym space outside. You know, there's no school support there. So it's like pushing water up a hill. And it's very hard to get any sort of support or buy-in from kids when they also don't feel supportive. So it'll immediately present like the legitimacy that we need.
You can watch that full interview on the new episode of Morning Edition tomorrow on the Queen City News Plus app. It's free to download. The State High School Athletics Association could make a decision on sanctioning boys volleyball this Wednesday. Stay right there. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Queen City News has an all-new way to stay connected when we're not live on the air. Download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. Tonight's lineup, 7 o'clock CSL, 7:30 Behind the Lens, followed by Across America at 8. Watch it all new on our Queen City News Plus app.
All right, let's check that weather here tonight. It's not going to be quite as chilly as the past couple of nights because, boy, it got quite cold out there. Maybe the heat kicking on once again in some of your homes. But only 53 tomorrow morning, still cool, but 82 tomorrow afternoon. We get another dry day before we could be tracking a couple of scattered showers, especially early Wednesday. Much better chance of scattered showers and a few storms on Thursday. Some needed rain, maybe up to an inch possible.
Ooh, needed for sure.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching tonight at 6. Hope to see you back here at 10.
Now, it's CSL, Carolina Sports Live.
Sound the siren. There's a party down in Dawsonville, Georgia, and it's surely not